Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023. My name is Flavor, and of course, joining me today is none other than my good buddy over here, I think, Leonard Lee, Yolo Lee. I'm not sure, you know. Us having double thoughts on that.
Of all the years we've been together, the battles, you know, the grind that we went through, man. I thought
yes.
At least we had that level of friendship or brotherhood in this case. But of course, Flavor, just want to let me reassure you, you're definitely a good brother of mine. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to such a fantastic day on the weekend here. It is the Grand Championship Day. So to decide which of the two teams will be heading off to our playoffs, regional playoffs, yeah. But don't forget, it's not only a grand day, but it's also a very festive day as well here. So of course, have a quick one, Happy Deepawali or Selamat Hari Deepawali to everybody here as well. But anyway, let's quickly go through the road here.
Yeah, of course, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see here from the bottom segment, we do have 4 of these championships happening at the same time for Philippines. Here are together for Malaysia and Singapore, Indonesia as well as Thailand. And the top 2 teams from each of these championships will go up to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League ACL Regional Playoffs. And there, the top 2 teams from there will be moving forward to the Asia Champions League. And that's the road to ACL, the format that we're bringing for you here today itself. Definitely an exciting moment for everyone here. The top 2 teams from Malaysia and Singapore at the end of today will be moving forward to the ACL.
Of course, man, and we are only looking for the best of the best. But of course, just to clarify with you guys as well, for our Open qualifiers, this is going to be our format here, where we are utilizing a Swiss round Open qualifier format, which is going to be a best of 3. Which has already been decided before this day, and we have our top 8, which will also still go through a best of 3 matchup, which will then move forward to decide who's our top 2, which then will move forward to our double elimination playoff, which will be happening on the 12th of November.
Yeah, and that's going to be definitely something exciting. And of course, we have done all those actions happening on the 11th November already. And today, we're going to be seeing the top 8 teams going about against one another in this double elimination format. And these are the top 8 teams that we featured for today. Starting off from the top left, we have Team MYS, Road to the Top, Zarfik Gaming, Team MSI, Team Hack, Unity Bond 7, and Team Ultimate Kai. We do see some familiar names here out of all these crops, and of course we do see some newcomers coming in, and we do look forward to see how well all these teams fare off against one another today throughout the whole bracket.
I'm excited here, because like right now, like you said, we have some players, or I guess you can say some trainers coming back to try to take up the mantle to represent and to get that championship later on. But of course, the journey is not such a simple one here. So let's see who's going to be our top 2. But of course, before we go through that, let's see what's our schedule for today here. So we're going to be casting our first series together here. It's going to be between Team MYS against Team Ultimate Kai. Then later on, will be decided for the rest of the team. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, all of our matchups and series will be happening concurrently as well here. But for the broadcast for today, our first series will be Team MYS versus Ultimate Kai.
Yeah, and we'll get to know more about which teams will be going up against one another later on as soon as the match concludes itself. And here is the tournament bracket, ladies and gentlemen. We do foresee in the upper bracket first round, Team MYS going up against Ultimate Kai, as mentioned before. We also have a match between Team MSI going up against Team Unity Bond, Zarfik Gaming against Team Hack, and Road to the Top against Team 7. And of course, the winners will continue their journey through the upper bracket, and whereas the teams actually lose out in this upper bracket first round will drop to the lower bracket, where they're only left with only one more lifeline. So if you lose out twice in this competition, in the best of 3 series, you'll be eliminated from the competition.
Yeah. So let's quickly bring up the tournament rules here. What we have here, of course, like we mentioned earlier, we are utilizing a double elimination format. The team, which is of course a best of 3 for the normal series, the first team to reach 2 wins will be able to move forward. Only the grand finals will be the best of 5, so that'll be the first 3 wins. For lower bracket wins, of course, if the lower bracket wins, they will be able to have a grand finals reset. This is only because, like what Flavor said, everyone have an extra life. So if you're the team from the winning bracket who has been winning in a row and has to drop the lower bracket and lost in the grand finals, you do have an opportunity to try to take back that win. eliminated after losing 2 matches. Of course, we have 8 teams in this tournament for our grand stage before we head off to the regional playoffs. And of course, only the top 2 can move forward.
Yep, that is true. And of course, the top 2 teams, meaning that the team that actually wins the upper bracket finals as well as the lower bracket finals, will automatically move forward to the Asian Champions League 2024 regional stage. But of course, they still have to compete in the grand final stage, where the winner will not only, well, both teams are still going to the next stage, just that it's going to decide who's going to be the winner and champion, as well who's going to be bringing back home a much larger portion of the prize pool for today's championship.
This is definitely going to be quite the grind that we have for ourselves here. But of course, let's go through our tournament rules, since we already went through most of the basics here. Now, our general rule, of course, our entire match time is going to be 10 minutes. It's going to be a 5v5 tournament mode here. Stadium is, of course, going to be using the latest one, which is the Thea Sky Runes here. Very interesting. I really love the map as well, Flavor. I think it's something we both can talk about later on. Hell items, of course, there's no limits, no level limits. Pokemon that's going to be banned here, it's going to be Mewtwo. Thank God. We'll elaborate that on later on. And of course, no Pokemon boost emblems. And I'm actually happy with this one here, because right now we want to try to make things a little bit more fair for play. Want to try to level things out for most people here. So just going back to ground zero here, where it just comes up to clear coordination and team play.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, this is something new being introduced this time about, because previously we do see boost emblems were actually allowed last year, but this time it is not allowed anymore. And of course, important fact is that Mimikyu is going to be allowed in this competition. And as mentioned by Leonard, we're going to be elaborating a little bit on that later on, but Mewtwo, both X and Y, will not be playable for the purpose of this competition because, well, we all know why. And so anyways, this is how the draft pick is going to be happening in the competition. And of course, we're going to go through the banning phase and then the pick phase as well as the preparation phase. So we have the first pick as well as the second pick as well. So this will be basically the sequence on how the banning and the picks will go through. Now it's very, very important because when you have the first ban here, and then basically if your opponent has the first ban, your opponent has the opportunity to have the first pick here in the matchup itself. So it's very important for you to strategize how you want to play things out. And of course, there's advantage for both sides as well, because when you have first pick, you can only pick one, but then the follow-up from your opponent is like 1-2 coming from them.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Because right now we're currently in the draft pick, right? And since we only have one ban from each side here, and it's not like we have a particularly, okay, maybe yes, there is maybe 1 or 2 Pokemon that's particularly more stronger than the rest here when it comes throughout the entire meta pool here, but you still need to somewhat strategize here. So I'm somewhat assuming that during our first game of our series, it's going to be a lot more on banning out that Pokemon that is somewhat directly a counter to their build, or something that just have a hard time to deal with here. That kind of thing. So maybe in the second round will be a little bit more different here when it comes to the ban. But of course, this will be our prize pool here. Yes, this is not for the ACL. This is not for the regional playoffs. This is just for the open qualifier. A 20,000 USD total prize pool here, where the winner, the champion, will walk away with 6,000 USD. And guess what, Flavor? We have 8 teams here. So in other words, everyone will get something out of this.
Yes, most definitely. Of course, hard work pays off because they went through the hardships in the previous matches on the 11th November. Yesterday itself, so making their way to this playoffs itself rewards you with a minimum $1,000 US. And of course, if you get better placements in the competition, you would get more. So I think the next stage would definitely be 6th place at 1,500 USD. In 4th place, you get 3,000 USD. And of course, you're definitely planning to win that big prize money of 6,000 USD, being the champion here for this competition.
I mean, hey, it's not about the money. It's about being that top 2 to represent. Remember that as well here. Oh, but it's gonna be such a grand day here, because like we went through our team list already, right? Our top 8. We have returnings, we have some new trainers coming to the mix as well to try to represent for our region alone here, to make themselves a legend and leaving their name in the Hall of Fame here, the Pokemon League here. So I'm really excited to see how well these teams are going to be pulling off for us here today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. I think I look forward to see what kind of playstyles that they'll be bringing this time about, because we do see, like, for every season there's always something new about playstyles. We have our own playstyles being played here in the Southeast Asia region for the countries. Now we're mainly focused on Malaysia and Singapore here and what they'll be bringing this time about. Now, next up match, it will be in between Team MYS versus Ultimate Kai. This will be the first match of the day here at the upper bracket matches. Of course, starting off with Team MYS. We all know them. They've been around for quite a while. Most of the players are being retained here within there. We do see some new additions to their roster, and we'll be seeing how well they actually play up against one another here in this competition. So this is the lineup for both teams. Starting off with Team MYS, we have Yang, Yemu, we still have Nightmare Foxy here, and of course we have the new additions here and new trade-offs. We have HT as well as Ice.
The thing is, here's the trade-off right between the two here. Sure, Team MRS has, I guess you said the advantages that they have is that they're already used to this line, right? They're used to this kind of format here, so I don't think they're going to be faced too much of any uncertainties or any surprises. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that Team Ultimate Kai doesn't come with its own advantages here. They are they're fresh blood here. They're really new trainers here, new players here. Something that's not much information for Team MYS to really play around here. So I guess you could say, especially in this best of 3, that first game can be somewhat pivotal for Team Ultimate Kai to try to take that lead for Team MYS.
Yeah, and this is the team information card here. This is something extra bringing this time about, where we look at Team MYS. Their favorite Pokemon's a playstyle. Now, their team's playstyle is focused on early games to have everything done well so that the late game is easier for them. And their favorite Pokemon is Sableye and Gengar. Now, there's a few things I would like to highlight in regards to these things, right? Now, the team, the players were given the trainers were given the opportunity to actually fill in. Now, I'm not sure whether they're throwing us a curveball, whether the accuracy of this information is also questionable, because this might just draw some teams as their favorite Pokemon is Sableye and Gengar. But then we don't see much of those being used by Team MYS before. And Team's biggest achievement is Yang, Foxy, and Yemu placed 9 to 12 in Worlds, whereas Ice placed 7 and 8. That's quite an achievement we see here from Team MYS. And team expectation, solid. One word answer: champion, Leonard.
Yep. I mean, that's definitely the ultimate goal for everyone here, right? Like, no one wants to be second best here. I mean, well, but then again, top 2 still at least make it to the regional players. But of course, this is the team info card for Ultimate Kai, and the question that was given to them was, what was their favorite Pokemon and playstyle here? So, of course, their statement to that was run the enemies down. I guess you could say the W gaming here for their side and go Unga Unga. The team's biggest achievement, of course, is pending beating Team MYS. On the way, I love it. The confidence coming in from Ultimate Kai, pending beating Team MYS. I love it. Love the confidence. Love the expectation.
It's not about will they beat MYS. It's all about when. They know that it's going to happen one day. So pending and expectation matches, and this is definitely something that all of us are looking forward to. Beat Team MYS, beat Team MYS, beat Team MYS. This is their mantra before they go to sleep last night and coming into today's matches. And hey, it so happens to be the first match of the day.
I mean, it's that kind of thing, like where how martial arts, when they reach a certain level, they just gain like this really foresight, right? They can just see like a glimpse of the future. They already can tell already that they're definitely gonna be taking this first series. Not sure whether it's the first game though, or the first series. We'll have to see whether that prophecy will be fulfilled in their favor or not. But of course, Flavor, we're prepping for the draft pick as it is. Like, is there any particular thing you're looking forward to here? Because I know I have a few things I'm looking forward to, but what about you?
It's kind of hard to tell, because I think I look forward to see how well Kai Gaming actually fare against Team MYS, because Team MYS, I think we kind of more or less know like some of the top mons they actually pick on in some of the drafts based on previous observations in competitions and more. Of course, we know Nightmare Foxy, where he's very well known for his plays with using Mew in the game itself, and we'll see whether he'll be given the opportunity to actually do so, or will he be trying to actually play something else here in this game. Of course, we don't want to underestimate everybody else within the draft as well, with the likes of Yemu, we have Yang, and also I don't think I'm quite familiar with how HT and Ice actually plays out. I was not given the opportunity to actually observe their games before this, but definitely looking forward to that happening. And you see that, I think that I think it's apparent, it's obvious that yes, the ban from Kai Gaming is going to be Mew ban, as well as a Slowbro ban coming in from Team MYS.
The thing is, the Slowbro ban is a little bit more standard, right? That kind of thing. He's a really great counter to a lot of those speedsters out there, that kind of thing. So you can have a base assumption that you're going to be facing like either a speedster or just this all-rounder that's going to be running you down. They want to prevent that kind of control on their side. Mew being banned, I think this is like if we're talking about like during World Championship time, like maybe 2 months ago, like this one will not be somewhat of not a priority ban here. But the fact that it's being banned out is actually for good reason, because with the recent patch, right, Flavor, he had this massive buff. Like Mew was strong, has always been strong, but he just got another buff. He's ultra strong now.
Yeah, that's true. I think these much nerfs are very much needed, I would say, previously, because if in the hands of a person like, for example, Nami Frosty, it's already a force to reckon with, and then if you buff it even more, then it's definitely going to be banned. You will not see Nami Frosty utilizing this mon ever in any competitions. But we look at the draft here as it goes. We see Inteleon, Trevenant being used out, even Hooper as well. So this is going to be their choice for their supporting role for Team Kai. We see some really good picks. I really like how the opening goes for Team MYS, because the moment they threw off that Slowbro, it's actually one of the good counters for Zacian. So they open it up with having the Zoroark and Zacian. So they have quite a number of damage dealers here coming on from Team MYS, something to be mindful of. So you have Mons on the front line, you have Mons on the back line as well. We're going to be seeing this. Wow, this is going to be quite an interesting match. I think this is definitely not going to be a passive game at all between the two teams.
It definitely is as well. Like, and if you just look at it from a whole, right, you see there's a little bit more of a Poke potential, especially coming from the side here from Team Ultimate Kai, especially with the Inteleon pick. I think Inteleon right now is in a really good place at this point here. This Poke potential as well, and when of course any starter Pokemon with Water Gun is always one of the most prime Pokemon moves to have. Especially, I would say it's a good execution move. But it's definitely good for securing at least most of those wild Pokemon here, or at least good, decent poking damage as well.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the draft, right, I think there's not much defensive mechanism coming up from both sides. If you see the front lines here, when it comes to defense, you do have the Lapras here. I do see that there's a number of ways for you to play about as well. You also have the Trevenant coming out from Team Kai Gaming, and beyond all that, if you see the support picks coming out from both sides, they're all offensive supports rather than defensive ones. This is definitely going to be exciting, and see how well they fare against one another. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 1 in this best of 3 series in between Team MYS going up against Team Kai Gaming. In a few short moments, we're going to be jumping into the game and we'll see which one of these two will come out victorious in this game number 1.
This is going to be a really fantastic game, I think, in particular, right? But in terms of the drafting, the composition here, I'm not too sure particularly who I'm leaning towards more on, who I like more, because like if you think of it this way, right, you have the Trevenant on the other side who's pretty great with CCs, right? He's one of those defenders that's really great in trying to not really the best thing. The best thing is so far Slowbro, but the fact that Slowbro is not there, this is the second best thing you can have to try to lock down on that Zoroark here, or any speedsters or any all-rounders here, to at least try to break that combo, to try to break that flow that they have for themselves. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're currently jumping into our first round of our best of 3 of today here. One of these two teams will be taking this win to see where they can solidify themselves as they move forward to the upper bracket.
Yeah, and of course, the lane stages have begun right here. We do see the Zacian at the top lane. I believe that's together with the Eevee going up against a Buzzwole. Here, definitely good. I think we're going to see some small trade-offs happening in between this, because it take a little bit of time for some of them to actually get online in the match. And here we see Buzzwole doing a little bit of scoring, but he's going up against the Eevee as well as the Zacian here having a little bit of immunity by scoring, but he's going to get taken down. They're going to be the first mon here down in this game.
I mean, that's one of the few beauties, right? When your Pokemon doesn't necessarily need evolution here, you just naturally you already have that natural stat to allow you to go hit toe to toe. But then again, popping in some points, I wouldn't say it's a very significantly, it's very quickly for them to turn out the tides. But the bottom side here, on the other hand, making full use of that range poke that we were mentioning earlier on during the drafting here. And now, especially since we got the Leafeon here, like some of our Pokemon here who only requires an evolution at level 4, making use of that advantage to go and try to poke them out as much as possible.
Yeah, and then of course we do see some AoE Whirlpool being used here by the Lapras. He does have a little bit of HP to him, so he can actually safely enter and exit into team fights, and that's going to give them an upper hand here for Team MYS in particular stage. Of course, a repeat here at the top lane is going to be by the Fatu as well as the Buzzwole at the top lane, knowing that, but we do see Zoro here being at the top lane.
This is actually very interesting here because like most teams that we've seen, right, usually have tried to prioritize getting those levels, getting those EXPs, but no, it doesn't seem for Ultimate Kai. They just want to try to get as much points as possible. I guess you could say a very objective mindset here, but of course, unfortunately for the Lapras, no way for him to run there, and the trainer will be able to knock him out, and that's going to give them a nice hefty amount of points and EXP. Yang trying to make his way to the bottom side, trying to see if he can secure the central area, but I think he entered the wrong neighborhood here, folks, and Boswell gonna give him a nice German suplex.
Yeah, quite a lot of burst damage coming in from Team Kai there. I mean, I think it was just at the wrong place at the wrong time as well. But all is good. I think it's just returning back to the lane here. It's just a 1-1 down as well. Meanwhile, we're looking here at the bottom lane. Quite a few interesting things going on here, and it's going to be 1 man down. It's going to be the Trevenant down here coming up from Team Kai Gaming. Whereas I still in the midst of all, they tried to make an escape, push back the Lapras, but this time Zoroark gets taken down in the hands of the Leafeon. Decidueye gets the Leafeon back here, getting himself a double takedown here at the bottom lane.
Oh, Decidueye and Leafeon just absolutely loving the range damage they have. Woodhammer comes in to try to lock down the Lapras as much as possible. The main look also has been committed by Yen to lock down Ibora here, the Hooper here, because they can't give it too much space. Yang unfortunately gets pulled back with the Buzzwole. Zorak, no choice, had to commit the skill to back off, but he will not back off alone. Taking one down with him and feeling absolutely thrilled about it.
Wow, that Buzzwole is definitely ready to brawl over there. Getting the lead here for Team Kai Gaming, showing that, you know, they are in it to win it here in this game itself. Not just for game number one, but also, of course, the whole series. And of course, we do have the Regirock here at the bottom lane. It's very crucial for them to actually take this down because it gives them the special defense as well as defense buff for them. Buzzwole leading charge. You've got a submission, but he's down on HP. He's going to get taken down here. There's going to be 4 months down coming on from Team Kai Gaming, looking for another intelligent side to actually make an escape here. And meanwhile, these basically goalposts at the bottom end might just be destroyed, but it's still not enough coming in from them. And also, they're not just scoring.
Got a little bit too comfortable there in that position, especially coming in from the Leafeon, allowing HT to get really nice and close and literally putting the full damage in, allowing them to secure that Regirock. Although that shield's gonna last for a couple of seconds, but then that Buzzwole cannot withstand the damage coming from HT. And he's already level 10, almost making it to level 11. He's currently on the roll. The trainer has trained his Pokemon well, and he's on an absolute roll. 3 knocks out in the process here, and look at the level difference here, Flavor. Zoroark is no longer he's not the kind of trainer you find at Route 3 holding the Caterpie. No, he's literally the Elite 4 now, and they need to find a way to keep him in check.
Yeah, he did too much side quests here in this game, putting himself in the lead here, currently at level 11 together with the Zacian. I think they're just snowballing through, having this advantage in terms of level as well as control of the game. So there needs to be a lot of work coming on from Team Kai Gaming here in this mid-game. Insane. Look at that. I think Amrion holding on the fort on his own here. Of course, the toss here coming from Lapras. I think that he's not able to actually win for defense here, but the water pulse there together with the combo with Zacian at the bottom lane here, giving a 2 KO streak for Zacian. Because going for a full score here, Lapras is going to have the opening. We usually want to give it to Lapras because I think if you were to compare, it's going to be much easier for Zacian to score. So whenever you can, you give it to Mon that can actually having difficulties trying to score. Yep, top lane. This is going to be impressive here coming on from Team MYS. They're able to actually take down 3 Mons from Team Kai Gaming. They lost the Buzzwole, they lost the Hooper, they lost the Trevenant as well, and they're going to keep scoring here at top lane. And meanwhile, taking down Leafeon here in the fray.
Oh, this is not good at all. It seems like the early prioritizing on objective points didn't really pay in their favor here, since since we see TMYS focusing a little bit more, prioritizing that levelings, and it seems to pay off in dividends here. They're trying to make up for lost times. We're seeing the level slowly rising, but we're still talking about a Zoroark and a Zacian who's currently level 12 and possibly level 13 shortly.
Yeah, and the thing is, if we look at the big team fights that will come up later on, but hold on to that thought yourself. Here comes the entry coming from the bus move here, dancing and pinching. It's going to be Zacian gets taken down coming from Team MYS. Well, Lapras with the Lapras Express. Oh! Wow, that was insane shot there coming from the Decidueye.
Precisely, Abe, and of course, I stand guard for the Hooper. Gonna be able to teleport them back out to safety, but they're gonna come back for it. No, they're gonna be trying to commit towards HT, giving them a little bit too much space and free roam around the map here. Need to try to keep him in check here, but still respect him. Oh no! HT realized that they're alone without the damage dealers. He goes right in for the supports. They know they can't do much against him. They can only delay the inevitable and top side, making full use of the CC and the mean look, locking him down in place. Dear friend Renegade, all he can do is just watch and pray.
Yeah, that was a really defensive attempt coming from the Buzzwole, because the thing is, if he doesn't actually make a move over there, they will actually try to go in for a score, try to hold him off as long as he can at the cost of him getting taken down. But I think, it did not stop them from, it did not slow down MYS in any way here. They're currently in the lead, 280 points to 54, and we're really left with 2 minutes and 30 more seconds, still waiting for the next Reggie to appear very, very soon, as well as the appearance of Rayquaza here at the central area, and that's going to be a very crucial team fight, and Team Kai Gaming is definitely looking forward to actually have the advantage of actually taking down Rayquaza and an opportunity for them to actually get some points of their own to win this match.
Yeah, and usually as well, when you lose your first space, the team that actually lose their first space will be given like a spawn of fresh new Indidis at the side of their lanes here on the both side. But the problem is look at how aggressive Team MYS is in terms of control, ensuring they're taking the EXP. And of course now Rayquaza has been spawned. Let's see who's going to be able to take the lead for this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be using Moonfly, but jumping in. Right now, they're losing out everyone. I think they were kind of rushing it because, in such a situation where the other team is actually leading, so Ultimate Kai actually has to be very, very careful, because for Team YOS, they don't need the Rayquaza. All they have to do is just screen out the members from Team Ultimate Kai, preventing them from taking the Rayquaza and just win the game. Whereas Ultimate Kai, they have more burden to shoulder on, where they have to take down Rayquaza, go in for the scores, and much more. And they were going for early commitments. They did not wait a single second. The moment Rayquaza appears, they jump straight right in. I don't think they actually had a solid plan on how they want to enter into all that. But then, look at one thing here. They tried to go in takedown for the Night with Foxy, but quite unfortunate. If we look at the point gap in between them, it's 953 against 68 with 1 more minute to go. Even though points are double from this point forward at the 2-minute mark, even if all your mons have 50, so if you have all 5 of them, you can only score 500 in a single attempt for everyone.
But it's such a big difference in levels as well. Like, even though 12 and 15, it doesn't seem like much, but it's actually quite significant. And Zacian just literally on a roll with the mean low locking him down in place. Boswell has nowhere else to go. And of course, Desilai having the free roam and for comfortability of just hitting it from the back lines, because he's just that confident that his team got him covered from the front, from the back. All he can do is just relax and see whether he can try to get some highlights for himself.
Yeah, there's too much to handle here. I mean, like, you have to remember, on the front end, you're going up against the Zacian. On the back end, you still have to be careful of the Spirit Shackle coming on from the Decidueye. And here you see the Knock Knock being utilized as well, the Unite coming on from the Decidueye from all the way to the back. So there's no one from Team Ultimate Kai can actually catch this backhand, backcap these heroes. So this is going to be quite problematic itself. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What a round. What a round.
It is an insane one. I'm really excited to see who's actually going to be taking this, who actually has done the most amount of damage. It's at times it feels like it was a Zacian, but in the end it's going to be Zoroark coming in with the big hits here. But not to say Yemo was not too far behind. It's like just a 1 knockout difference. That's just pretty much it.
Yeah, I think the thing about Zoroark is because he was literally just snowballing the whole time. Every time he sees an opportunity to actually take down the enemy mons, he actually takes some on that. So basically, it's like he was just shining as bright as a diamond here throughout the whole game. And there were times when I think where Ultimate Kai kind of underestimate the ability of Zoroark here in the game, where there were situations where I don't think they understand the amount of damage output that Zoroark can actually
Yep.
do. So whenever times when they don't really have anyone to actually go from backup, Zoroark just crushes them from time to time.
Yeah. The thing is this, right? I don't think there's really I don't think they were like underestimating the Zoroark here coming from HT here. I mean, especially now they got the good feel about it, right? But I think it's more because I think it's just like their mindset, right? Because they were very objective focused. You notice, right? Like even in the early phase, there wasn't much harass or much control over the wild Pokemon. It was just straight up like, okay, I'm gonna get 8 points. I got 8 Chaos energies. I'm just gonna dunk it as quickly as possible, right? Coming from the Buzzwole. And it was also relatively similar to the bottom lane as well. There was not much contention or anything. It was just more like we just want to put in as much points as possible. And I think that just gave enough space and comfortability for the rest of the team members of MYS to just get those levels, to get those damage in. And once HT reached that level 5 and it evolved already to Zoroark, that's where you start seeing just roaming around. He's just like, yep, we're just gonna look for fights. We're prime and ready. We're just gonna start hitting them as hard as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, I just want to highlight things like when Buzzwole was trying to score immediately at the start, trying to do all the small points. The reason is because it makes it easier when you don't have much animation time for scoring. And of course, this also benefits its health items as well. So basically, only at the early stages of the game, because if you don't take up on that opportunity, because at the start you want to take up all those wild mons. So basically, you just want to go straight up, get 1 or 2 points, and just go score repeatedly and try to max out all those health items. But anyways, that was game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an interesting one. A very strong opening there by Team MYS against Team Ultimate Kai. But that's not the end of it. There's still game number 2 coming up next year in this best of 3 series. Will we be seeing Team Ultimate Kai be able to actually get the win and force a game number 3, or will be Team MYS winning and making it a clean 2-0 win against them? We will get to see. But of course, these some of the highlights here that we see in that game number 1, just as what Yolonik mentioned just a while ago, that it's all non-stop action here in these team fights. There's not much attention being given to all those wild mons. There's not much opportunity for you to go about back into the forest to actually get all those small buffs in. It's all about engagements non-stop for all these guys. So basically, for MYS, the wild mons are literally basically the opponent's mons in this game.
Pretty much, they have a system, right? It's just seeing for Team MYS, they have a system, they have a policy already set for them, right? It's just like farm up, contest with the more high EXP wild Pokemon, like the Indeedee towards the bottom lane here. But once we hit that our power spike, let's just try to see if we can create the opening. Because like what you said, Flavor, Zoroark is the kind of Pokemon where once he starts snowballing, that's when he starts getting more control and starts really getting out of control in this case here. The trainer HT has trained his Pokemon Zoroark well in this case here. But seriously, what a match here, like you mentioned as well. This is just the first game here. And you know, I think this is one of the few benefits of a best of 3, is that the fact that the first game is always while of course it is better to always try to get as much wins as much as possible, but it also means that you do have a fallback. It's first round is always like, you know, touching the water, getting a good feel of your opponent, especially when you is more, I guess the right term is experiencing it, is believing it, that kind of thing. Instead
well,
of
I think they believe it. I think they most definitely believe it after experiencing that game number 1. But of course, we do see whether or not. I think I'm just curious to see how they're going to be drafting out their mons for this upcoming game number 2 or game number 3, because it basically shapes the way that you actually approach the remaining games itself. Either they want to play this more aggressive draft, or they want to actually play it to their own comfort playstyle. Or probably this is actually their comfort playstyle coming from Team Ultimate Kai over here going up against Team MYS. Because, you know, if Team MYS want to go all offense, they want to go all offense as well.
I mean, we will not know until we see that second round. Maybe actually this first round is just to test the water here. Maybe the second round is when they start being really analytical about things, right? They start banning out specific players. Like, hey, you know what? I don't think we can deal with the Zoroark. We can either not really ban the Zoroark, more like ban the Zacian here, or maybe pick a little bit more control focus here. I mean, since I believe the next round they will be having the first pick, right? So I think if they can try to get that slow bro in here for themselves, I think that'll be pretty great, or at least try to reduce the amount of offenses or pressure that might be outputted if the Zacian or the Zoroark gets repicked again.
Yeah, I think there's also other options of supports which can actually be very, very helpful here in case they're probably a sturdier one. Basically, survivability in all these team fights is also crucial for you to dish out damage and for you to actually do more in team fights. So we'll see how Ultimate Kai will approach these remaining games here in this upper bracket. Match number 1 itself right after this. And of course, Team MYS, they're on a good roll here. They've won their game number 1 and they look forward to actually win just one more game to make it a win for them in this series and move forward in the upper bracket. Or will Team Ultimate Kai be able to actually surprise all of us by actually winning over them in game number 2 as well as game number 3 if forced upon and try to make it a win for themselves and forcing MYS downstairs? We will get to see this very, very soon, Leonard. I mean, I think yes, of course, at the opening of the draft is that we do see that Mew was actually being banned here. I think it was something that a lot of people do anticipate. But whenever it's not being banned, there were certain circumstances when MYS doesn't even need to actually pick a Mew, because Nightmare Foxy, from time to time, he has proven to everyone that he can also play other mons other than Mew very, very well. It's just that that's one of his signature because he plays out really well. And Mew, despite people do question about Mew being buff from there were few nerfs going on for him. But the thing is, usually in these kind of situations, not many people out there do actually play Mew because it's not that simple to actually navigate. It's actually one of the tough mons to actually play around here. Like, this mon is really, really good. But then can you actually play him? So this time, we will see what will transpire in this game number 2. And we do see yet another Mew ban coming on from Team Ultimate Kai. And we see the Zacian ban coming on from Team MYS.
Yeah. I still believe that they're still opting to go for the Mew ban because I think they just couldn't handle the poking damage that's going to be outputted by Mew. Because imagine like your first skill you're able to get like, although yes, you're like you said, the macro for Mew ability is relatively difficult, but in the hands of Team MYS, I don't think it's actually going to be that difficult for them at all. For just on the safe side, go for the Mew, and Urshifu comes into the mix here. Now we are talking here. Now we're talking about it. And now, of course, Slowbro coming in to give it a decent amount of control. But would they opt to go for a second defender, the Umbreon? Yeah, I think this will make this a little bit more interesting. But no, they opt to go for the Trevenant for their second defender here.
Yeah, I kind of like this draft coming out from Team Kaimei. I think this one is more balanced. So they have this Slowbro, which does wonders. Quite a strong defensive mon here in the game, and followed up together with the Trevenant as well. Can play both defense and offense at the same time as well due to his lifesteal and heals. Whereas if we look at the draft coming from Team MYS, as usual, they have quite a list of offensive mons from their side, number of attackers. They do have the Lapras, which serves both sides. You can dish out damage at the same time as well. Have good mobility using the Lapras Express, as well as self-defense mechanism for himself because he does have a little bit of armor.
Oh, okay. So here's the interesting thing, right? Now it's a little bit more different, a little bit a quick switch up in the composition because, like, if you notice from the side from Ultimate Kai, you see they're a little bit more. They have a little bit more of an early game to mid game kind of burst of power spike compared to the side of Team MYS. A lot more scaling here through 2 stages of evolution here. But just in case, I think they just noticed it. Just in case, they're bringing in the Blissey just to give a little bit more of that support. Already anticipating the early aggression or potential pressure that's going to be coming in from the side of Ultimate Kai. Good call.
Yeah, very good call. I think this is a really good safety coming from Team MYS itself. Blissey does wonders because you can auto-cleanse. Every 6 seconds, you can actually auto-cleanse yourself. You also play out. I think this one, you have a few things you want to play out, but I do foresee that they might just be playing the Helping Hand safeguard for themselves. It boosts up a lot of things. You can increase your attack speed and movement speed for the whole team. You add that up together with Lapras, Umbreon, and of course together with the Blaziken. It does wonders for everyone. And yeah, everybody gets a free shield for 3 seconds as well in all these fights. So this is going to be quite an interesting thing.
It's going to be great because, like, if you see it as a whole, right, it's right now for Team MYS, it's all about holding out. And when I mean holding out, I'm not talking about like playing passively. No, they're going to be very proactive in their defense here, just to buy the necessary amount of time to allow Blaziken and Inteleon to get those levels to get to that final evolution here. But of course, is Ultimate Kai has their own perspective for things. Let's see whether Urshifu is able to break through this wall of a defense here. There's a lot of control, a lot of sustain coming in from the Lapras, Umbreon, and the Blissey combo here. So let's see what he's going to be able to pull through here, especially with the Espeon here.
Yeah, and Espeon actually packs a punch as well. Now you have the Water Bear, potentially a Water Bear being played out for Sai and Renegade. For Empress, for the Espeon also packs quite a punch. He has a lot of burst damage coming on from him if it actually locks on as well. He has his fair share of nerfs and buffs in recent times. I think it's still playable here for this particular match. So it's going to be a battle of evolutions here for, as we have one EVs on each side. We have the Umbreon going up against the Espeon, and we'll see how these teams go up against one another. So ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 in between Team MYS versus with Team Ultimate Kai here at the upper bracket. First round, we have Team MYS on the orange side and Team Ultimate Kai on the blue side this time about. Previously, they were actually in the other side. And Team MYS looking for one more game win to actually make it a win in the series, whereas Team Ultimate Kai is still at 0 wins after game number 1 and looking for game number 2 win here to force a game number 3.
The amount of pressure, getting some points in, but also getting some control on their side of the wild Pokemon here. And look at where Ice is. He's a little bit too deep into enemy territory, but he's not alone. HT is right behind him alongside with Kiko here. Can he be able to secure? No, he's unfortunately not able to secure that Baltoy, but he at least get the amount of pressure. But I don't think Ice will be able to walk out of that situation and is instantly gonna get knocked out.
Yeah, this invasion is not working. Yeah, well, it didn't work out a bit. I guess they got caught a little bit off guard here. That's going to be a win for Team Ultimate Kai at the current moment of giving back space to our Urshifu to actually get a little bit of levelings inside. And after clearing that up, it's going to bring back to top lane to provide a little bit of assistance to the Fatum and going up against the Lapras as well as a Chansey at the top lane. Let's see one more actually.
The thing is this, right? Although yes, it's unfortunate that our dear friend HT had to be knocked out there inside deep into enemy territory. But look at the level difference, right? They managed to divert so many players of Ultimate Kai. That's gonna allow a little bit more free roam coming in from the Kabaskan and even from Drizzle here.
Yeah, and of course here at the top lane, we do see scoring after scoring coming up from Yemu, as well as a hit at the top lane. So this is gonna capitalize on all these buffs for the health items. And meanwhile, just gonna be making escape. It's okay. It's a Lapras. Should be doing quite fine as well. Fatum here by Idora, still waiting for a little bit of time and to actually just having an evolution coming in very soon to a Trevenant. Having a little bit of space here. Oh, in the top, it's gonna be clearance coming on from Team Kai. I guess this time they mean business. Definitely look a little bit better here in this game number 2 compared to the previous match.
A lot more tension, a lot more contention as well. Foxy playing around the base here, but here comes Yang. He's already full form, revealing the fact that he's currently blazing in this case here. Urshifu is also level 7, going toe to toe here.
So right now we are seeing a different kind of game coming up from both sides, not going against one another too much in this match. So they're taking their time a little bit because they know that draft is a little bit different coming from both sides. Look at that Wood Hammer being utilized by Trevenant. Almost tried to clear as much as possible on the clearing one. Meanwhile, Blazing getting this matchup against the Urshifu. But Trevenant getting a double hit coming in, but it's going to be one Mon takedown here on the other end. It is going to be the Espeon down.
Really beautiful pick. A good decent amount of trades. Not really massive on either side, but very interesting that he actually went for the skull instead of the Serb. But I think they did prioritize a little bit with Serb. But Regice, of course, being secure on the side for Team MYS, and then Sally, unfortunately, our dear friend Renegade completely isolated from the rest of the team here. And now it's their turn to go on this run. The run is real. The Wood Hammer is great with the lockdown and the Thorn in place here. He even had the skull to try to press him back, but he's still up and running. That healing coming in from the Soft Boy on HT support, absolutely significant.
Yeah, that's shoving the Blaziken off away from the goal post to ensure that they're not able to actually go in for any scores. Right here, meanwhile, in the top lane, Yemu going mano a mano against this Kramer here at the top lane. Try to make it blink out here, but Lapras will be able to actually get that takedown up from that top lane. Should be fine because he has all those damage output from the Water Pulse.
Able to break down that first space here. Regieleki also has currently been spawned. Yang trying to find that prime opportunity here, and it looks like they're going to be able to find one. Espeon not able to get away in time, and Blitz is going to be able to secure the KO.
This is going to be 1-1 down. This is definitely, and Regieleki this down is going to push this top lane. So I think Team Ultimate Kai has to go in for defense, has to prevent the Regieleki from pushing forward. If not, it'll be an opportunity for Team MYS to actually going for more scores. It seems that Team MYS is determined to go for a look at that damage there, taking down the Urshifu. So it's going to be Urshifu down, waiting for Espeon for 1 more second. It's going to be coming back in there. Regieleki pushing forward here. There's nobody stopping them. 23 seconds on the clock, giving big, huge opportunities for Team MYS to score on them. But still holding on here. But it seems that hole on the Blaziken will be sufficient to actually take him down as well. More opportunity for Team MYS to go in for scores. And right now, Espeon probably not in a good place here, especially not getting any form of buff as the goalpost is no longer there. MYS just having huge lead here over Team Ultimate Kai in terms of points as well, in terms of level as well. We see the most levels here on the Lapras as well as the Blaziken from Team MYS.
Oh yeah, the Regirock also has been spawned as well. The rest of the team slowly making their way here, particularly Urshifu as well. Yang trying to get some points and levels into the mix as well. Honestly, they can able to catch Yang before the rest of the team comes by. Thankfully, you'll be able to reach the first base, get a nice burst of movement speed to try to sustain. Starting up the Regirock, trying to break it out as quickly as possible. But here comes the Cavalry here. And instantly, they have to respect that. No, Renegade want to try to steal it again, but no, Yang's not going to allow it. More knocks out here. Trevor on the back line, able to get his hand on the Intellion, not able to give him some free roam for the back line, but that's not going to happen. Yang having free roam without the Trevor to control him at all. He's having literally a thrill of a run here.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, they do have the buff coming out from the Regirock as well after taking it down, giving them huge advantage in this team fight. So despite them jumping into the goalpost for Team Ultimate Kai, they are still able to actually take down that Cramorant as well as the Espeon inside. They are just snowballing through here. Of course, Trevenant coming into the rescue, shoving off the Blaziken away. He can still sustain as much damage as he can, but can he hold on as much as he can? He would hammer being leashed out, but the damage output is a little bit too strong for him to handle, and down he goes for the next few seconds. Meanwhile, we do see Urshifu getting some points off at the top lane from Team MYS. Meanwhile, the bottom lane still pushing forward. Team MYS by the Espeon, Blaziken, as well as the Blissey here, pushing forward.
Oh yeah, more. Slowing things down. Can't believe he's still alive! Although yes, unfortunately he's not going to be able to stop the first base, but he managed to delay them long enough for the rest of the squad. He will go down eventually here, but Renegade doesn't really having the best of health. The rest of the squad tries to go to him for the second round, pumps the Unite move here, and Foxy needs to try to reposition himself, but with the amount of healing coming from HT, sustains him and he keeps him alive.
Yeah, that was a great time for them to actually have that engagement, because basically they're just 1 minute away from the Rayquaza. By then, they should all have their Unite moves ready for their best and final engagement here at the Rayquaza pit. Meanwhile, the bottom here is going to be a Slowbro against the... Wow, I thought that the Slowbro was able to actually sustain all that damage coming from Blaziken, but unfortunately I was wrong on that. And this time, once again, it's going to be this Regieleki takedown and hands of MYS pushing forward the top lane once again.
Wait, Flavor, you think the Slowbro can withstand the might of the flaming Bruce Lee? Really?
I mean, it looked like it could, but then I guess I was wrong on that part. But that was quite unfortunate. I think he was also trying to make an escape over there, and he didn't have much as well. He didn't have his Unite move, which was already been used already at the top lane. Yeah, basically, even if he did have one, holding doesn't do much, because if you dish out damage, it's not going to be sufficient to take down the Blaziken anyways. Yeah, and plus if you look at the Blaziken, he's rated at level 14 here in this match against a Slowbro at level 11. So who am I to say that he's able to actually do any of that? But meanwhile, here Rayquaza is already out. Now Team MYS, they don't have to do much. All they have to do is just screen out Team Ultimate Kai from actually getting the Rayquaza, but they also can go in an offense right to take them down here as Vicious Iron Renegade gets taken down. They don't have the Urshifu anymore. It's a 4v5 situation here. Espeon tries to make an escape. Of course, the Water Pulse. That was gonna be, but the hole's over there. It's gonna be used up and goes for chase. They're gonna get the Slowbro as well. That's gonna be 3-1 down. Only left out the Espeon as well. So Trevenant to go in for the defend over here, but the Espeon's gonna be taken down. 16 seconds on the clock, and here we do see Trevenant having the moment to himself, trying to defend against 5 mons from Team MYS, and it's not gonna do much because they're able to clean them out. Will clean here in that previous team fight.
They didn't even need the Rayquaza either.
They don't.
Because their priority is just like, you know, we're just gonna keep knocking them out to next Tuesday here, and just keep donking points after points, because they are currently at their peak, and there's no way, there's literally nothing in this round they can do to actually knock them back down.
Yeah, that's true. So right now, the only thing that Ultimate Kai can do is actually force this Razor with hopes they can actually get the last hit in. And they lost one of the big damage dealers here, which is going to be the Espion. They don't have the Urshifu in the next 6 more seconds, and if he actually comes back, it's going to take a little while for him to actually reach out the Rayquaza pit here. So for Team MYS, they just have to be careful to ensure the Slowbro doesn't get the last hit in. Blaziken's going to be the one getting that, and they're going to go in for more dunking and scoring action here on Team Ultimate Kai in the last few moments in remaining left in the game.
Oh man, what a round. Complete domination here. Making it away, man. Oh man, the thing is this is such a great round. I can't think of anyone more worried to take that spot, that MVP spot than HT here. I think he has just so much impact to that round itself, Flavor.
Yeah, I think this was just a great opener for Team MYS in this competition. They've shown time and time again why they're one of the best teams in the region. We're not just talking about Malaysia as well as Singapore, but in the region itself, as they made it to the World Championships, they made it to the ACL. We've seen their faces too many times, and we're more than familiar with all of these amazing individuals, all these amazing trainers in their group. But of course, I do have to applaud the efforts coming out from the Ultimate Kai for bringing quite a challenge to them here in the upper bracket round number 1 for this match. But unfortunately, it's going to be Team MYS winning 2-0 in this best of 3 series, putting Team Ultimate Kai to the lower bracket in their remaining journey here in the competition.
Yeah, the thing is, right, I somewhat get the idea of what Ultimate Kai is trying to go for. We're just going to go control. We're just gonna be like a glass cannon of a team, just going with all damage with no supports at all, coming into this round. Like it did aid them. It did aid them for a bit, but once the level just starts coming in, they just start overwhelming. And like the reason why we see a little bit more more aggression, right? Despite me saying that they should be usually on usual terms, especially coming from a team of MYS. When you have this scaling of Pokemon with two evolution, you would just want to just hunker down and just be proactive. But they were a lot more aggressive because of the fact they just know for sure hey, in terms of the healing game, we're gonna be the ones succeeding here because they don't have supports. They don't have any forms of shields or healing. I mean, sure the Traveler gets the heal later on, but in the early phase, they have all the cards here, I guess you could say, in terms of sustainability.
It's kind of tough. We're talking about the Trevenant, right? The thing is, yes, you can actually heal with all his abilities, but you have to do
later, right?
Yeah, much later. And of course, because of the deficit in terms of difference in the levels, he's not able to actually gain enough regeneration for him to actually sustain in those team fights. So basically, the burst coming on from Team MYS was more than what he can actually handle. So basically, if they were actually to go up mano a mano against one another on an equal leveling, probably Draft Turner could actually fare a little bit better. But it's quite unfortunate because they didn't actually have a very good lead in the game leading towards the late game. So basically, it's just continuous snowballing coming out from Team MYS. And of course, this is a little bit of graph we do see here from both sides for this game number 2. Basically, all the way from start to finish, it leads up and leading more towards Team MYS in this game number 2. They got everything. They got from Regice, they got Regieleki twice, Regirog. Yeah, they got Regice twice as well.
This is Pokemon, right? You gotta catch them all,
Well, they're not literally catching them. For those specific mods, no, they're not really catching. Yeah, they even managed to get the request on the last second before the game ends as well, which they don't have to, but just why not, right? Since it's already there, they just take them all. Well, we have a 4-1 down coming out from they gotta get them all right here. Yeah, so congratulations once again to Team MYS for winning the match over here. I believe that everyone out there is looking forward to see how well they actually do here in the competition, and we'll see whether or not can they continue the winning streak here in the competition through the upper bracket, or we will see more surprises coming in. But before that, let's have a look at the highlights here for this game number 2 between Team Ultimate Kai going up against Team MYS.
Oh, man. The thing is, even seeing right now, right, even if it's not for HT, right, Ice has been such a significant impact as well, right? Just understanding what his team has and what the team needs, right? Even at the part where, even though yes, we did mention that he did overextend himself a little bit and gets punished for it. It wasn't a really unfortunately he gets knocked out in that early phase, but it's totally fine because like the goal is just to divert as many players as possible. And the best part about this flavor is that the fear has already been embedded in most of these players, in the members of Ultimate Kai, and they're just like, hey, you know, he's so deep into enemy lines, let's have majority of the players just go and take him out, keep him out of our lane. But secretly, that was the main goal of it all, right? There was just so much space. By the time they got rid of ice, we already see drizzle, and even the combustion already hitting that level 5 already, getting that first evolution.
Yeah, and I think I do applaud the idea of them trying to actually do a little bit of invasion here during the early stages. We didn't see that actually going on happening in game number 1, but I guess for game number 2, they want to try something else and see whether they can actually help in terms of their performance in the game number 2. But it did work out a little bit for them, but I believe that there was a certain point where, while all that was going on, it does require Team Ultimate Kai to actually send off more of their teammates to actually help support and rotate to the central area to actually help them out, and winning that engagement in between Team MYS going up against the Ultimate Kai in the jungle area. But because of that, basically, yes, they did manage to take down the mons from Team MYS, but it gave a little bit room for the other mons from Team MYS to actually get their leveling, get a little bit of scores for themselves, and boosting a little bit on their health items. So yeah, basically those are some of the minor things that we do see in Pokemon Unite, where sometimes you don't benefit in certain ways, you do benefit in other ways here in the game, and we're definitely going to be seeing more of that later on, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys had an enjoyable time over there witnessing that upper bracket round number 1 match. And after this, let's have a look at the bracket and what we have thus far after concluding that round number 1. So in between the match between Team MYS versus Ultimate Kai, Team MYS won the match 2-0 against them, and we'll be moving forward to the upper bracket semifinals. They'll be going up against Team MSI. We have just won the match against Team Unity Bond 2-1. Whereas in the lower one, we do see Zerfit Gaming winning 2-0 against Team Huck, and Team Road to the Top going up against Team 7. They won the game 2-0, and they'll be moving forward to the upper bracket semifinals.
And the crazy thing about this as well is like, so for Team MSI and Unity Bond, so far they were the only team. I'm not too sure about the other series, right? Because although the scoreline is 2-0, but that doesn't necessarily mean like it was a very fast or very simple 2-0.
That's true.
Here. But Team MSI and Unity Bond seems like they had one of the most tension, the most struggle so far in our first 4 best of 3 series here. So let's just see like how well they will go toe-to-toe with Team MYS here. But of course, we have so many great games, many great series coming to us here today, Flavor. I'm really excited to see what other like competitions coming up, especially after that major patch here. Not much difference, let's be honest here, not much. But we do see a little bit of a rise and highlights to certain Pokemons here, particularly like you mentioned Mimikyu, and what we've seen, Blaziken.
Yeah, and that's something we can actually traverse and discuss about later on after this, before we actually begin the next game. But we do see that Mimikyu, I do hope to see Mimikyu to actually be played out at any point here in the competition, and see how well these trainers actually play them out in any of these matches itself. And of course, we do have our MVP of the match for this game. So we're gonna say congratulations to HT over here, the player of the match for this game number 1. And game number 2, going up against the Ultimate Kai. Definitely has shown his great gameplay using Zoroark in that game number 1. He was literally snowballing. Nobody was able to actually take him down. There were a few occasions where he was actually getting taken down in the game itself. But I think it would require Team Ultimate Kai to actually utilize a few months to actually make that happen itself. And I think this game number 1 is kind of tough to tell, because everybody was going aggressive offensive mode compared to game number 2. Game number 2 was a little bit balanced coming up from both sides. I guess they decided like, hey, I think we need to hold back and on our end and see what could work against Team MYS. But Team MYS, we know how they are. They like to play very aggressive in every single one of their games. They only fall back a little bit if they're required to, if things didn't go well for them in their previous games. We'll see.
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna be fair honest here. I think like what you said is really true and really correct as well. Really, actually, more like you really hit it on the dot there for sure. But I think we'll really see like what Team MYS is really all about once we have a little bit more they face a team in a series, in our upcoming series, with a little bit more challenge here, something that really put them in their place here, or at least make them to really work for that win.
Yeah, I totally agree. And of course, Leonard, it gives us great pleasure and honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next contenders here. This is going to be the match between Zarfik Gaming against Team Road to the Top. And if I'm not mistaken, this is actually is this the upper bracket? Round 2? Semifinals? Or I think it is. Yeah, this is the upper bracket semifinals happening here. Yeah, Zarfik Gaming happening here. So this is going to be quite an exciting match because one of them will be moving forward to the finals, having quite an edge here, where you're not required to actually play more matches by crawling through the lower bracket, meaning that if you stay on in the upper bracket, you will get to play less matches and have a much faster time reaching the grand finals or getting yourself tickets to the next stage itself. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be the two teams. You let us know in the comment section which of these two teams will become the winner and champion here for this match and moving forward to the finals. One of them will continue their journey and one of them will be dropping to the lower bracket. Now, here is the lineup for Team Zarfik Gaming and Team Road to the Top. For Team Zarfik Gaming, we have NT, Shan QQ, we have Chuberg, Can, and Aries. For Team Road to the Top, we have Cloudy. Lily, we have Jal, Genkai, and Bochi. I do believe that Zarfik Gaming, previously we do see them playing in the previous tournaments before. In all my honesty, I'm not so familiar with the players coming from Team Road to the Top, but a few short moments, we'll have a little bit of conversations with my good man here, Moonboy, if he's able to actually contribute a little bit to some knowledge about some of these players that I'm not familiar with from Team Road to the Top.
Yo, so yeah, I mean, Road to the Top is probably one of the newer guys right here on the block as well, right, Lava?
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
yeah.
But, you know, Zarfik Gaming, on the other hand, you know, we have seen them previously on the World Qualifiers previously as well. NT, Aries, these are two household names, we would say, in the MYSG region these days as well. So these two players are probably the one to watch out for, especially in a matchup like this.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, where are my manners? Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce you to my new partner here. Not saying that I threw away my other partner, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Moonboy Gaming joining us here for this next match. And Moonboy, how are you doing, good sir?
Yeah, it's finally great to be back right here on Pokemon Unite, and especially in our home region right here, MYSG. And this qualifier is probably one of the more important ones right here for the Singaporeans and the Malaysian players right here as well. So let's just take a look at what we are up for later on.
Yeah, and of course, I do love reading some of the info cards here for the team, starting off with Zarfik Gaming, if I may. All right, so favorite Pokemon playstyles, trolling each other. Okay, all right. Not really the answer to the question that was given, but okay. I guess that responds to the playstyle they like to bring. Not really a good time for them to actually do this in a competition setting, because knowing you're going against some of the top trainers and teams within Malaysia and Singapore. And the team's biggest achievement is second in the April qualifiers for WCS 2023. And of course, the team's expectation is to win it. Like okay. But realistically speaking, get second and qualify. Wow. Okay. I do respect, right, being realistic. Okay, getting second. I do wonder. I would love to have the opportunity to actually have a little chat with them and see, like, why do they say second, and then, you know, who do they think is going to be first? But of course, Moonboy, who do we have here for team? Or what do we have here for Team Road to the Top?
Well, for Road to the Top, their favorite Pokemon and playstyle is definitely going to be a chaotic team fight, right? They're all in for those big 5-on-5 kind of situation and just bring in the chaos to their opponent. Favorite Pokemon right here is Mimikyu and Dodrio, Delphox, Pikachu, and Espeon. So these are 5 Pokemon that's already in the game right now, but will this be their lineup later on as well? I mean, looking at the names, it looks like a pretty well-rounded team, but we'll just see what's gonna be their draft later on as well. Biggest team achievement, qualified for WCS West Asia Top 5. So they are a pretty good contender coming in as well. They did have some achievement under their belt, so it's all down to this: can they live up to the standard that they want to expect, which is try our best to get first place. But before that, Zarfik Gaming is in their way.
Oh, great. So one team aspires to actually become realistically second place, whereas the other is trying their best to get first place. Unfortunately, we can't have two teams on second place, but all the best to these two teams anyways. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is also a little bit of information card in regards to Zerfit Gaming. Now, bear in mind, these statistics are based on data that was actually extracted based on their performance yesterday on 11 November, as well as the previous game, which have just concluded in upper bracket round number 1. Now, some of the top or frequently used Pokemons on their end is Blastoise, which is 100% pick rate together with the Urshifu. We have a 50% pick rate on the Blissey together with the Hoopa, and 50% on Mew as well as Slowbro. I think most of the attention would definitely be on the Blastoise as well as the Urshifu, because here is one of their 100% picks. In most occasions, they love to actually play around with this. Blastoise, highly understandable, because basically this Mon is very good in doing in big team fights and more, and there's a lot of things you can actually do wonders with it.
Yeah, for sure. Right? Like with Blastoise, the Hydro Typhoon knocking the opponent up, that is going to be the key piece that they are going to be looking out for. But let's take a look at our road to the top. What are they, or like what kind of stats do they have in their previous rounds as well?
Yeah, and this is going to be the stats for Team Road to the Top. The average damage dealt, average damage taken, as well as the recovery from them. Now, of course, these numbers varies because you always have to remember the average damage dealt. The higher the number doesn't really mean that they're good compared to other teams which has average lesser numbers, because basically it so happens that probably the draft revolves around more attacker Mons, which dishes out more damage, and of course the enemy is able to sustain that damage. Much goes to the average damage taken as well as recovery, but of course frequently used Pokemons here. So when you see the Blaziken, Inteleon, Lapras, Mew at 100% pick rate, and we have the Slowbro and the Umbreon at 50%, Moonboy.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at their frequently used Pokemon, Blaziken, we have seen how well it does, right? Those quick Unite move again and again coming in from this Pokemon, and especially one of the latest in the roster as well. And not forgetting Inteleon, right? Being able to, Spider-Man around, just jumping from wall to wall, being invisible, and then sniping their opponent from a really far off range. So, with these two main damage dealer Pokemon coming in for this team, we are going to be looking at the average damage dealt from this team as well. We are expecting, lots of big damage, heavy hitter coming in from this team. Not forgetting Lapras and Mew. Mew being a really versatile Pokemon. We have not seen it in the previous game just now. He has 3 different kind of attack coming in, 3 different kind of defensive style coming in just from one Pokemon. And not forgetting Lapras being, as tanky as it is, and also with the Lapras Express, is able to rotate up and down really fast while fetching one of his friends along on his back as well. So I mean, if this is going to be the lineup coming in, I believe Mew will be the Pokemon of contention of these two teams.
Yeah, most definitely. I do agree with that. I think out of all those frequently used Pokemons, most of my attention is actually towards the Mew, because him having 100% pick rate, like compared to the other Pokemons that's available in the game, Mew is either he's optional or 100% tells you that this particular team loves utilizing the Pokemon, and at the same time as well, he or she is able to actually play to its full extent here in the game. Now, with this information in hand for both these teams, we'll see how they actually play things out and how they're going to ban them. And of course, we do see the Mew ban coming in from the other end here. I guess they do have the information in hand, and that's going to drop down the 100% pick rate coming on from Team Zerfit Gaming. We'll see. They do have other options. We also have to remember that if you ban the Mew, there's always other mons that these people can actually play. Probably they could actually play it better than that 100% pick rate over there. It's just that, it's probably just a curveball. It's probably just a shade just to show you that, hey, actually, we're not that good using a Mew. We're good at using other mons in the game. But the opener is going to be this Inteleon here for Ken. Now, having the first pick advantage for Team Zerfit Gaming, meaning that now their opponent can actually have a 2 Pokemon pick to respond to that particular pick itself.
Yep, having that Umbreon and the Urshifu, secure road to the top, that mean loop capability. So try to lock down this Inteleon as fast as possible before it gets away. And, this is a really good pick coming in with the Urshifu as well, right? It's kind of like a premium pick coming in. But on the other hand, Zephyr Gaming coming in with their own style of control with Anti on that Slowbro and Chubbuck on the Blastoise itself. We known, Blastoise is really notorious coming in this game as well. But with Slowbro unbanned, it's going to be a no-brainer coming in for Zephyr Gaming to pick this one up their hands.
Yep, so far quite a balanced draft coming from the side. They're focusing more a little bit on... They haven't really shown their hand and who their damage dealers are, but it's probably going to come out very, very soon as we're coming to the end of the draft here. They are considering picking up that Zoroark there as the 5th pick together with the Cleavable for themselves. We will see how this is going to be played out. So it's going to be a Blissey on the RT side and together with the Lapras, and also thinking of actually picking the Relodon over here, but probably a Alolan Ninetales. We'll see how all of this fares. But so far, quite balanced. We do see some really good sustained Pokemons here on the side of Zephyr Gaming with the likes of Slowbro, Blastoise, as well as the Cleavable there. Meanwhile, we look at the other hand. We also have the Blissey as well as the Lapras over here. Still looking quite okay. And the Alolan Ninetales will be locked in and it's going to be the final Pokemon here for the side of RT.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at RT's side of the field, right? Like, there's not much of damage coming in. Yes, there's a little bit of control coming in from the Umbreon. There's a little bit of, in and out coming in from the Urshifu. But, and with the slow coming in from the Alolan Ninetales, that is going to be, their control style kind of game. But I'm not seeing a lot of bursts, right? I'm not seeing a lot of, heat damage coming in. Probably this Urshifu is definitely going to be going in single style just to fill in the damage department of this particular lineup. But on the other hand, on the left side, it seems a little bit paper thin when it comes to the attacker side. Inteleon and Zoroark are very vulnerable once they are stuck with that mean look from the Umbreon.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of attention here on some of the supports here, especially when we look at the Cleavable as well as the Blissey. Is very crucial on them being around here, providing the utmost support to the top Pokemons on each side. I do believe one of the main focus here for Team Zephyr Gaming is definitely to provide the support for the Zoroark for him to sustain in team fights. Whereas if we look at the other hand here for Team Road to the Top, Team RT, they're definitely going to be paying a little bit more attention towards the Urshifu to ensure he's able to sustain as long as he can in team fight and dishing out as much damage as he can for Team Road to the Top. So ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be the game. We're going to be having the Zoroark here at the jungle area. And together we have the Urshifu. What do you call this? This is the Kupfu. Kupfu.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the lineup right here as well, right? On the left side, Zephyr Gaming has that Sobble ready, ready to go. But that is a stage 3 Pokemon. They have to try to scale him up as fast as possible compared to what Road to the Top have. They
That's
are
take some
a little
time.
bit of they are going to be a faster scaling Pokemon. They're going to have a lot of mid-game control moving forward as well. So the objective of Zephyr Gaming is to get the Sobble up ASAP to Inteleon and try to capitalize as much as possible.
Yeah, that's true. I have to agree on that. It's going to take a little bit of time when you have a double evolution Pokemons here on your end. Meanwhile, we look here at the top lane. I don't foresee any takedowns happening anytime soon because we're looking at 4 sturdy Pokemons from both ends. So we have the Chansey together with, I think what's the other one they actually have? They have the Chansey as well as the Lapras over on one end, and also going up against the Squirtle. Okay, not really, but then going up together with the Cleavable here. So they're still going to sustain, of course, with the assistance coming up from the Urshifu as well as the Zoroark to the top lane here. So basically, it's quite a balanced lane at the top lane. If any takedowns were to actually happen, it all boils down to the amount of damage output coming up from in between the Urshifu as well as the Zoroark. But of course, they're going to disengage and return back to the respective jungles to get more leveling and more for themselves. Meanwhile, giving a little bit of intention here for the middle is going to be the Umbreon against the Slow over here through the middle. Little pokes. I mean, you don't see much happening here. Just reducing their health a little bit.
Yeah, but you see 2 defenders going back and forth. That is not a fight that the Umbreon really want to take
Not
against the
entertaining at all.
Yeah, but however, on the top side, RT is trying to go a little bit of an aggression coming in, trying to focus, but Chubbuck is already in the War Turtle stage, so they have to be, but at the same time, Zephyr is not fully skilled as well. Aries going in for Bochi. Bochi might be a little bit of trouble, slashing him straight right down for the first KO.
That was a little bit off position over there, but giving a little bit of space for the Urshifu to clear out all those all those one here on the central area. Meanwhile, with the Sweetie, Intelligence already online over here. Squirrel is now currently at Warrior mode. Still not yet. The Blastoise doesn't have Unum anymore. His damage number going to be sufficient here. No, it does not. He managed to actually grab himself with the barrier to regenerate a little bit of HP over here. Try to do a little bit of screening to prevent them to actually go in for more score. But here comes the Zorua here, dashing and slicing here over the eye, and they managed to actually take down the Lapras coming on from Team Road to the top, and they're going to continue this engagement here at the top lane here with Urshifu jumping on and pinning down here. They're going to jumping in. Oh, Zorua is going to survive, and Urshifu's going to be the one taken down instead in the hands of the Blissey.
Alright, great catch coming in from the slow roll, just catching the Urshifu just at the very last moment before he exits the fight and just, trapping him there. The rest of the team just zoned him down. But Ares right there was the main damage dealer and just doing all she can right there to just take out as many Pokemon as possible. About 2 Pokemon is on the top side while the rest of the team focusing down on the Registeel. And right here, Zephyr Gaming has the number game. I believe this Registeel is going straight right to them.
Oh no, this is going to be bad for Team Road to the top, because taking down the Registeel actually gives you advantage in terms of your attack and special attack buff. So when you pair that up together with the Zoroark, that's going to be really, really painful together with Inteleon. So I think now is not really the good time for Road to the top to actually go for any form of engagements. They have to play a little bit safer because they're still holding on to this buff for themselves. So, but right now, if you look at the scores, it's very, very close against one another. 107 to 125. There's not much in between them. Meanwhile, Blissey tries to make an escape over here together with the Lapras. Ares down to less than half HP. Of course, a little bit of recovery coming on from the Wigglytuff for the end. And they're going to go in for the Regieleki attempt over here at the top, as they were not able to actually get that Registeel at the bottom. This could be the advantage they're looking for here in this part of the match.
Yep, and they already got control on the top side as well. Why not take the Regieleki and add some more pressure, having a 6-member on their team to push Zephyr Gaming back a little bit more. And this is the pressure that they are looking for, and this is probably our first 5v5 team fight right here on the top side.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity for Zephyr Gaming also to make something happen, because they also have Hydro Typhoon being utilized as well, hitting up on 3. But will they be able to actually capitalize on that to do enough follow-ups from that? Yes, they were able to actually do so as well. It's going to be a 2 KO streak in the hands. It's going to be 3 for this Zorua. He's chasing down even more, going up for the chase. Is he able to find one? No. Again, the Umbreon managed to make his way into safety with the Urshifu. Lapras, we have the Blissey as well. Lola Ninetales returning back into the game here. But instead, the one getting the goals, getting the points in, is going to be Zephyr Gaming rather than Team Road to the top, which has a 6-man advantage earlier on together with the Regieleki.
Great turnaround coming in from Zephyr Gaming. Big Hydro Typhoon coming in from the Blastoise and allow Ares to go 1-2 knockout, slashing back and forth, taking 3K under her name and just pushing them back, getting the scores that they needed and get the edge back that they want.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the moment they got the Blastoise, I think that was going to be a big opportunity for Team Zephyr Gaming, and they took advantage of the situation. They actually positioned himself in between, tried to catch up as much Pokemon as possible coming from Team Road to the top with the Hydro Typhoon. They were able to actually do so here. He comes into lockdown here. Alola Ninetales getting sliced and diced here in the hands of Ares, using the Zoroark, but this time he needs to make an escape. Unfortunately, he gets hold down here in the hands of Umbreon, and they're going to be taking 3. Lapras is going to be the one taking them down, and it's going to be 4 for him. 4 KO streaks for the Lapras on the side of Road to the top. This is the turnaround that they are looking for instead of Zephyr Gaming at this point into the game.
Yeah, Road to the top got the advantage, won that fight, but the rest of Zephyr Gaming is coming back out. Regirock going straight right to Road to the top as well. They're going in for the push. Anti in a very bad position, going straight right down, and they are on the chase.
Well, they're definitely going on the chase already. Oh, this is going to be huge. Wow, needing a bit, but then the damage is not there. Instead, it is going to be the Blastoise getting down together with the Wigglytuff over here. It's a 5v2 situation here. No, it's going to be a 4v3 instead, with Umbreon gets taken down over there, and it looks like Road to the top is able to actually take the lead here with the points 227 to 195. This is definitely going to be a very close one, Moonboy. I can feel it. I can definitely feel it.
Yeah, for sure, Flava. I mean, look at the level department, right? Yes, Road to the top have a little bit more of an edge after taking down that Reggie, but it's a really close game coming in. 195 is to 227. It could be still anybody's game, and it's probably going to be down to the wire, down to the final Rayquaza. But this Regieleki is going to give that winning team an additional edge in that final fight.
I do feel that it's quite unfortunate in the previous engagement that despite the Blastoise actually having a great opening with Hydro Typhoon, but there was not enough follow-up from his teammates. And the thing is, the teammates was not even in position to actually do any form of follow-up over there. So I do believe that he was actually in a position where he has to use it during that time because he knows that he's going to be using it once again before the Rayquaza attempt, but not really this time anymore because we're only 2 minutes and 35 seconds into the game. But I think he was at the time where he really needed to defend the goalpost, not really trying to take down anyone coming on from Team Road to the Top. But right now, both teams, this is going to be the chaos that they're looking for over there, and definitely not the time for trolling coming from Team Zerfit Gaming because right now they're on edge. They have lesser points compared to Team Road to the Top. And here comes engagement. Here comes the jump as well. Come from the Moonlight being utilized as well. He can jump on it. Is damage really there? There goes Hulk coming for slow run. This will happen. And then it's going to be the Hydro Typhoon. But the Blastoise utilized that. This time it is a much better trade-off coming on from before, but still not enough for them as we have a 3-man takedown coming on from Team Zerfit Gaming and 2 coming on from Road to the Top right here. It's a 3v2 situation, leaning more towards Team RT instead of Team Zerfit Gaming over there. Will they be able to actually take it on by having the Pokemon number advantage compared to the other side? Wigglytuff jumping in together with the Moonlight here, but it does not have the damage to actually go for any more takedowns over there. We do see the Blissey holding on to that damage. It's going to be getting it. It is going to be. Oh no, it's gonna be in the hands of Zerfit Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. They're the ones here with the Rayquaza, and they're definitely looking forward to be dunking some points in the face of Team RT.
Wow, I mean, there was a great fight coming in. Yes, RT won the fight just before the Rayquaza spawn, but you know, that leaving the Inteleon open, having the Clefable there to just taunting them and just keeping the Inteleon out of the blue for that final snipe onto the Rayquaza. Yes, Zerfit Gaming won the Rayquaza right here, but they're still behind on points. They have to start scoring right here to turn this around. 1 more minute on the clock. Could Zerfit Gaming turn this around? 100 points in.
Yep, that's 100 points for them, putting them at 295 over here, and looking for more. Inteleon tried to go for a little bit of scoring, but they get screened out by the Lowland Ninetales here, together with some members coming on from Team Road to the Top. 45 seconds on the clock. There is ample amount of time for both sides to do a little bit of scoring. We do see the Umbreon here at the bottom lane, and meanwhile, Zora here, all tries to unite, but unfortunately gets taken down before able to utilize it at any much here over there. Force Rapids being utilized over here. Comes Jump coming from Slowbro, trying to stop any form of scoring attempts coming on from the Lapras or even the Blissey here at the bottom lane. More screening, 22 seconds on the clock. It's all defense coming up from both sides right now, and it seems that from Road to the Top, they are marching forwards to the left side of the field here, trying to get a little bit scores, but the top lane is still ongoing, Moonboy.
Yeah, on the bottom side as well, there's a little bit of scoring. Could they score? NT, 1 man holding 3 men down. 4 more seconds on the clock. And there we have the Interrupter once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the closest game we had yet today. And I believe it's going straight right to Zerfit Gaming in a very close lineup with NT holding 3 men down on the bottom all by himself.
That is a close one. I feel so bad. So bad for Team Road to the Top because they were really pushing it on that last few moments of the game right there. Tried to go for scores, but then the screening coming on from team members from Zerfit Gaming was a little bit too much to handle. That push coming on from, well, basically they have the Slowbro, they have the Blastoise as well. They can actually disturb the animations and more. Despite, I don't think they actually had a Zoroark. I think Zoroark was actually down, so he was able to come back at the last few seconds of the game, just dishing out damage. But basically the idea of screening out your enemy from scoring, that was insane, and that has got to be the closest game we've seen so far here for the day.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, it looks like, you know, at the 2 minutes mark, the whole of Zerfit Gaming was down, and Road to the Top actually have a really good positioning onto their Rayquaza, but them not noticing that the Inteleon was nearby was the biggest problem, allowing them to get their final hit onto the Rayquaza steal, and everything just flips over from there as well. But NT really good, really well, you know, hold the bottom lane really well against LY Calamity, and I believe it was Gel on the bottom side as well, right? Like, you know, or just, you know, not allowing them to score a single point at the very last moment to secure them the win in round number 1.
Yeah, I have complications trying to see who can I award an MVP for this particular match. I believe that we need more games to observe before we can actually determine one for here. I do really want to give it to Churbert because he's done some really good Unite over there. The Hydro Typhoon was really spot on. Of course, the second attempt wasn't really that good because there wasn't much follow-up from the team. I wouldn't blame him for that. I think it was more of a defensive mechanism. Despite him not really being the main damage dealer for the team, but the setup was just beautiful. I think we will see more and more in the upcoming games, Game 2 or even a Game 3, if we're given the liberty opportunity to actually do so. Moonboy, I dare say that was a beautiful game from these two teams, and I think we are about to witness some more amazing moments in the next few matches.
Yeah, for sure. I believe this might go even, all 3 games, right? Because both teams are just so well, and it's down to the draft that they will be, coming up for. That the draft is going to be really important for these two teams. What are you going to deny your opponent from? Are you going to deny Aries from the Zoroark? Are you, take the Italian first pick away from Zephyr Gaming as well, because these are 2 key Pokemon in this matchup that actually make the difference. And NT on that Slowbro, man, those well-timed telekinesis really allow them to win fights after fights again and again.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, being Slowbro, he can just sustain in team fights. Other than telekinesis, holding down the enemy, you can also sustain together with your slow beam as well, which is very, very good. Come to a surprise during the draft is that we didn't see the Zacian being utilized, which is one of really good heroes, one really good monster to actually be picked in the game itself. But we'll see if it actually gets picked up in the next one, because it wasn't being banned, it wasn't being counter-banned in any way. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the highlights in that game number 1. Some of those exciting moments that me, Moonboy, and together all of you get to share together. Witnessing this match between Team Road to the Top and Zephyr Gaming. This is just beautiful Pokemon Unite game being played out here. Defense is the best offense, and this game proves it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have a really tanky lineup on both sides as well. They're just solely focusing on taking crucial picks after crucial picks. And take a look at this, that Inteleon with the snipe onto the Rayquaza to close off the round. And this is just a really back and forth game moving forward as well. NT, one man holding three opponent off that field. And it's not an easy task for one single Slowbro to hold them down. This is just pure Pokemon Unite coming in. What is the mechanics coming in? What is the main picks that you should take out first? And this game really displays coming in from both teams.
Yes, I do agree in that. I do see the idea on why Team Road to the Top really wanted to rush the Rayquaza, because they were having the advantage of having 3 Pokemon compared to the opponent. They only have 2. But even despite that situation, you always have to remember that despite having the numbers, you always have to remember the burst damage you want to get it. And that basically the last hit you want to get on the Rayquaza. It was very unfortunate, despite them having the advantage in terms of numbers. It was actually Zephyr Gaming getting the Rayquaza. But even though they got the Rayquaza, in the remaining time they were not able to push forward, try to go in for any form of scoring. Because by that time, all 5 Mons have already returned back into the game. So they go in for defense mode, but it was enough for them to actually go in for the win. If Team RT actually gets the win on that Rayquaza, it will probably be a different result altogether, but who knows. Things can't say much because we didn't actually see that thing happening, but we do foresee some great games happening very, very soon here. I do look forward to game number generally. I do want to see how they're going to draft out this upcoming game. Probably are they going to be playing more or less the same on what they brought for this game and probably do it slightly better to have an edge compared to their opponents, or will they do something else? But honestly, I don't think what we saw was really chaos. I don't think what we saw was actually trolling in any way. I think they were well coordinated to a certain level. It could have been tightened up a little bit more in the remaining games, and everyone out there who's watching that game knows how well these two teams are here in the competition, and not just in this particular matchup in this best of 3 series, but also in all the remaining games. These two teams are teams to watch out for.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like I believe there will be some minor adjustment when it comes to the draft moving forward as well. Probably the main ban that they have to go for is definitely going to be the Slowbro, because that Slowbro literally stopped their whole entire game plan. Yes, the Umbreon did get a few good mean looks for them to take some picks, but the Slowbro was NT on the Slowbro is just too good, right? Those well catch telekinesis or even slow beam coming in to just stop every single play, and every single slow beam is on point on the right target for Aries with the Zoroark to just take it out as fast as possible. So if they have to Road to the Top wants a little bit of changes, they have to target down that Slowbro away from NT.
Yeah, but targeting the Slowbro is not going to be an easy feat. Definitely, it's either you want to play up against the Slowbro and then basically hold him down in the match. But the thing is, a Slowbro is literally very, very sturdy. I mean, like, you can play different play styles with it. You can either play out with Surf, Telekinesis, you can also go with Amnesia, making him more sturdier in team fights where you can't actually take him down to certain points. And then you also have to remember he has the we have the slow beam as well. There's so many things you need to consider. You want to take him down, it will take a lot of effort just to take that one Pokemon down. So it's going to be very, very hard itself. I think the best way to do it is just ban and not let them play it at all. I think I kind of forgot what was being banned in the first draft. I know that the Mew was being banned as a respect ban, knowing that one of the players from Team RT actually plays it very well. So I think the other one, what was the other ban from Team Zero?
I think it's a Hoopa. Yeah, it's a Hoopa and a Mew.
Yeah, it's a Hoopa, man. Yeah.
So I mean, if you want to ban Hoopa, you're saying that, I don't really want to do with fast mobility coming in as well. But knowing that your opponent have a really mean Slowbro, maybe letting go of the Hoopa and get the Hoopa off that first pick is probably your might be your particular game plan moving forward.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. But we'll see what they will bring in this next upcoming matches over here. I would assume that probably they will still continue on banning them. You're not allowing it to actually be utilized in the draft itself. So let's jump into draft, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we're gonna kickstart it with the ban phase coming up from both sides. Now everyone will be given the opportunity to actually ban and show who they'll be banning here. Again, still with the Hoopa, and it does look like they are going to allow the Mew to be played here for this game. As you see, Road to the Top is not banning the Mew, but they're banning the Inteleon instead.
Well, but I mean, Road to the Top have first pick advantage, so maybe the first pick might be a Mew. They might be a little bit scarred from the Inteleon in the previous round as well. But there you have, the votes have been locked in as Inteleon and Hoopa will be banned and Calamity have that first pick. This is going to be an important pick moving forward, and it's definitely going to be that Mew to close it off.
Yep, that's true here. So basically now they're playing with the Mew here. Let's see how well Mew actually fares out. They're very flexible Pokemon, I would say. You can do wonders with them. Depends on how we want to approach each of the team fights. Now this gives an opportunity for Team Zerfic Gaming, not only locking on to the Slowbro, but for the all-awaited, it is going to be the Zacian as their second pick here for their end. Now this Pokemon packs a punch over it and a very strong opening for them. I do wonder on how basically Team Road to the Top is going to respond to this, because Slowbro is actually on the other end. There's another way to do it. Is also you can actually utilize a Leafeon to actually go up against the Zacian as well, to actually going for takedowns. You just have to lock him down in some ways to prevent him to actually dish out damage to your team.
Yeah, I mean, the mobility and damage potential coming in from the Zacian is really strong to deal with. While opponent are on the Road to Top side, they have the Blastoise, they have the Lapras going in as well. If this Delphox is chosen, right, that Fire Spin is going to be trapping the Zacian, and they could capitalize on that if they choose to target the Zacian down as fast as possible. But Ken, though, on that Sylveon is going to be really tanky coming in. It's going to be doing a lot of poke damage, and hopefully the Zacian to close it off, and Aries hovering over that Decidui, that could be, that final snipe that they need, or the replacement that they need for Inteleon.
Yeah, of course, they're still comfortable with having that Blastoise on their end for Team Zerfic Gaming, and having the fanciful fireworks coming on from this Delphox is going to be very, very good, as actually to prevent all this healing coming on from Team Zerfic Gaming. So we'll see how they're going to approach this here from Slowbro, as well as we have this, is it a Clefairy? This is Clefairy now.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's what you said, right? With the fireworks coming in, you could block the Moonlight from the Clefairy. It seems like a very aggressive kind of lineup coming in from Road to the Top, right? You have Lapras Express to help with the mobility. You got Hydro Typhoon to initiate fights moving in, right? You got Urshifu going in and out. You got Big Hitter coming in from the Mew. I love this lineup coming in from Road to the Top, and it's looking really solid. But the thing is that, could they sustain? There's not much healing coming in, or support healing coming in as well. So they really have to finish the fight as soon as possible, and maybe, just maybe, gun down the Clefairy first, so that it could not heal their opponent at all.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you want to pay attention to the Clefairy. Now, the question is, who's going to handle this Decidui? Now, he's quite a range Pokemon here, so he's quite a marksman. He positions himself actually very, very far away, and he also has the Unite move, which is the knock ability. The only one who can actually go in for a backup here based on what they have from Team Road to the Top is they only have the Urshifu, who has the mobility to actually go up against them. I really don't want to talk much about Lapras using Lapras Express, which is very situational because it's a Unite move. It's a very high cooldown. But the only one who can actually do this is only going to be Urshifu. Will this be problematic for Team Road to the Top, as they don't have much on their end to be able to take down or respond to this Decidui on Zerfic Gaming, son.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like you have to try to stop the Decidueye from those snipes or like those range attacks moving in. Decidueye does have a really wide range with the Spirit Shackles as well, so they have to be really careful and try to pick Ares off as fast as possible, and try not to allow her to scale as much as possible. Chobak going in for the offense, and look at this aggression coming in from Zerfic Gaming.
Yeah, so I guess there's a short pause going off here coming from both sides, giving us a little bit of breather here for the game for both teams to actually regroup and think about how they want to approach this game over here. But so far, draft-wise, I'm loving it coming from both sides. Do foresee that some really good team fights might just happen. I think the scale of balance, if we compare to game number one has more defense coming on from them, and this time we do see a much more better balance coming from both sides. We see who will come out on top. But Moonboy, I'm very curious to you, which draft would you prefer compared to both of them, between Road to the Top as well as Zerfic Gaming?
Well, both lineup look really solid, but I would go with Zerfic Gaming, knowing that there's a Decidueye on their end, right? Those far range snipes is going to be important, and the those far range snipes is going to be important for objectives moving forward as well. Be it the Rayquaza or the Regitop or the Regibottom. So that is a really well-rounded kind of they have healing, they have sniping, they have damage coming in as well. So it looks more well-rounded compared to what Road to the Top have. Yes, they have a really solid lineup, but they have, like what you said, they have to answer to the Decidueye.
Yep, that's true. I think I like the part where you also mentioned about the Rayquaza attempt as well, because that will particularly happen right here. Oh, look at this. Sprinting through, stealing all the citrus berries coming on from Team Zerfic Gaming. Naughty little Calamity on that Lapras. Wow, capitalizing on that mobility, just sweeping through like nobody's business. What a play.
Yeah,
I'm very happy the observer caught that.
Really sneaky right there, but LY immediately going in for that 2 KO scoring and having a really huge advantage on the top side as well. Zacian is not yet level 5, she's not yet skilled fully, but on the bottom side, they have the numbers advantage. They got a little bit of a pushback on the bottom side as well. But Chobak is not going to rest, he's going in for the Mew, knowing that the Mew is the most teen Pokemon on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see how well this Mew actually plays on in the game now. Has a 100% pick rate before this. I think the reason being is because the other teams during the group stage, I think the elimination rounds previously, before they come to the playoffs, they were not able to have a good read on what are the drafts or the kind of play styles that their opponents actually play out. So when they arrive here at the playoffs, they have a better understanding, and that's why the Mew ban actually comes out only at this point in the competition itself. But coming back into the whole game over here, we do see that Team Road to the Top having the lead here by having 46 points compared to Team Zerfic Gaming not being able to score anything right here. Oh, here comes this kind of and here's a body block there coming from the Clefairy. Very good time of here. Chobak with the Zacian and top lane. Oh, here comes the strike from the Urshifu. Has the advantage of it, trying to make an escape. Grabs one berry, doesn't get the second one. It's going to be the hands of the Wartortle, giving the opportunity for Urshifu as a Wartortle and Mew just go a little bit of scoring here at the top side, giving room for Zerfic Gaming at the bottom end instead. With the likes of the Decidueye, Slowbro, we also have the Sylveon as well.
Yep, great pressure and dive on the top side to not allow the Zacian to get any point of skill. And Clefable finally at level 5 right here. But looking at the level department, it seems like, Road to the Top have a little bit of advantage coming in. LY moving really well on their Urshifu. And that might be, if that Urshifu scale any further, that might be the turning point that they need, or the key piece that they need to take down Zerfic Gaming.
Yeah, but of course, if we look at Team Zerfic Gaming side, the highest level is actually the Decidueye here. So basically, we have higher damage over there. Look at that, shooting it off. Missed out a little bit on Lapras, but it's okay. Gonna go in for more later on after this. Lapras, despite being low in HP, still moving forward. Gotta be a little bit careful over there. Meanwhile, Lapras slicing and dicing, hitting off on the opponent, but not be able to do much. Look at that, the light screen together with the solar beam coming in from the Mew as well, but no one gets taken down over yet. Everybody looking still quite healthy, trying to get this Registeel, giving them an edge over here. The ones getting in is going to be in the side. It's going to be the Lapras getting the last hit in. Now this is going to be advantage for Team Road to the Top to actually get a little bit of attack as well as special attack on their end, and they're going to march forward here, taking down to, it's going to be 2 in the hands of Mew, and it's going to be yet another for Lapras as well. Wow.
Wow, great push coming in from Road to the top, right? Like knowing that that is going to fight, backing off, get a little bit more healing from the berry and come back stronger. And with the Hydro Typhoon to initiate everything else, knowing the right side, there's only the knock-knock available for them to dispose. They took advantage of that, having the extra Unite move to take them down as fast as possible, gets the score down and put Zephyr Gaming on the back foot this time around.
Yeah, gotta watch out for this lappers. I've been using a lot of lappers lately, but water pulse. I mean, like, okay, there's ways to use about it because it's a very conditional ability where it requires you to actually utilize it on more Pokemons around you, so you can actually have more damage and more pulses on your end. So it's a little bit weird, but if you get that right, you can actually dish out really huge amount of damage. So they were able to actually secure the Regiseals just now, giving them an edge in the team fight, and now they're going for more. They have the Regieleki on their end, pushing forward to the top lane this time about, but tries to make it escape. Zacian is able to do so, does get a little bit shield, but Urshifu manages to dish up enough damage to go through, penetrate through all that shields and go in for more damage, and it's going to be a 3 KO streak, a triple takedown here in hands of Urshifu, and definitely not something that you would want, especially going up against Team Road to the top, as giving way for Urshifu to have more experience for him right now, as he's at level 11 together with the Blastoise.
Yikes, the amount of sustainability coming in, or the amount of sustain coming in from Road to the top is just insane, right? With the Lapras just going front and just defending and blocking every single shot, yet still staying alive with Mew on the back foot, throwing down Solar Beam to deal so much damage to the opponent that they have no choice, but they can't pick a fight against their opponent. Even a knock-knock is not going to be doing the trick for Zephyr Gaming.
Oh, this time about, Regirock is going to be the bottom. This time, we'll see if... I think this is going to be beneficial for both sides. They're looking for the buff for the defense and special defense come from both sides here. Here goes the drive. And use of Hydro Typhoon. This time, it's going to hit up on 3. Is N4 from behind? It's going to be rapidly utilized, chasing down on the Clefable, and he's going to be taken down as well. Zacian trying to make an escape with the Sylveon here, not be able to actually provide any form of support, and which makes it Zacian is going to be down coming up from there. And Trumon's down, creating a 5v2 situation over here. Zacian's going to be back right now and waiting for 2 more seconds for the Slowbro as well as the Decidueye, leaving a lot of space for the Road to the top to actually get this Regirock at the bottom lane. Now the team's defense, special defense is going to be increased for a very short time, giving the opportunity to approach the next team fights for their end.
Yep, so I mean, that was a really good chain of Unite move coming in from Road to the top, right? Hydro Typhoon into a fanciful firework, and the rest of the team just dive right into them and just take Zephyr Gaming out one by one. And there's no way to fight. Take out their Zacian, and there goes their front or their Vanguard attackers coming in as well. Zacian diving straight right to Bochi, and Bochi managed to get out there alive. But right here, Zephyr Gaming have a really good positioning on the Regieleki. Can they sustain it? Truba going straight right down to the Mew as well, and right here, Road to the top, able to turn this around. Ken, a little bit of trouble, going straight right down, as rest of Zephyr Gaming has no choice but to retreat off right here. Road to the top managed to turn this around and get, and I believe they have a really strong position onto the Regieleki. Also, Decidueye going straight right down. The Fable is all that left, and oh no, Slowbro being stolen. The Regieleki being stolen by the Slowbro as well, as the Delphox takes them straight right down. LY taking this Regieleki all by himself.
Yeah, I think this is, despite them having the Regieleki, they can't do much because it's just going to cleanly get taken out by Team Road to the top over here. And I think this time, compared to the previous game itself, Road to the top definitely has a clear advantage in terms of the number of points they have for their end. And we're waiting for the next few more seconds before Rayquaza actually appears in the game, and that's going to be one of the major objectives for both of these sides. Now for Team Road to the top, they have to be careful. They have to prevent, they have to screen out Team Zephyr Gaming from going for any Rayquaza attempts. And they also have to ensure that none of the members from Team Zephyr Gaming are naughty enough to actually try to get any goal points in through the top or even the bottom lane at any point during that 2-minute mark over here. Immediate engagement coming up from Team Zephyr Gaming with the knockdown being utilized as well. Down to half HP is anymore in here, but then we see the Blastoise jumping off from the back line. This all there, and it is going to be once again Delphox actually getting the hit in and taking down and it seems that immediate surrender coming off with the opponents. Are they allowed to? I mean, my apologies. It's my first... No. The thing is, this is the first time I see a surrender happening in... we never saw a surrender in ACL. We never saw a surrender in the West or East.
Probably muscle memory, right? Probably
Yeah,
muscle memory.
probably. Yeah, that caught me a little bit off guard. Yeah, so Rick was. It happens. It happens. I mean, we have to be honest. We all play Pokemon Unite. The moment you see that happening, you're like, okay, guys, that's it.
Yeah, but I love the movement coming in, right? The movement coming in from road to the top. The whole macro movement or the rotation coming in. Yes, we have 4 men down on the bottom side trying to get ready for the Rayquaza. But if you guys realize at that final fight, where was that Blastoise? They were flanking him from behind, from the top side all by himself, waiting for Zephyr to start the initiation onto the Rayquaza and then coming in for the Hydro Typhoon, for that sweep out for the rest of the team. And that was really good positioning coming in from Genkai. And, we have to shout this out to him.
Yeah, I think Genkai definitely is well deserving of the MVP spot over there. Now, the thing is, during that whole time, if you look at his positioning, he makes sure that he's already halfway through the map. He just has to find where in the world is this Decidueye. So I say, if I'm in position, I'm able to jump in and use my Hydro Typhoon to stop him actually using his Knock Knock or any of his long-range abilities, and then he's really good to go because he knows that that's one of his main objectives here during the team fight itself. He's able to solve that issue so that Urshifu can actually handle off all the other ones during the main frontline battles, then they're good to go. And basically, this is a very convincing win for Team Road to the Top here for this particular game. It was definitely a different game altogether based compared to the one that we observed in the previous one.
Yep.
And hats off, both teams have displayed great sportsmanship, great display of skills here in this match, and we're very well entertained.
Yep, I mean, it was not exactly the closest game that we've seen just now, but what Road to the Top actually did the whole game, if you guys realize, was to control the Zacian, right? As long as the Zacian is not skilled, as long as it's always under control, always being stunned, always being knocked up, and that Zacian can't make an impact to their opponent team. And yes, it could have a lot of damage potential, but as long as it's not scaling, it's not doing anything against their opponent.
Yeah, I think the Zacian had some sort of additional support other than actually having it from the beginning. I think you can actually do more here in the game. So it's kind of tough, So could have done wonders, but yeah, basically I wouldn't say you're quite fragile as a Zacian. It's just that, basically on the other end you still have the Urshifu, but it's still sustainable. The Zacian got taken out real fast here during the team fights as well, so it's not able to perform much. But we'll see. I think people are quite happy to see that Zacian was actually being utilized here in the draft compared to the previous one, and we'll see whether it will be yet another pick in the remaining one.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if Zacian's going to be the right pick coming in for game number 3, but we should let's just take a look at the highlights of what happened just now in round number 2. Take a look at this, right? Chubak always being taken out really early as well, as LY just keeps him under control, and everything is just history from then on. Yes, Zephyr Gaming have a really good positioning, but Road to the Top always win this team fight against their opponent just because they have the additional level advantage, they have the additional Unite move advantage as well. Chubak first one to go once again, and then they gun down the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I think during all the team fights as well, since they're allowing basically Team RT to actually have their hold here on the Blastoise, they were actually able to actually do wonders over here. I just say that I think we don't see the big plays as what we saw in game number 1, but it was still good enough as long as able to actually be more objective based here in this particular game. And if we were to basically evaluate the performance in between the main course, the main attackers in between both sides, I think Urshifu is able to actually be there on top compared to what the Zacian has to offer for Team Zerafate Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. Like the dive potential coming in from the Urshifu, just diving straight right in, do whatever damage that you need, and then get back out and let Mew do the rest of the cleaning up after that. Yes, they have to reach with the Solar Beam. They got Electro Ball to just follow them back to wherever they're retreating to as well. So there's so much potential coming in with that particular lineup. So now the biggest question is, how is Zephyr Gaming going to be answering them in game number 3? We have a really close game number 1. We got landslide game number 2. Can Zephyr Gaming keep their performance up?
Yeah, it was a flip here in game number 2. Another scores are tied 1 for Team Zerafate Gaming in game number 1, and for Road to the Top Team RT winning that game number 2, tying up 1-1, and we're forced into a game 3. Is going to be the deciding match. One of them will be moving forward and still continue their journey through the upper bracket, and the other one will be dropping down to the lower bracket. Will be Team Road to the Top, or will it be Team Zerafate Gaming? We'll get to know more about this very, very soon after the conclusion of game number 3 itself. And yeah, I think because both drafts were a little bit different than the other, I do see that they're quite flexible when it comes to drafting and play styles. So
Yep.
I think game number 3 is definitely something that everyone is definitely looking forward to, what they're going to be playing there. Now, the question is, based on what you observe, having the ability to allow Mew to actually be played out in that draft, right, for Team Road to the Top, do you think that basically Team Zerfit Gaming will allow that to actually happen once again, or will they probably just continue back with their initial ban of that Mew ban, just like game number 1?
I don't think Zephyr Gaming would allow that Mew to be picked again because, like, game number 1, Mew was banned out by Road to the Top, right? And game number 2, Road to the Top have first pick. So, this way, they secure that Mew for themselves. So when it comes to game number 3, would Road to the Top allow that Mew to be open, or would they just close it off and allow Zephyr Gaming to have that Inteleon in their arsenal as well? So it's all down to that draft moving forward, and whoever is going to have first pick in this game number 3.
Yeah, of course, we're going to have a look at the information card here for some of the team members here from both sides. Of course, we have from Zerfit Gaming, this is Shen QQ. All right, for someone saying, frequently use Pokemon using up the Mew as well as the Blissey, some of the damage, average damage dealt, damage taken, as well as recovery. Now, these numbers, yeah, I think this one doesn't really reflect much doesn't reflect much because you have to remember that although one of the team or one of the players actually has more damage over there, this is just average damage based on the performance yesterday in 11 November, including the previous match we saw themselves. I do believe that there's a little bit of mix-up over there, but this is actually for Bochi from team, Bochi for Team Road to the Top instead. So basically Mew at 75% and Blissey at 25%.
Yep, this shows that this fella, right, this player actually has flexibility. He can be the DPS of the team, but at the same time, he could drop back and be the supporter of the team as well. So, this is what Pokemon Unite is all about, right? Having a all-rounding skill when it comes to a game like this. Sometimes you have to go for the offense, sometimes you have to be the support player of the team. And this particular stat shows that what Bochi could do and what kind of caliber this kind of player is in a competition like that.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, you can actually utilize other Pokemons as well. If it was being banned, should be no biggie for him, I do believe as well. But next up, we're going to also be looking at Shen QQ from Team Zerfit Gaming. And basically, some of the two frequent used Pokemons here in the competition is going to be the Clefable as well as Blissey. Now, this is very situational as well. The numbers don't really reflect much because it's very situational based on the way that the draft goes around. So I think it's not really... I would assume that there's a very high chance that these two Pokemons are not being banned out during the ban phase. There's other priority bans out there, but if it suits playing a Clefable, a Blissey, or even a Wigglytuff here in the game, that's how they actually play it out.
Yeah, for sure. Right? Like these two, support Pokemon has been one of the best healers in the game yet. And, with Moonlight, you could heal up everybody as well. And we have seen Shen QQ actually demonstrate really well in game number 1 with that Clefable to just heal up the team for them to get ready for that next fight. But however, on game number 2, the Clefable, the healing power is not as fast compared to, what a Blissey could do, and unable to keep that session alive as much as possible. So we are down to see, what Shen QQ could bring in game number 3 and how well could he support the team to victory in the next game.
Yep, that's true. I believe that I don't see any of the same also utilizing. At this current moment, since we'll only observe roughly around 4 games, 2 in the first round and then 2 here after concluding game number 1, number 2 in upper bracket semifinals. We've only seen 4 games. We see people utilizing Pokemons like Blissey as well as Wigglytuff. Basically, I think it's Blissey as well as Clefable. We haven't seen Wigglypuff being utilized as well. We do see the Hoopa already, which is pretty standard because some teams just prefer to actually play the Hoopa instead of all this healing as well as defensive supports over there. Yeah, it's giving them more ability to move about and across the map during the game. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the 10th and final game here in this best of 3 series in between Team Zerfit Gaming against Team Road to Win. Zerfit Gaming on the purple side, whereas we have Team Road to Win. Road to Win for Team on the orange side.
Yep. Yep, so as you know, no-brainer coming in, road to top is not going to be allowing Zephyr Gaming to have that Mew in their pocket, right? If I'm not getting it, you are not getting it. The first pick going straight right to NT, and I believe it might be the Inteleon pick coming in from Zephyr Gaming, or, it could be that slow bro that NT is really good at, but, immediately with the Inteleon off the first pick.
Yeah, Inteleon is being picked over here. Blastoise once again, this time in the hands of Genkai. Okay, so basically we previously saw Genkai utilizing the Blastoise in game number 2. We have observed Blastoise being used by Team Zephyr Gaming as well. Both sides are fine with using the Mew, fine with using the Blastoise here. Aries once again on the Urshifu, and this time NT on the Slowbro for this game number 3.
Yep, I mean, on the right side, there's not much of a, composition or even main attacker coming in as well, with Blaziken being the first main attacker for this team. Genkai on the Blastoise was really mean in game number 2 as well. So, it's all down to Zephyr Gaming. How are they going to control Genkai or even know the exact position of the Blastoise roaming around? Shen QQ hovering over and locked in the Elder Goss, and that is going to be our first Elder Goss for today. Churbak with the Buzzwole as well. We're going to see some buff Mosquito just beating people down.
Yeah, he's basically, I think like Buzzwole and Pokémon's like Azumarill, they're just literal brawlers, I would say. They just jump in and punch, and then they also make an escape as well. I really like his Unite move as well. He's literally a wrestler in the game. We'll see. Yeah, he's literally a wrestler in the game here at Pokemon Unite. But anyways, coming back also to Team Road to Top. They are going to be taking that Delphox there as their final pick. Of course, I have to remember the Fanciful Fireworks. Unite move is also very, very good as well to be utilized here as a response to the Elder Goss as well being there. And they also be playing the Blaziken for Team Road to Top.
Yeah, we've seen Blaziken previously as well, right? Those combo and those hits coming in could even, mirror what a Urshifu could do, and the amount of damage coming in from overhit is just too insane to if you're actually in the range as well. So they have to be really careful, especially the Inteleon. It's gonna be the most tin or even paper Pokemon in Zephyr Gaming side of the field as well. But with the Inteleon, there's so much snipe potential onto objective, and it's down to Road to the Top. How are they gonna secure the objective as fast as possible? They have the Blaziken, they have to make use of it.
Yep, it's all about positioning over here, and we'll see how well they actually fare right here. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no way out. This is going to be the final game. The winner for this particular game will become the winner of the best of 3 series match. Will it be Team Zephyr Gaming, which is currently on the purple side, or will it be Team Road to the Top, which is on the orange side? This is the game right here. We have our Kukfu here on the jungle area at the top side. We also have, well, basically for both sides, it's going to be Lapras going up against Buzzwole. A little bit of assistance on the jungle area at the current moment. So it's 2v2 situation on jungle. Meanwhile, with the bottom, also 2v2 situation coming from both sides.
Yep, so Zephyr Gaming have to realize in this particular laning phase, right, on the top side is the weakest part of the field. They have to start going in and try to take down as much points, as much Pokemon as much as possible, because on the top, there's not much kind of offensive firepower coming in from Road to the Top. But on the bottom side, they have to be really careful with the Fenneking, and right here, they have to not allow them to get a Braixen as fast as possible.
Yep, that's true. I just want to check back. Was it Genkai who actually used the Blastoise earlier on for game number 2? So this time he's actually utilizing the Lapras instead and giving Calamity the Blastoise, because he is actually the Squirtle now.
Yeah, so I mean, we saw Genkai on the Blastoise previously as well. As long as it's going to be Blastoise, it's going to be really scary. And right here on the top side, Zephyr Gaming with the Aries up to the top side as well. They're applying a lot of pressure onto Road to the Top.
Yeah, I guess it's still dreadful in both hands, I would say, over here. Meanwhile, as usual, Aries need to pay attention to this particular trainer over here. He's forced to be reckoned with here in the game. He was just about to say they're going out battle against the Combuskin, but he's going to be the one taken down instead. That's going to be first takedown in the hands of Team Road to the Top. Quite unfortunate for the Urshifu. Giving an opportunity for it to have a slight edge here in the game. Despite it being a Combuskin, he was able to actually do wonders here in the game. Meanwhile, the top lane being a little bit aggressive as usual. Chubak on that Buzzwole.
Yep, and there, Bochi managed to get the steal from the central area from Zephyr Gaming. And, having the additional EXP is going to be bringing him a little bit further. As right here, as we see from Road to the Top, Blaziken is already at level 7, while Aries is still a level 6. That might make a big
he's
difference.
not done yet. Going in for Genkai.
Yep, Chobak going in for Genkai. Genkai able to survive off that one. And I believe, it's going to be a retreat coming in from the Basro.
Yep, and this time it's going to be a little bit troublesome for this Blissey, but he managed to take one of the stitches ready for himself, and he's down to half HP. But then, this is going to be a little bit screen here from the Elder Gods, but he's going to make his way down to the bottom lane instead, giving way for the Blissey to actually escape through the middle area over here. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is a 3v2 situation, 3 siding towards Zephyr Gaming, leaving the defense in the hands of the War Turtle. He's able to do so, no problem. I think, but a little bit assistance by the Blissey here, of course waiting for Delphox, as well as I think that is going to be the Blaziken, provide a little bit assistance as Reggie still appears here at the bottom lane. Here comes the jump, hitting off from 2 on Zephyr Gaming side, and the one's getting it is going to be in the hands of the Blaziken instead, giving the edge in terms of attack and special attack coming on from the side of Road to the Top. And they're going to be getting that takedown here on the Buzzwole. Making him down. Here comes the push, coming from their end, Road to the Top.
Right, Road to the Top is not allowing Zephyr Gaming any rest as well. They're just going in for the offense. LY really low out there as well, trying to score that 40, backing out with the support of the Blissey. Genkai might be a little bit of trouble, but the War Turtle, just Calamity pushing him out of the way. Genkai might be going down off this one, but Zephyr Gaming is not going to be pushing in the fight. They might be rotating on the top side, but Road to the Top is not allowing them any breathing space with Blaziken on the middle, ready to strike.
Yeah, the Buzzwole was definitely not happy getting taken down earlier on, but the moment he returns back into the team fight here at the bottom lane, he was able to do wonders and screen out the enemy members from Team Road to the Top from pursuing even further through these bottom lane. In the meantime, Calamity down low HP, surf his way out, getting a little bit of shields from the goalpost here, but instead it is going to be a counter-attack coming on from Team Road to the Top. They managed to take down on the Intellion, and now they're still going on for the chase on Slowbro, but they don't have enough on their fray to actually do even more to take him down. Gets the turns ready for himself, uses up the surf, a return surf coming on from War Turtle as well from the right side, but he does still have shields for himself. The damage output is going to be enough now. He still survives through on the left side. He's going to be the Elder Gods here with all the fireworks being utilized as well. There's not much recovery coming on from Team Zephyr Gaming, and they're still holding on as well. Shankyu is going to be making an escape, but Slowbro still holding on, still staying on in the lane, screening as much as well to prevent the team members from Road to the Top to do any more scoring on them.
That was a really good hold coming in from Zephyr Gaming. Like, having the Elder Gods, allowing them to sustain, allowing NT to sustain a little bit more of that fight. Even though there is a fireworks, but they got off the firework range and then survive a little bit more of that as well. But look at the level department. Yes, Urshifu just reached level 10, but on the right side, another 40 down coming in from Genkai, and the Blaziken is already at level 11. Road to the Top is so far ahead with Reggie Eyes available at the bottom side.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you would not want to happen, especially when you have the enemy cores having such a huge level difference against you. But Chuba currently in position, he was not able to do anything. He was in constant lockdowns over there with all the rapid spins and all damage output follow-ups coming on from the teammates of Team Road to the Top. Leaving the fight, he got something. Rapid spin coming in from the Blastars as well, but then the damage output was not really there. It is going to be a huge win there for Team Road to the Top as they get the Regis as well as getting more and more takedowns upon the team members from Team Zephyr Gaming.
Wow, I mean, that was a great fight coming in, right? Yes, Road to the Top have that great position. They take down 2 Pokemon away from Zephyr Gaming. But if you guys realize, from the middle, the Lepros Express managed to push them down. But right here on the bottom side as well, Zephyr Gaming going in for the push. Skills going in left and right. Blaziken gets one for himself. Aries might be a little bit of a trouble right there. Basso gets another trade off that Blissey. But it seems like Road to the Top having that Pokemon advantage and forcing Zephyr Gaming to retreat off that fight. The Road to the Top rotating straight right to the top side. They won that Reggie Lecky.
Yeah, I'm just looking at non-stop surfs being used here. I mean, look at the big wave of surf coming on from the Blastoise, just driving team members from Road to the Top away from the goalpost, prevent them from actually getting that shield buff from them from time to time. So, man, that was an insane battle despite having the advantage for Team Road to the Top. But Zephyr Gaming managed to push them out of the area and getting some points in for themselves. But still, Road to the Top is still leading on here with more points compared to the opponents here, and they are definitely going to be getting this Regieleki as there's no response coming on from Team Zerafit Gaming and is going in for the push. Now they have an option. It's either they fold this Regieleki to actually go in to score some more points on this tier 2 goalpost at the top side, or they can actually try to push the other one on the bottom side, and that's going to be by the Blastoise instead. And this time they managed to take it down on the Elder Gossiers, looking for another, and they will be getting on that slow bro as well. No response from any other members as Inteleon goes down as well. It's a 2v5 situation at the current moment, and big points being dunked by Road to the Top at the top lane.
The firepower of Flava, the firepower coming in from Road to the Top is
Literal
just so
fire,
much to
literal
deal
fire.
with. Literally, there is like the Young Fox and there's the Blaziken just shooting fire everywhere, and there's nothing that Zerafit Gaming could do. Yes, they could tank a little bit more, but those counter and initiation coming in from the rest of the team was just too good for Zerafit Gaming to deal with. Zerafit Gaming have a good positioning onto the Registeel, gets the Registeel, but the eye is on the prize. We're reaching straight right to the final stretch in about 5-second time. Who has to get, like, Zerafit Gaming have to get the Rayquaza or it's game over.
Yeah, they do have a slight advantage here for Zerafit Gaming because they do have the buff from the Registeel right now as they approach the Rayquaza attempt right now, and they need to get it. They know it. They have quite a number of gap between their points against what Road to the Top has to offer here, 71 to 305. Now, being in game, they don't actually know exactly how much points they have. They will just be being told on whether or not they have a huge lead or they have a huge loss over here. But based on the response here, they definitely need to make it into a win over here. But I got to be careful. Road to the Top, they do have the Blastoise over there with the Hydro Typhoon driving in together with the Surf. Is he going to be utilizing? Get stopped over here. He's not able to actually utilize at any point, right? It's still in constant lockdown for him. So getting pushed out all the way to the right side here, and they are going to lose out the Blaziken as well as the Blaziken for both. And 1-to-1 trade-off here. It's a 4v4 situation. Going off for the chase down here. Survivability. The Berserker. Oh, Hydro Typhoon hitting up on trees. Is he going to fall from here? Yes, there will be. They managed to take down on the Inteleon, chasing down the Slowbro on the left side here as well.
Wow.
Preventing any form, preventing the Rayquaza right now.
Yeah, that was a great push coming in, great telekinesis coming in from, or even a slow beam coming in from NT to slow, or even deny or cancel the Hydro Typhoon coming in from Calamity. But this Blastoise is just holding them off really strong as well. Take a look at where the Lapras is right now. It's on the flank once again with the Lapras Express, dashing in with the Lapras Express as well, knocking everyone out of position and just diving straight right in. Blaziken gets one off the Buzzwole, gets two on the Elder God, and they're chasing Ken down with the Inteleon. And there we have, ladies and gentlemen, we've Road to the Top, taking out 4 men off that fight and dashing straight right for the points.
Yeah, they don't need the Rayquaza. They can score just fine without them right there. Look at that, 100 points over and over again coming out from Team Road to the Top. Basically sealing the deal here in this game number 3 against Team Zerafit Gaming. What an intense play over there. Quite unfortunate for Zerafit Gaming as they're all clumped up together when Lapras was actually utilizing his Unite with the Lapras Express. So basically multiple Pokemons from there and actually got hit by it, and then it would jump up in the air, giving an opportunity, a big opening for Team Road to the Top to do more follow-up damage from their end. You have with your Blaziken, you also together with Delphox, all your team members, they're just raring to go because that is definitely go time.
Yeah, but we have to give props to Genkai, right? Genkai is constantly on the flank on Zerafit Gaming. Like, yes, they have Calamity there to hold the rest of the team. 4 men, and you realize Genkai is always on the top side. Yes, he missed one Lapras Express at the very start of the final stretch, and he's able to rack up and get back that Unite move and just go for the flank and allow the rest of the team to capitalize off that as well. So, but Zerafit Gaming is just so behind the whole game in terms of level and firepower, which Road to the Top did so much better in that department against them. I believe that was probably the cause of the fall for Zerafit Gaming.
This is quite a devastating fall for Zerafit Gaming because they already have a 1-game advantage at the start as they won game number 1, and then here comes the flip coming in as basically Road to the Top managed to secure game number 2, forcing game number 3, and right now with not just it's not even a close win anymore. So basically it's a very convincing win for both in game number 2 and game number 3 in securing this spot to continue their journey through the upper bracket of it. For Zerafit Gaming, this is Gonna be, I think it's gonna be quite a painful loss for them, as you know they could have translated into a win for this series. Unfortunately, they're gonna take the L for this one and drop down to the lower bracket.
Yep, I mean, Zephyr Gaming did put a really good game moving in this red matchup as well. Round number 1 was as close as we can get so far. And, you know, with this, I believe it was, you know, their lack of a little bit of damage. Take a look at, you know, on the right side, 100k on the Delphox and, you know, 65k, 76k, 67k, sorry, of damage taken from Bochi and 98k recovery from that Blissey itself. So, you know, it's doing so much for the team, always providing those heals and, you know, those making so much, with Calamity making so much space for the team with that Blastoise as well. And it didn't allow Zephyr Gaming to enter the fight at all.
Yeah, that's true. Even for, if you see those big team fights, right? There was so much that Team Road to the Top can actually offer, even if Blastoise was actually having his Hydro Typhoon down. They still have the Lapras Express. Honestly, if we were to compare, Hydro Typhoon is actually a better option because it has a much bigger AoE. Lapras Express, it requires you to clump up together very close. I mean, it's a very rare occasion, knowing that your opponent have this ability and this opportunity to actually utilize this ability. Usually you would not be so close to each other. So that was like a golden situation where the stars were just aligned, that Lapras was able, Genkai with the Lapras was able to just engage with them in such a beautiful manner with that Lapras Express on the final few moments of before the game ends.
Yeah, I mean, he's always on the back line, on the flank, just watching and just waiting for his right moment to strike. He saw that moment, he took it, and the rest of the team just capitalized off that. And that's, you know, that's what makes Genkai such a great player in this matchup.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at some of the highlights of that game number 3, the deciding match in between Team Zephyr Gaming against Team Road to the Top just a while ago. And of course, this is during the early stages over here, where you see, despite Team Road to the Top still having, I think this was the particular moment when they were still having the Combusken, where it just translated into having the Delphox in the game itself. But even with all that, they were still just leading in terms of levels. They're leading in terms of point as well. And this is the push together with Regieleki at the top lane as well.
Yep, and I actually like how Road to the Top actually chain up their Unite move again, right? Hydro Typhoon into a fanciful Firework. So this way, Zephyr Gaming could not get any healing out of there as well. And I believe that was allowing them to win fights after fights after fight. And this is a big Lapras Express coming in from Genkai as the rest team just close shop for Zephyr Gaming.
Yeah, I think this clearly shows that there's a number of things we can actually highlight here. Number 1 is in terms of the flexibility of the draft come from both sides. I mean, I think the biggest comparison is definitely between the game number 1 and what game 2 and 3 has to offer. Because it was such a close game for game number 1, we do see that Team Road to the Top can actually play such a defensive strat. At the same time, so they can play a balanced game. I wouldn't want to talk much about playing an offensive draft like what Team MYS has to offer, because that is definitely their bread and butter. But they are definitely flexible, playing with multiple types of hero over there. Genkai not being able to utilize this Blastoise in that particular game, but proven himself to be worthy of being one of the best players for their team in this particular series itself. Of course, let's have a look at this reveal of the MVP of the match, and I believe hands down, no doubt it is definitely going to be Genkai over there, utilizing the Blastoise on the game number 2 and the Lapras in that game number 3.
Yep, all those crucial Hydro Typhoon in game number 2, allowing the team to go and capitalize for whatever they could do, right? And this way, you know, just going in for the offense, knowing that what that Blastoise capability is, and, you know, just going in and allowing the team, making the team so much, allowing the team to have so much space. Big Lapras Express coming in game number 3 right here as well. And, you know, what makes a good player is that you allow the team, you make play for the team to go for the win, fights after fights again, and that is what Bankai displayed to us in that round.
Yeah, and of course, Moon Boy, please do the honors. Do let us know about how our journey is going on right here at our tournament bracket.
Yep, as we've seen previously in that game, you know, we got Road to the Top getting 2-1 against Zephyr Gaming, moving straight right to the upper finals against MYS that defeated MSI in a 2-0 victory up in the upper semi-finals as well. But however, down in the lower second round, games have not been played yet because, you know, they are waiting for Zephyr Gaming and MSI to go down to the lower bracket to join them. But on the other hand, you know, we have Unity Bond winning 2-0 against Ultimate Kai. Unity Bond having one of the best players in the region right there. And Thailand taking that 2-0, going straight right to the second round finals, and that is probably one of the teams to watch out for, Unity Bond. And Team Hak taking the 2-1 win over Team 7, and they will be facing MSI in the lower second round.
Yeah, it's been quite the run so far for our upper brackets as well. Although we didn't get to see much about the lower bracket, but then again we're going to be casting that series right now, and I believe as well for the lower bracket. Sadly, Moonboy, this is the nature of the competition, right? There's always gonna be a winner. There's always gonna be someone who has to go home here. It's really unfortunate. To me, everyone's a winner, but this is the nature of the competition, and we just have to go through with this. But so far, we are seeing teams really showing what they're made of and why they deserve to get that championship spot, or at least that top 2 at least, to go to that regional playoffs. So far, we've been seeing some great plays, some more greedy than most, especially that last round. I'm like, whoa, that's so much late game skilling. Like usually, for me in particular, I like a good, not to say, okay, I won't say balance. I would say just a good mix of things, right? Like you want to go late, you want to scale towards the late game. I'm fine with two Kanto starters, or at least with starters that has 2 evolutions. That's fine. You pick 3 like a Delphox along with 2 evolutions into the pool. I'm like, you are asking for a lot of trouble here. But then again, if you do pull it off, like if you're able to get that level, if you're able to deny that early snowball from your opponent team, then you will actually triumph in the late game round. Like, there's literally no one or nothing could really stop you, especially if you're on equal level, if there's no form of control. And I think damage control, as you know as well, damage control is one of the key things here in Pokemon Unite.
Yep, for sure. Right? Like, I mean, there is. Yeah, and let's just take a look at what happened, what's going to happen later on. Next is going to be Team MYS going against Road to the Top. We have seen these 2 teams in action. MYS being a really aggressive kind of like team, one of the best team in the region right here, with Road to the Top showing what they can handle, what they can show us just now in the previous game.
Man, we seen Team MYS in the first part already, and like I mentioned, like while I talked about the flavor as well, I said like we saw how great they are, how their priorities, how they play throughout the game, the mindset they had when they came to the series, but we didn't really get the full picture of them because they weren't given enough of a challenge. But now here's the challenger, Road to the Top here. We saw them play, and let's be honest here, by far one of the most resilient teams so far. Went through all 3 games, if I'm not mistaken, as well, and now coming toe to toe with the invited team, Team MYS.
Yep, we have seen, both teams really want to have that Mew in their lineup as well. We know Night Mew Foxy is one of the best Mew in the region. Would Road to the Top allow them to have that Mew pick in this matchup as well? We've seen Genkai doing really well on the defender side of the field. So could MYS keep him in track and not allow him to do all those flank maneuvers in this whole game as well? So it's all down to how these teams gonna answer each other's best part in the game.
I'm really interested when it comes to the drafting as well, because both teams particularly have very similar ideas of how they want to play out throughout the game. But let's elaborate about that later on. Let's quickly get back to our team info card. So of course, Team MYS, favorite Pokemon, the playstyle is still pretty much the same as what they stated from the initial part. We've seen still Sableye and Gengar. I'm not too sure whether this is particularly focused towards Pokemon Unite or in general. But of course, biggest achievement so far, if you guys didn't join us from our first series of today, welcome to our greatest day ever here. We're currently midway throughout the open qualifiers, and of course, Team MYS, their biggest achievement is three of their players, Yang, Foxy, and Yemu, will place 9 to 12 place in World's Championship. That's a very big thing, and of course, Ice was placed 7 to 8th place. Team expectation, of course, none other than the best. They want the champion. They don't want second best. They don't want second place. They want to be the champion.
Yep, this guy has been to Worlds. They have all the experience that they need. But on the other hand, we got Road to the Top, a up-and-coming team coming in as well. We've seen them with that chaotic team fight the last round as well, with their favorite Pokemon, Mimikyu, Dodrio, Delphox, Pikachu, and Espeon, which we have already seen Delphox in action in the last game. Are we able to see the other 4 favorite Pokemon from Road to the Top? We shall see later on. And with their biggest achievement, with WCS qualifier for the West Asia with the top 5, but with a huge giant coming in, could Goliath, could he deal with this? Could David deal with this Goliath? Would have been a massive experience in Worlds, while Road to the Top is just a West Asia top 5, but there's still a chance for them to bring them down because they want to try their best to get first place.
Yeah, although yes, their expectation is they try to get first place. It means for some people it may sound like a lack of confidence, but I think it's a little bit more humble here, right? That kind of thing. They'll give it their all. They definitely give it their best, 110% here. But if they do get the top spot or the second place, there's still no losses for any of these teams at all. Since only top 2, since our top 2 will be moving forward to regional playoffs.
Yep.
So. More, we definitely have more good info here, especially after our first few series in the first half of the upper brackets, right? So Team MOS, average damage dealt 200,000. That's big damage coming from them as well. And if you notice from their lineups, very big pickers as well. We have like speedsters like Zoroark, all-rounders like Zacian as well. And let's be honest, that Lapras was not a very passive one. No, this guy was all over the moon against their teams as well.
Yeah, for sure. I believe, in this matchup, we have a 100% pick rate Lapras coming in from MYS. Would this Pokemon be the main Pokemon on contention between those two teams in the draft phase as well, right? Because we have seen, Road to the Top doing really well with the Lapras. MYS really good with the Lapras as well. Whoever gets the priority on this, great defender is gonna have an additional edge against their opponent.
Yep. It's so difficult, right? Because I think the greatest challenge for the team Road to the Top against Team MYS is the fact that Team MYS has this variety, right? They have flexibility in their picks. Not they don't really have like a specific main. Like we see HT like switching up towards the support role. We even see Yang coming in playing the Umbreon as the defender. Everyone is able to have this flex kind of a role here. They're not really so dedicated to one. Maybe yes, there's that one player that is dedicated to the attacker role or the speedster role. But everyone is able to switch things up if the composition requires it, that kind of thing. I think that's like one of the biggest benefits that MYS has, and Road to the Top has to figure out how they're gonna answer this.
Yeah, for sure, right? But we have seen Road to the Top answer to Zafric Gaming in the last game as well. Yes, 100% pick rate of the Lapras, as you said, that's going to be the main contention. But the Blaziken and Delphox and Mew, these 3 Pokemon is really mean, right? They have really mean players piloting these 3 Pokemon. And, is MYS have any strategies to deal with them? And not forgetting that Blastoise and Lapras with Genkai on these 2 defender, they have to be really careful where his positioning is, because it's going to be devastating with those huge Lapras Express or Hydro Typhoon hitting them from the back.
The thing is, I think, like especially when it comes to the drafting, I think both teams could still opt to ban out the Lapras, which is actually not too surprising. Even back in World Championship or any other regional tournaments a few months before this, Lapras was also one of the few priority bans to remove from the pool here. But I don't think like Lapras is one issue, but I think they also need to figure out how they want to deal with this Umbreon pick, right? The fact that you're able to just isolate or prevent like Umbreon itself with the mean loop, just denying you any idea of like resetting or falling back to reset those fights, just makes it so much harder. But let's just see what is the idea coming out for both sides here, because not much information to play around. All they got was just from the first 2 series, so it's not really much to play off with. So let's just see like what's their call on this first game. I think this first game is going to be quite pivotal in terms of information gathering for these 2 sides.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when it comes to information, both teams were on stream just now as well, so there's lots of information coming in. But when it comes to this, it's all down to the experience. How are you going to be taking advantage in game number 1? With game number 1, you have so much momentum moving forward to game number 2 as well. With Yang taking that first pick off that Hoopa, and with the Slowbro and Zacian being banned, and it seems like Mew is open for team to go Road to the Top to pick as well, with Bochi having the first pick with the Mew.
It's definitely having since the hoop. I guess you could say the support priority was definitely on their side when it comes to Team MYS. Get securing the hooper here, gonna be allowing him to get a lot of free roam in that central area when given the chance. But that this gives an opportunity for the Mew and Genkai to secure the Mew and the Lapras here. But of course, the counteract, they're coming in with the Umbreon, and just in case for a little bit more security here and more control in those team fights, is already anticipating that the Lapras is also going to be coming in, bringing up the big Kanto water type, the Blastoise.
Yep, I love what MIS is doing, right? Not revealing much of their composition to their opponent, just picking in two defenders, trying to answer to the Mew right there, with Calamity going on to that Trevenant LY with that Urshifu. But on the left side, MIS, HT on the Zoroark, Foxy on the Inteleon this time around, the main attacker, the big hitters coming in, and it seems like MIS is not cutting any slack on RT.
Oh, this is so. I just love how the order drafting coming from the team for both sides, right? Like they coming from road to the top, they know already there's no way they can stop this Zoroark. At best as they can do is probably just pick another defender to try to keep this man in check, especially in that massive team fight where it's so chaotic, right? Especially when it comes to just complete isolation and targeting. Trevenant just comes into the pool, just great to just lock him down. Try to be, I guess you could say he's that kind of combo breaker when it comes to Zoroark, just try to keep him in check for as long as possible here. Their support pick is going to be coming in with the Clefable. Moonlight is definitely going to be a big factor when they're coming in from those early aggression from the Umbreon and the Zoroark for sure. Anticipating that level 4 and level 5 harassment, that Moonlight is definitely going to be playing a big pivotal role.
Yeah, for sure. Right? Like, there's so many tanky Pokemon. You got the Lapras, you got the Trevenant. Both have a really, they could self-regenerate themselves. So this Moonlight is probably going to be on to that Urshifu and allowing him to go deeper and dive deeper into the lineup of MYS, because right there, they have to deal with Foxy on the back line, right? That Inteleon on the backside is going to be really difficult to deal with. And it's all down to LY, and JL with the Solar Beam. And could he reach the Inteleon far enough to take him out of commission?
I'm so concerned right now because I feel like damage wise there's a little bit of damage being lacked on the side here for Team Road to the top here. Don't get me wrong, Yoshi for sure can dish out big damage here. But but as the game scales, right, Inteleon eventually will start to overwhelm, especially if you can't really get to that back line. And let's be honest, trying to get to that back line, you gotta bypass a lot of walls here. Big walls like Blastoise and Umbreon. And don't forget the Zoroark, he's not gonna stay quiet at all. No, he's gonna try to attack the Mew as well. So really concerned on how they want to try to play this out. Unless they snowball early. Since they do have that early advantage with the Mew and the Urshifu, right? If they can try to get some early control and try to keep them in check, then maybe there is the possibility.
Yep, you're right. They have to start. The Hoopa coming in, trying to do a little bit of distraction down the central area for TMYS. But yes, you were saying, yes, they had to take those early advantage and try to snowball their way through and not allow those stage 2 Pokemon to get to their final stage. If not, it's going to be too much to deal with. Both team on the top side trying to get a little bit more on their stacking item with those scoring as well. So, it's a lot of setups coming in from both two teams, and they have to keep this stage 2 Pokemon in check as the Zoroark already levels up to level 5.
So trying to make this way. They want to see if he can dunk a little bit more points. Unfortunately, not going to be finding that opportunity. Calamity. An absolute catastrophe. Not able to get that point in. It instantly gets the pick up a KO move and the EXP. Give it to the side here. But of course, not I won't say it's game changing or anything. But it's definitely something for them to gain, even though it's something minor. Top side, a little bit more passive. Bottom lane is definitely going to be the one where we're going to be seeing the most action, as the majority of the damage is going to be coming in. HT trying to make waves here, trying to get under more control here. And it seems like they will be the one that's leading the charge here.
They are so offensive, YOLO. I mean, MYS, HT just diving straight right in, immediately go invading RT's central area as well with the Hoopa. What they're trying to do, they have to get the Hoopa up to level 9 as fast as possible. And with that Ring Sambal ready for their first Reggie fight, it's going to be vital coming in for MYS.
even coming for the Yushifu, you notice the Yushifu and the Clefable, right? Not coming in for any of these defenses because they just know for sure they need the EXP as much as they want to defend these bases and these goals as much as possible or help the allies. They just can't. They need the levels. They need to get at least a little bit stronger or at least one level above the Zorak, at least above HT, to really try to do some big damage here because they know once they get that late game, it's going to be pretty hard against the Inteleon.
Genkai was a little bit of a trouble right there with Bochi immediately coming in with the Moonlight to heal him back up. And that is not a fight that HD wants to pick as well.
Oh, Ice, he still wants it. That base regen is so superior, but he just wants to get that point in.
Yeah, I mean, Ice really wants those stacking item ready as well. And immediately, you know, portaling him back to base and keeping him safe and sound from the opponent team. HT going in so offensive right now. Everybody gathered down in the bottom side and getting ready for their first Reggie bottom.
The Lepers can't really do much against the War Turtle here. They really do need a little bit more assist here. Oh, Rapid Spin has been confirmed, especially coming from the pick on the side of Yemu here. And he's very comfortable here. I think he has full confidence. He has this comfortability of this idea where he's not going to be harassed too much, but the Registeel is spawned. Let's see who's going to be able to secure this objective.
Yep, HD is immediately going in for the initiation onto the Registeel as well. Calamity dashing straight right in with the Wood Hammer and just dashing, and there we have the slow, but Inteleon gets the snipe off that Registeel, and the team MYS is not allowing them any rest. Calamity at 1, and they're dashing straight right down. JAL is next on the target board with the Urshifu going straight right down. MYS take the first fight, take the first goal, and you know, they're just killing it.
Oh man, like everyone in their mindset just like, you may be Mew, you may be a legendary Pokemon by lore, but he's gonna be but Inteleon is gonna be a legendary player in this game. What an absolute control, the amount of burst as well. Opportunity comes in and now they have the advantage. Although not a very, although yes, it looks like a big point differential, but it's not really the end of the game just yet. The game ain't over to the fat lady Sid. Hoopa, nice clash. LY completely out of place and out of sight as well. Solomon not going to be able to connect or land at all. And Genkai can only tank so much. Beautiful timing with the Hoopa, allowing the portal back for the reset. Comes back in, full HP. The HT says, let's go for round 2. And he will succeed in that fight.
Yeah, but that was a great dodge coming in from HT, not taking that solar beam and able to turn the tables around to RT. They got a good positioning. They got the first hook, moving straight right to the Regieleki. Regieleki already half uncontested by RT, and the Regieleki will be marching straight right down to the top side. That's RT. They are standing by for its arrival.
Oh, they are definitely making strides. But I love the idea coming from Yushifu, understanding that he did spot the Inteleon. He just said, all right, I'm not going to allow this Inteleon to get a free point in, right? So at least they're confident they have enough players to defend from the Regieleki. But now the rest of the team comes in. Rapid Spin, jump to the most. He do have the Hoopa, and now comes in with the Hoopa unite with the Unbound. Big damage coming in, and Inteleon having free reign from the backline, sniping them all with the Hood Hammer, trying his best to deny them as much as possible. But guess what? 1, 2, 3, and a full team knockout for the side of Team MYS. An absolute dominance of the gameplay. Woo! Nice timing with the drop in. Does deny that 40-point lock in, but it doesn't matter. They still have the lead. They're currently trying to get the Registeel up as well at HT. Big damage, but is there gonna be any contention? No. Not gonna deny this at all. Yushifu, he needs the level, but look at the levels. Speaking of levels, Mason, look at the level difference. 10, 11, 12, completely overwhelming.
Yep, at this point in time, RT should not pick any fight against MYS. They have so much rotating power. They have so much disruption power. They have so much firepower in their arsenal as well. And right here, Road to the Top has to just focus on leveling, and Bochi is in a really bad positioning. 1v4 right there as a Clefable. That's not where you want to be, and you're really going straight right down to the Blastoise. And you know, with those hyperspace holes, they're able to rotate up and down so quickly and freely. MYS is just in control of the whole of Tear Sky Ruin.
Oh, you know who's the true martial master now. Hasty taking that nice point, going in. He's about to hit level 13 as well, just probably 1 EXP away. Yang, unfazed, he knows he's able to get out of this situation from the side of Calamity. Wood Hammer does connect, but not going to be able to find anything out of this. Completely respecting this, but just have no answer to deny them in any of this scenario. Bochi did signal the rest of the squad to see like, hey, maybe we can try to get the Regieleki here. Don't give them too many objectives here, but Yang is here, and the Blastoise is coming in to reinforce.
Yeah, this Regieleki is going to be pivotal right here for both teams as we're moving
No
straight right
way.
down to the final
Oh,
stretch.
okay.
With our team managed to get the Regieleki with the Clefable, scoring 26 down in the bottom side as well. Yeah, putting in so much pressure up on the top side. Regieleki going straight right in. First goal broken, but they're still really far behind when it comes to point system, when it comes to MYS.
Definitely need to try to get as much points as much as possible. Definitely closing in the gap bit by bit here. HD and Foxy respecting a little bit because they're a little bit too far from the rest of the team here. Not trying to give them a free hit. Woodhammer didn't manage to connect on Foxy, but what about HD? He's just dancing around them. Put on the lap press, trying to evade away, and he gets out of the encirclement. I can't believe this. No one could even get that. No one could even touch HT at this point. Such a nimble ninja this man is.
Yeah, just dashing back and forth, using those invisible frame and knowing every single part of the map to his advantage. Reggie Rock down in the bottom side as well. RT nowhere to be seen within the Reggie pit. And it's going to be an easy no contest for Team MYS, having the additional defense buff coming in for them as well. Moving straight right to the final stretch is going to be huge for them. 3-5-2, 1-2-6. We're moving in to the final stretch.
Oh, Zora completely living up to the name. Not only is he the illusion Pokemon, but he's also elusive in game. Can't catch him, can't hit him. And he's level 14, 2 levels higher than the highest level of their team members here on the side of road to the top here. Now this is a requirement. This is the make or break situation here. If they can try to go for pickups, I think that would be great before the rest of the team comes in. But Zora, instead of trying to sneak in, he's trying to get that level 50 as fast as possible. Look at him, just farming those wild Pokemon in the bottom lane. And he knows, and let's be honest, Team MOS, they know for sure, road to the top, not gonna take this fight at all. They're willing to buy the time. He's confident enough to do this.
Yeah, for sure. Road to the top is not leveled enough. With on the top side, we have the Blastoise trying to pick out any sneaky as well. Going in for the initiation. MYS might be a little bit of a trouble right there. Road to the top having declared, but having the Hyperspace Porter bringing Ice back. Hyperspace, there we have Hydro Typhoon coming in, knocking 3 men up as well. Calamity really low. Draven goes down through that fight. It seems like right there, Clefable is going straight right down as well. No KOs coming in for route to the top. LY might be a little bit of a problem with Hooper having the Unite move popping off as well. Really low, but with the Mew taking down Inteleon and Genkai just really low and just sneaking back out as well. And right here, MYS don't need the Rayquaza, they just have to defend it.
Oh no, LY was being danced around by the 2 defenders here. He couldn't go to re-assist his team for the damage. HD had the thrill of his life as he picks up all the backlines. All will fall, but most of them did manage to respawn by Moonlight comes in. It's all or nothing. 20 seconds. They want to see if they can at least try to snap the Rayquaza. Here, Ice doing what he does best, being a nuisance alongside with the Blastoise here coming in and doing as much damage as possible. But it's not enough. The Yoshifu, they need the Yoshifu here.
10 seconds.
No, they can. They get picked up and they still manage to steal away the Blastoise. I don't care what he says. In his mind, Yimu is saying like, hey man, I don't care if you're legendary or not. I'm a turtle and I'm gonna do what I do best.
Wow, I mean, that was just pure dominance coming in from MYS, right? Knowing where to fight, picking the right fight at the right moment. Yemu always on the top side and just making sure Genkai is not going in for those flanks that he usually do with the defender. And that was just really good positioning and really good counterplay coming in for MYS. And this shows what kind of experience this team has to offer when it comes to a competition like this.
I think it's just really unfortunate because I think both are pretty great in terms of priorities and everything. I just think it's just not in. They just didn't have enough tools here, especially in terms of the damage department here. Like I get the idea what they want to go for, but there's just too much, especially coming from road to the top composition. But I feel like there was just too many win conditions, too many requirements to really get to that level compared to Team MYS, where naturally by time, they don't really have to do too much. Just by time and everything, they will be able to get to that peak they were looking for here. But I feel like, but of course, HT is just doing what he does best, and he's a man who loves the spotlight, right? Like he's the kind of guy who lives in the sun. So, giving him that opportunity, he's gonna absolutely explode here. What an explosive performance!
HT with those flashy plays right there, just back and forth, just taking KOs after KOs again and again. But Yemu, on the other hand, as a defender, having the most damage dealt in this whole game. And, that's a lot to say about a defender player like Yemu.
It's totally, because like I said, right, it's like they just totally understand their enemy, their opponent's composition, right? Including Ice. Both Ice and Yemu, they're both defenders. They just know for a fact LY is not going to be in most of this fight. So it's all, if you subbed out LY and Bochi, right, since they're both mostly sticking and trying to farm in that central area during that mid stage of the game, at least around that 7 minutes, what do you have left? It's just two defenders with suppression, and that's pretty much it. There's no other damage. So I said that Yemu just like, hey man, I can poke at you, I can pressure you, and you can't do anything about it. Look at Yemu at the top lane. He had the whole lane by himself against the Lapras. And the Lapras couldn't do anything about it. All they could do is literally respect each other by saying, hey man, you can take my base, I'll take your base. We both can't kill, we both can't knock out, we both can't damage each other. We can't knock out each other. So let's just go about our day.
For sure, right? But we can't forget the fact that, the Hoopa actually did a lot of great hyperspace hold for the team as well, right? Like, we have seen Ice in a very bad predicament. We have saw the Blastoise in a really bad spot as well. So, having the hyperspace hold, porting them back to base, and then, choose to bring them back or not for a fight that they choose to fight if they choose to. So, there's so many options and so many ways that you could work with that Hoopa. So it's down to, that's why most of the team actually do not allow Hoopa to be part of the game at all.
Exactly. Even in the early stage of the game, just the amount of harass he has in the central area, right? There's no way for him to start. But look at the poor Koopu, constantly trying to farm, and then just randomly you just hear a Hoopa comes in and just like, hey, I'm here. Just trying to be a menace here, and that forced at least one of their players to go to rotate. Not really to get a pick off, but more just to try to chase him away, But that's the whole goal, just try to divert attention, force players to reposition themselves, and there's massive displacement. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, for sure. Right? Like, take a look at this, right? There's just a big green Sambal coming in, fetching the whole team to the top side to just destroy Team RT from the top side as well. Road to the top, on the top side, they just go down. HT so slick and moving around the map really well as well. And at level 15, this guy is just unstoppable.
Yeah. He pretty much is, every area is his area, it's his territory, it's his own home ground. And LY, unfortunately, just keeps getting kited because of the mean look as well. He cannot fall back, reset to regroup with the rest of the team here. So I believe, I guess what I'm trying to say is that every team member of Team MYS has done what they're supposed to be doing. They're doing it right, they're doing it well. Now road to the top. Right now they are finally experiencing it firsthand. Now it's time to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out what was the cause here. They can't go back to the part where like, okay, we can't go too comfortable anymore. We need to get a little bit sweaty here. They need to start isolating some of these picks here, or picking some of those for themselves here. But I think this is why when it comes to this kind of team-based games, right, where you need to have a whole variety. You need to have a whole variety of Pokemon in your arsenal here. At least that way you have this flexibility to just constantly switch things up. Or if you want to deny your opponent's favorite pick, you can pick that pick for yourself, that kind of thing. Try to isolate what is the main danger here. What's the main problem here? I think Road to the Top has that potential. Let's see how well they do in this second game. Because remember, it's still a best of 3. I think this is one of the few benefits of this kind of series.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes, as you were saying, right, have to identify the danger, the key player when it comes to games like this. But the thing is, when it comes to MYS, every single one of them is a threat. Yeah, I mean, all 5 of them are so strong mechanically, and in a micro level, like they're just too strong to deal with. Yes, you could deal with one man, and then the other guy is just gonna smash you right apart. And what is your answer to this? And how can you deal with MYS team composition? They are so flexible. They are so they have so many different kind of strategies moving forward, and they're always aware of what are you trying to do.
Yeah, it's so funny because like if you think of it this way, right? When we both say they are the danger, right? It's literally, it's not one person, it's like all five. All five of them will be the one that knocks the door, you know? But of course, your info card is going to be Yemu, the one who was playing Blastoise in the last round. Of course, one of the core defenders here. This is going to be their stats. Average damage dealt in total 200,000. That's a massive feat, right? That kind of thing, alongside with damage taken, right? Okay, you know, no one wanted to look at the damage taken. I don't want to see how much damage they're doing. Right? And this is, we're talking about defenders, you know? We're not talking about like all-rounders or speedsters. We're talking about the tanker in the squad here.
Yep, I mean, his most pick previously was Lapras, and then right here, he picked out that Blastoise in the previous round because the Lapras has been snatched away from MYS. So, with a 40% pick rate on the Lapras, and we've seen him really mean on the Blastoise as well. We're just gonna see, how is he gonna deal with, or how can he keep up to this, defender performance in game number 2.
But of course, like, when the situation calls for it, then he will have to relinquish that defender role and take on upon another role. I think that's one of the, like what I said just now during the drafting, is like one of the beauties that Team NY have for each other. The flexibility to just constantly juggle around the roles to keep the opponent teams on their feet, that kind of thing, where cannot make the base assumption where this guy's the dedicated role. But speaking of dedicated role, so far we see Calamity. It's been one of the craziest defender playing between both the Umbreon and the Blastoise here. Really phenomenal control here. And I'm not sure whether is it his IGL who's calling the shots here, or him himself as a trainer making the decision making on the fly. Regardless, well done in making those quick second decisions. Try to like isolate and try to figure out like what should I be doing? What can I do to be a menace, to make things hurt for the opponent's side? And that's what he has been doing the entire time. Whether it's with the Umbra, with the mean look, or even that last round, I just see him just walk into a bush with 3 people in it, and he's just like, I don't care, I'm doing my job. And especially with foul play and mean look and his Unite move, you just don't even have to worry. Stealing all the shields from the Unite move is absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, Calamity, he's always there doing all those disruption work. We saw it on the Umbreon in the last game as well. But in the previous previous game against Zephyric, but in round number 1, we have seen him on that Trevenant, and it was it's not exactly doing much impact in the previous game as well. So if Calamity want to make a little bit more impact when it comes to the disruption kind of like defender, so maybe going back to the Umbreon or Blastoise might be the better pick compared to the Trevenant compared to round number 1.
Well, you see, that's the thing, right? Because there's not really much suppression defenders that can really try to control much of these speedsters here, or all rounders. So it's a very hard decision here. And the thing is, it's not to say a Trevenant is a bad pick. I think like Trevenant has been one of the few favorite picks back in the World Championship when you want to go toe-to-toe with certain speedsters as well. This top one gives them the idea, or gives them the impression where you want to be a speedster, you can, but you better be careful of my presence, because if I'm nearby, I'm going to be the one to keep you in check as much as possible, or as long as possible here. But of course, Battleface comes in. You see Team MYS, they're going to be having the opportunity to have first pick, and they're going to opt to go with the Slowbro ban here. And for a team round to the top, going with the Zacian as the same ban as they had for the first game.
Yep, the problem with this particular ban, yes, that is the problem, YOLO. The first pick Hoopa is definitely going to be open, and knowing that MYS, they have the first pick Hoopa, it's going to be a no-brainer right here as well.
It's so hard. Like, what can they do, right? Because, like, to them, the Zacian is also a legitimate ban, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, for them, they feel the Zacian is more of a bigger threat compared to this mobility of the Hoopa here, which, like I said, is not wrong. But now they just have to figure out, okay, maybe they just decided like, okay, maybe we could play around the Hoopa. What about the other picks though? That's the thing.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at this draft right here, I'm sure, our team maybe make a little bit of mistake here and there, right? Mew going on the side of Night Mew Foxy, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a nightmare to deal with. Yemu back onto the Lapras, and but however, Archie taking double defender right there. Is that the right move moving forward? Yes, they got the Inteleon, they got the Urshifu back on their side as well. But on the left side, HT back onto the Zoroark. It's down to Ice. Who is he gonna play? And we're gonna be seeing a Snorlax coming in for the very first time.
then this is the greatest thing, right? Because like Snorlax has one of the his Unite move has one of the most insane health regeneration as well. There's really nothing much on round to the top here to really like mitigate or really slow or even put a stop to that healing, man. Like what can they do to the Snorlax, right? So here's the thing, right? They're pitting all their right now is I guess you could say a total switch of positioning, right? Now you see the late game scaling coming from the hands of round to the top here, and now Team MYS is going to be taking their turn in this early composition here with the Mew and the Zoroark here. Let's see who's able to take that point. It is going to be definitely a difficult round for HD since he's going up against both Genkai and even the Umbreon with the mean look here. And of course with the Blissey, with the amount of healing he's going to be coming outputting here, let's see whether they can get that damage output out.
Yep, I mean, look, as you said, RT have a later team composition. They got the Blastoise, they got the Inteleon, which is both stage 2 Pokemon. While on the other hand, on MYS, right, they are all basic Pokemon other than the Zoroark. Yep. So, if what they need to do is just have that early game lead that they need. Right, they got Hoopa just with those quick rotations. They can get to places very fast within Tier Sky Ruin as well. Zoroark just dashing straight right in, back and forth, hyperspace hole, pot him out. Like that is probably what MYS is trying to do with this team composition, to control RT down from the very beginning.
But look at the bright side here, right? Although yes, it can be a difficult round for them for the early phase from the round to the top. But they do have two Pokemon, both the Sobble and the Squirtle, equipped with one of the best Pokemon move for securing the wild Pokemons or harassing, which is the Water Gun.
Yeah, but we can't discount the fact that Snorlax actually have a slam, right?
Yeah, that's
that slam is gonna be one of the most crucial steal move in the early days of Pokemon Unite as well, and MYS might be putting it to practice right here.
Oh, he's a beefy boy for sure. He's gonna be able to tank down so many of these pokes.
Yep, and I believe the Snorlax actually managed to steal their blue buff from the central area as well. You see that blue little circle just below ice right there as well. So it's doing so much disruption from MYS to RT as well. First KO coming in from the Hoopa.
Literally pure priority and targeting. Just like, nope, we do not want the Blissey. We want the softest guy Pokemon we can find, and it just completely picked him up. And HD finally with the Zoroark. He's level 5, he's 2 levels ahead, but of course, thank God LY is coming in for the rotation to cut the reinforced ice. Level 4 alongside the Mew completely melted out and find their targets as well. Don't fight the Urshifu, they know. Go for the one that can go for the easy pickup and assassination.
Yep, I mean, look at that fast rotation coming in from the Snorlax and Hoopa, right? They were right there on the top side. Next thing you know, they're at the bottom side as well. So that is the threat that Hoopa actually could do to his opponent. And Boshi right here, unable to steal that red buff away from Yemu, and they're just, trying to push him out. But however, on the top side, the Water though is scoring so much and getting it to level 6, and we might be seeing a Blastoise really soon as well.
But look at it, right? From the bottom lane, they rotated deep into round to the top central area here as well, completely denying as much fire. And even managed to get the pickup on the Urshifu here. Central.
Yeah, HD going in for the push.
Damage.
Yeah, big KO coming in, putting LY back on the back foot, saying that I am going to be the one controlling the central area, and HD is doing a really good job at doing that.
Trying to make up for lost time. Trying to get it as much points as possible, especially spotting, getting the intel. The majority of the team, the members of MYS is going in the bot lane, but that bot is left behind for it. I believe he was able to secure that wild Pokemon, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yep, he got that wild Pokemon, managed to get that score as well. And Snorlax already at level 6, Zoroark at level 9. Unite move ready to go soon for the Zoroark as well. As both teams are preparing, probably have to start rotating down to the Reggie of choice for them to have the advantage for the very first objective.
Look at the priority, right? Everyone just trying to find the main damages. They don't really care too much about the defenders or the supports. They just want to go for that Urshifu and then Inteleon. Ice, able to secure as much wild Pokemon and EXP as much as possible, and it was still able to find the Blissey in the process.
Yeah, and this is just a mess, right? At this point in time, this game is just so messy. Everyone is just all over the place as well. Ice going in for the slam, getting the Intellion out of commission as well. And I believe they are leaving 1 point open down the bottom side for the overdunk. Reggie Ice, no one in contention as the water is strolling straight right down. And I don't think that's a smart fight for a single water coming in.
Jen Kai, I love the attempt. I love the idea. But you're biting a little bit more than you can chew here, my friend. Top side is Ice gonna steal this? Oh no, thank God. Yoshifo was able to find his mark and also be able to try to get the... No! Ice is still alive! I can't believe it! He even able to pull it out! He survived! Reset! Back into the fight again! The trainers of Team MYS have trained their Pokemon well.
Great timing coming in from the Hooper, right? Yang, I believe it was Yang on the Hooper, just spotting Ice out just in time with a slither of help, coming back up strong, pushing straight right to the central area. LY going straight right down as well. MYS is indeed controlling the early game, but RT have the Intellion online. They got the Blastoise online. Now is their time to capitalize. Could they take the advantage that they have?
Oh, team. This is clearly a statement here, Moon Boy. TMYS say this is how it's done. This is how we roll here. And they're still just bonking it in here. They don't care about their harass. Take it all. I'm a Snorlax. I can take anything you can throw at me here. Foxy with the Solar Beam in the backline. Rapid Speed coming in as well as he's currently hot on their tail. Ice, of course, eventually the great title will have to fall here. That's going to be a decent amount of EXP for the side here. Well done.
Yep, Ice going there, round down right there, 1v4, there's nothing much to do as well. Zhao might be a little bit of a situation. Solar Beam coming in, bringing Zhao to slither of health, immediately rushing straight right to the Citrus Berry. And I believe, just a single Intellion, there's nothing much to do. But on the top side, 4v1, Yemu holding them all by himself. But Foxy coming into aid as well, Solar Beam bringing down Calamity down really low with Urshifu out of commission, with Zora taking a 2k on the Umbreon, and that's a wipe right there on the top side.
Oh, Ice. Just putting the Blastoise to sleep. It's been a long day. Could have tucked in nice and tight in bed with a yawn. Yoshifo able to get to the back line, but not for too long. Ice comes in with the reinforcement, the body slam here, and of course, your main assassinator, HT, completely picking up all the damage here.
Yeah, and right here, MYS seems to they really want to break the top side as well. Ice slamming straight right to the Hyperspace hole. Yes, he's caught in the min loop, but he's all safe and sound in base. As right here, MYS have really good positioning onto the Reggie Lackey.
He's just flexing at this point. Ice is just flexing. Oh, man. He knows he could get out of that. He knows.
That's just confidence coming in from the man, right? I'm a big guy in the Snorlax, I'm safe, I'm fine.
Oh no. Although eventually they are climbing back in terms of level though, but then again, of course, HT is still top of the charge here by 2 levels itself here. Waiting for the rest of the squad. Still doesn't have fun announcing the way to deal with Ice here with the Snorlax. What a massive bear of a man. And HT instantly melts away one of the tankier players that they have on their side as well.
Yeah, road to the top, rotating straight right to the top side. Sniper vision coming in from Zhao. They really want this Reggie Lackey. Ice on the backside, trying to go for the slam. And with Mew stealing the Reggie Lackey immediately, and they're off to the fight. RT pushing that straight right back off. Solar Beam coming in as slamming straight right down to the Earth for Calamity. Really bad positioning right there as well. Yemu taking him straight right out. As right here, HT all alone down the bottom side, getting the Reggie steal with that Missy all by herself in the bottom side. That's nothing much that he could do. 1v1 with HT on the Zoroark, immediately getting deleted on the scene as well. Zhao just standing straight right there with the Reggie Lackey marching straight right down to the central hoop. 30 more seconds to the final stretch. How would RT respond to this?
I think Rayquaza is the only way. I think even though the level difference is quite massive between both sides, I think but the point differential is not that much, especially if they manage to secure that Rayquaza from themselves. But of course, this is if they succeed in this, then it will be the biggest turnaround. But if they don't, then it's just wishful thinking here.
Yep, turn around. That's what they really need right now. With Urshifu finally hitting level 13, but on MYS, everyone is fully skilled. HT dashing straight right, picking the Inteleon out of commission first and just putting them out of position. RT is in scrambles right now. They really want HT down to the respawn, but unable to do anything. Foxy down to the rescue. 4 men available right there. Slam coming in from Ice, going in for the initiation as well, and immediately deleting everyone off the spot. Lemty 1, down he goes. LY all by himself, holding it as well. But there we have MYS just destroying RT at this point in time.
Oh man, now that's how you make pancakes here in Pokemon Unite. You gotta flatten the dough and fry it out with the power of the sun. From Mew, my lord.
Just when you think that you are safe and sound, Ice just dash in and slams in out of nowhere. Ice might be a little bit of trouble right there himself, but there you have Hyperspace Hole dashing straight right, slamming right in as well. Oh my god, Rings Unbound coming in from MYS.
Oh, he's coming back in. He wants more. He wants to get as many people as possible here. The trainers are overwhelming. And HT is literally can't be stopped.
YOLO. This is just pure destruction from MYS, man.
No, this is MYS just having one hell of a time.
Oh, hell of a good time, I would say. Like, right here, they're just defending and just standing straight right in front of their spawn. What you gonna do about it? 20 more seconds on the clock. 8-4-2-1-1-4. It's impossible for RT to turn this around as well.
Look at Yemo, so much shield for the Rayquaza and the Unite move.
There's nothing much that RT could do, and this is our first 1K game of today, and it's coming in from MYS against RT in this landslide coming in that they need. They had the early game that they really have. They dominated it and they flow it all the way down to the late game. RT could not respond at all in this game against MYS. 1.2K YOLO.
Oh man, like even though having the Umbreon and the Blastoise being taken away from that didn't really pull all the stops on Team MYS at all. They have options here, like really, but I can't really decide who the MVP will be here. It's so difficult because everyone really did their part, right? Like, so what are we deciding upon, right? Are we deciding based on the decision making here, or the amount of damage? Or who has the most presence in this map here? Because if we're talking about presence, is either going to be HT or Ice at this point here.
Yeah, for sure. HT is the one, doing all the KOs, just dashing straight right in, back and forth. But we can't, deny the fact that Ice is the one that initiate every single fight that they need. Who needs a Hydro Typhoon when you have a heavy slam coming in from a Snorlax, just knocking everyone up, and HT just goes in there and clear up everyone in that fight. Not forgetting Foxy on the backside with that Solar Beam just deleting most of their health bar away, and then with HT just cleaning up shop right there as well. And that is just pure team play. But we have to give all the props to Ice for the first one in, and probably as the last one out as well.
Oh man, this is such a phenomenal round, man. And this is one of the greatest things that we're seeing here. And I believe this is also the semi-finals. So in other words, we have literally our first grand finalist here. That's gonna be Team MYS.
Yep, MYS already securing their slot right here to their regional playoff, and they're already comfortable right now. All they have to do, just waiting up there at the grand finals for their next challenger, and they have so much time to rest. They have all the time to get ready and get information of their next opponent.
They're on such an unstoppable run, right? Like it feels that they can't be stopped at this point here, right? Especially when I thought that Rope to the Top has a chance here to try to give them a little bit more of a bite here, but no, Team MOS, they were literally giving their all. If Road to the Top was giving 110%, I think Team MYS was going 200 here. Like their understanding of the games, and just understanding like what's the strengths and weaknesses of each of these Pokemons in these rounds, just make them so susceptible to like all these wins.
Yeah, but if you realize, YOLO, this whole game, right? MYS just controlling the tempo of everything. Yep, there's a reason why, you know, in the early game, everything is just so messy. Every Pokemon is all over the map at every single point in time. It's because MYS is controlling the pace where, you know, RT is just all over the map and just displacing themselves all the time. And this is exactly what they did. And they had control of the whole game to allow themselves to secure a 1.2k victory in game number 2.
And the worst part about it is like if we go into like damage control, right? There was no such thing as damage control because like Road to the Top, they expected probably a three Pokemon push towards that bottom lane, right? But what they didn't anticipate was just 4 people. They just grouped up. The minute Zoroark hit that level 5, everyone was just like, yep, we're just gonna group up, we're just gonna run them down. We can't find them, no problem. We'll just rotate into their central area. Can't find anyone, then we go to the top area towards that Regineki. The timing was so impeccable for them. It's absolutely insane to me. But I don't really blame Road to the Top here because their goals and their objective is very different, right? Because for them, they were sticking to the standard protocol, right? Which is not wrong. Everyone, you have this one in the top lane, one playing around the central area, while everyone is trying to farm up the necessary amount of level. On normal terms, they probably will start overwhelming. But this is Team MYS here, and I think they understand that protocol. And they say like, we're not gonna play by your rules. We're not gonna play by your game. We're gonna play around the composition we had, and we're just gonna emphasize on that. I think that's what happened here for Road to the Top here. It wasn't like they were playing bad or anything. I think it was just merely a difference on engagement here.
Yep. So I believe, you know, we MVP right there. Yes, it was HT, but I believe we came to a consensus that Ice was the best player in that previous round. And let's just take a look at his plays right here and what made him the MVP, right? And, you know, take a look at this, right? Ice just dashing straight right in with the Umbreon, like no fear, and just creating so much disruption with the mean loop, catching that Mew, and the rest of the team just close it out with HT as well.
The thing is, and he's not only like being disruptive, but he's also just like keeping the attention to himself. He understands like his team needs to reset, especially the Zoroark when he couldn't get the full combo off. Needs to get those cooldown off cooldown. He just dives forward here, especially in this fight as well. Just sets things out with a beautiful 4-man knock into the solar beam. My lord.
Yep.
Buying the necessary amount of time, and of course HD just coming in for the finisher to secure those pickoffs. It's really a symphony. Like every game we see from Team MYS is that they're composing a new music sheet for everyone to enjoy. What an orchestra! What a performance!
For sure, right? Like, you know, like just when you think that your opponent has time to rest, have time to wait for your teammate to join them, no, the music gets faster. The music gets, you know, the tempo gets faster. Out of nowhere, heavy slam coming in, 4-man in the sky, solar beam taking out 4-man, and that is just really insane. And as you say, clean musical performance coming in from MIS.
But anyway, let's quickly bring up our updated brackets here, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, for those who just joined and not too sure, all of our games, all of our series are happening concurrently here. So just a quick update to what you guys missed. Okay, we just went through our upper bracket finals in this case here between Team MYS and against Team Road to Top, and we have our first grand finalist. It's gonna be Team MYS itself. But of course, this is not the end of the road for Road to Top. You see what I did there, right? they still have a chance to come back for that revenge matchup against Team MYS, as long as they succeed in that lower bracket final. But of course, while they're waiting, I think this is time for them to get back to the drawing board here. They try to figure out a plan to overwhelm MYS. But of course, while they're doing that, they have to sit tight and comfortable and prepare themselves. While as Zephyr Gaming and Team MSI could potentially be their next opponent, to either to win over or to be knocked over.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Zephyr Gaming in the previous game on stream as well. MSI, this team, we have yet to see them perform today. So it's big question mark, you know, how Zephyr Gaming is going to be dealing with MSI later on in the lower semifinals. And, you know, not getting Road to the Top is there waiting for the next winner to meet them as well. Could we see a Zephyr Gaming versus Road to the Top rematch in the lower finals? Or could it be MSI against Road to the Top later on as well?
Man, this is such a roller coaster of a feeling, Moonboy, because like this is like, although yes, it feels like we're though we sound like biased or hyping up TMOS is a lot, but it's not that we are biased or anything. It's they are showing us the result.
They're just so good.
They are literally setting the bar for most players in this tournament, saying like, you know, if you want to be regional champions, you want to get to that playoff, this is the necessary level, the bare minimum to get there. So it's definitely a long climb for most of our players, but we'll see how they do right after this quick short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023. You're back together with us. My name is Flavor, and with my good buddy over here, Yolo Lee, and we're raring to go and jump into more Pokemon Unite action, which is going to be happening in just a bit.
I'm happy you managed to get rid of the doubt that you have of our friendship or relationship from our first series of the day. But of course, good to be back with you as well, Flavor. We had an amazing run like this for our first half of the day. Such an amazing series throughout this tournament here. People are showing what they're made of. They're showing why they deserve to be that top 2. But particularly Team MYS is the one with the loudest declaration here, stating that we don't just want to be the top 2, we want to be champions here. So we've been seeing quite the opponents, not just performance from them, but from other teams as well. So our first half of the series, Flavor, I think we went through all the upper brackets. Now it's time to check out what things are like in the lower bracket.
Yep, that's true. We've seen all the action happening to the in the upper bracket. Now, Team MYS has taken the shortest route, I should say, the fast track towards the grand finals by winning every single best of 3 series. And now we're going to be witnessing some of the matches that is happening in the lower bracket itself. And I hope you guys are excited, because one of these teams in the lower bracket who are still surviving through and hanging on for dear life in this crawl through the lower bracket will be joining Team MYS in the grand finals. Now, coming up next is going to be the lower bracket semifinals in between Team Zerfit Gaming against Team MSI. Now, if you guys recall, by observing the tournament bracket earlier on, they actually went up against one another in the upper bracket themselves, where TMSI emerged victorious with a score of 2-1 against Team Zerfit Gaming, and this is definitely going to be a revenge match.
Yeah, it's definitely quite the deja vu between these two team Flavor here. But now it's a little bit different. Now there is a little bit more cause for them to give it their all, to proceed forward here, because there's no more lifelines here. One of these two teams will be going home here. One will keep on the fight, will keep on the battle here to get to that top Pokemon League. But although we did see a broadcast game between Zerfit Gaming, but Team MSI so far is the one that has left us in the dark. Their roadmap so far throughout the brackets has not been a very clear-cut one. Majority has been 3 games through the series. But so I'm really excited to see what's the mindset like, what's the train of thought. But before we elaborate about that one, let's quickly go through the team info card for Zerfit Gaming. And of course, their favorite Pokemon is called trolling each other. I didn't know there was such a Pokemon.
I'm not even sure if there was such a thing. I believe that they misread the question, but I think that was mainly more responding towards the playstyle question. So they were asking themselves what's their playstyle, so they like to troll. But I don't think this is the right time for them to be trolling about, because they've already made it as one of the top, I dare say, they're actually one of the top 4 teams by making it here to the lower bracket semi-finals and looking for yet another win to make themselves into the top 3. Now, trolling, if they made it this far just by trolling, then this must be some next level trolling going on between them. And of course, their biggest achievement over here is being second in the April qualifiers for WCS 2023, and they're expecting to win it. But realistically speaking, they're the ones who say getting second and qualify.
Which is really great. It's down to earth, and I think trolling each other with that kind of mentality, I think it's one of the few perks, right, when it comes to the esport mindset, right? Like, you don't overthink it, you don't like over stress about it. You just have fun, focus upon the game here. But of course, don't get too comfortable, because you get a little bit too comfortable, and then the team is able to get one step ahead of you here. But of course, this is the team info card for Team MSI. Their favorite Pokemon and play style is, sadly, no. Maybe their favorite Pokemon is defensive Pokemons, but the play style, of course, sometimes too aggressive. Okay, interesting. Their biggest achievement is pending to be top 2 achievement. Oh, it's on the way. Okay, it's on the way.
on the
way. Team expectation is top 2. Okay, so compare it to our separate gaming. At least here it's a little bit more clear cut. Like, they already have a clear goal. We don't want to be championship. We're fine with being second best here. And they're slowly making their way there here, but now with a little bit more risk, right? Since we're in the lower bracket, so no more lifelines, and that pending could literally be denied if they're not too careful.
Yeah, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be in other championships, because they were not being specific on what kind of achievement they were trying to do.
Are you sure it's not? Are you sure it's tomorrow, not in the next 1 or 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, you're right. It could be. No, that's the thing. It could be top 2 achievement in a different tournament altogether, and not really
Right.
this one, I would say. But
Oh, yeah,
you know,
sure.
yeah, that's true. But I think both teams are trying to be very realistic over here, and only one of them will be able to actually join together with Team MYS in the top 2, subject to them winning this semifinals in the lower bracket, as well as winning over the lower bracket finals against Road to the Top later on after winning this best of 3 series. Now, of course, we're looking at the team information card for Team Zerfit Gaming here first. We're also looking at some of the average damage being dealt, damage taken, and recovery across all the matches yesterday. As well as today from the upper bracket all the way down till the lower bracket at this point itself. So Blastoise being one of the top pick rates here. We have Slowbro, Urshifu, Mew, Clefable, as well as Eldegoss. I think it's more or less similar, I dare say, because we keep seeing more or less the same Pokemons being picked out throughout this whole competition, throughout the whole day today, from upper bracket down to the lower bracket itself. Now, Team MSI, do the honors, please.
Team, of course, team. Oh yeah, of course, man. Like Team MSI, average damage dealt in total, has literally been in the hundreds here, with 278,000 alongside with the average damage taken, 244,000 average recovery is 109,000. I guess you can say most of this average scoreline is going to be pretty much similar. Not too much or not too little, that kind of thing among most of the teams here. But I'm more interested in terms of their picks, because you can definitely tell the Team MSI, while they have a clear-cut goal from their info card, they're also pretty straightforward with their picks, so more honest here, because they're going with all these comfort picks like the Garchomp, the Delphox, the one maybe particularly they like the most or feel comfortable with the most here. Like, we don't see a lot of Delphox even in the World Champions, because not to say that Delphox is bad. Like, I think majority of the Pokemons that we have in the pool right now for Pokemon Unite for the team-based game, majority of them are actually pretty great. It's just that there are more better one or more focused compared to like the ones that we have now. Garchomp, don't get me wrong, I love Garchomp. In my Pokemon team, I will even in the video game, I will always have a Gible in my lineup. But in Pokemon Unite, I'm not very comfortable with Garchomp because of the fact that his Unite move has a requirement which it needs to land. It's a move that's for most of these professional players pretty easy to mitigate or escape out of it, because we have a lot of dashing skills nowadays here. Only the defenders will probably get the full brunt of that Unite move.
Yeah, and that's true. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the draft. Now, this is going to be the draft for game number 1, starting off with the banning phase coming off from both ends. And before we jump into the picks for both teams, of course, for the purple side, we have Team Zerfit Gaming, and for the orange side, it will be Team MSI. Now, these two teams, they've went about against one another in the upper bracket previously,
right.
And I believe that, my apologies, I think it was Zerfit Gaming that actually won the match, because they actually went up against Road to Top later on in the semifinals. So basically, MSI is definitely looking for revenge over here, trying to win over Team Zerfit Gaming in this other best of 3 series to make their way to become top 3 in the competition. So with the ban from Slowbro as well as Zacian, is going to be a Lapras first pick, and it has been a top pick throughout the whole day today.
I mean, of course. And the crazy thing about it, right, despite the nurse, which in my opinion, which is not that much actually, still one of the few top picks as well. And Talion is, I think, right now is one of the few go-tos as well when we talk about just late game scaling. I think Venusaur, I'm really hoping to see a Venusaur actually come into the pool as well. I think something, if you all recall from World Championship, even Overlord from Luminosity with the Venusaur alone in one round, he did over like 300,000 damage. That's like absolutely insane in my book for sure. But of course, once selected, Garchomp is going to be their all-rounder pick here. It's definitely one of the more confident and comfort pick here. And the Hoopa will be utilized here. So far, I was just about to say, is there going to be a Zoroark here? Because of the fact that with the Slowbro brand, it is an opportunity for a Speedster to come into the pool.
Yeah, without having that stronghold. Yeah, I do believe this is going to be the first Mimikyu. A lot of people have been requesting this to actually happen in one of the drafts, and we'll be seeing it here at game number 1 of the lower bracket semi-finals here on the side of Team MSI, which is going to be on the orange side. It's the last pick. Wow, interesting. And they are going with the Garchomp here, which so happens to be their highest pick rate for their draft throughout this whole competition.
The thing is, there's a lot of damage coming from from the orange side, right? There's a lot of damage, decent amount of healing, but more damage compared to defenses here. Whereas on the other side, for the purple team, I guess you could say you really got the best of all worlds. You have good frontliners, decent amount of controls, you got the range, you got the burst damage, and the mobility here. I'm really interested to see how well they're going to be playing around this with both the Garchomp Mew and the Mimikyu, because there's really not much of a wall. Sure, Umbreon can be considered a wall, but it depends on whether he has been snowballing throughout the game. With the mean look, can only lock down only one player, but what about the rest of the squad here? Who's going to be able to get to that Inteleon? Because I don't think there's anyone on their side that can really like get on top of him towards that back line. There's a lot of walls that are bypass, the Lapras and the Blastoise here. And if things get too dicey, that's the Hooper as well.
Yep, that's true. I think it's going to be a little bit rough here for them to actually go in for the Cash Inteleon unless he gets a little bit in terms of bad positioning here in the match. So we will see. I think that's going to be one of the things that they need to think about, how they're going to handle it, especially during the last few minutes of the game when Rayquaza is going to be around and you want to make sure that you're able to actually deal with the Inteleon in the match itself. But one really good point I want to highlight also for Team MSI is that one of the main combos they're going to be having is definitely going to be the Blissey together with the Garchomp to ensure that the Garchomp is able to sustain, having higher attack speed and movement speed buff coming on from his abilities, and at the same time also having that additional basically armor coming on from his unit move as well. So this is going to be one of very crucial combos happening in the late game segments of the match.
Good poke towards the ball lane. Despite the water gun, we're still talking about it going toe-to-toe with the Mew as well here. So that's definitely going to be quite a painful trade here. However, speaking of trades, top side Gible not having the best of time. Now it's their turn to have their full brunt of the water gun as well combination here. Not a very fun round for our melee Pokemon here, Gible.
Yep, and of course we're going to see a little bit of rotation here coming on from our jungler, which is going to be the Zorua, provide a little bit of assistance with hopes that they're able to actually get themselves a takedown for Team Zarfit Gaming at the top. And we do see Mimikyu on standby as well, just in case if Zorua actually shows himself here in the lane to actually grab this. We're still here, Mimikyu dashes forward, come jumping. It's going to be Zorua punching and slicing, dicing through. Mimikyu is going to be the first one, gets taken down here to get, and he's going to be returning back fresh and healthy into the whole team fight. Goes behind the goalpost to screen out the team members coming on from Team MSI. An giving opportunity for his teammates Hooper as well as the War Turtle to go in for a little bit scoring of their own here together with him himself. A triple goal scoring coming on from Team Zarfit Gaming in this early stages of the game.
They couldn't get anything. They couldn't do anything about it. Roy was trying so hard to get the level 5 from the side part of the wild Pokemon here to get that Gabite out here, but he just couldn't. They got that level. They got that first evolution out first, and they would just completely overwhelm them. I think this is just one of the few downsides when you have that melee starter Pokemon, especially when you have 2 evolutions. It's just so painful to deal with all those pokes.
Yeah, and that's true. I think that it'll benefit it a lot because since your requirement is you have to go for a double evolution, it will benefit you in the long run itself. But in the meantime, we lost out the Lapras here in a 2v1 situation between Team MSI going up against Zarfit Gaming, but they're going to be coming back healthy here. Mimikyu going up against Hoopa, but he's going to be returning back into the base and coming back even healthier than before. Right here, giving a little bit opening for Mimikyu to engage, but Zorua is going to be dashing forward here, goes in for a jack, tries to make an escape over there through the middle side by Vijay. Oh, but he's going to be hitting out. He's got the Lapras who rotates from the bottom lane to the jungle area here. 2v1 situation, not a problem for Lapras, especially going up against Umbreon as well as a Mew at the bottom lane.
Oh, what a drive-by coming from NT here. But of course, the one who still have, I guess you can see the one who has the initiative here is going to be the side of the purple from Zarfit Gaming here. With Zorua constantly trying to get some form of control. Not too much aggressive rotation. He's still respecting the idea coming out from Team MSI. But now they want to prepare for the contestants for that Registeel here. More pokes, more harass. Want to see if anyone can try to make a mistake here. Hyperspace Portal is made to try to reset for NT here. But Roy's going to take that opportunity to get more points as much as possible.
Yep, but it seems that he's not going to be in position at the bottom lane right here, making it a 4v5 situation, leaning more towards Zarfit Gaming, where they are going to be the ones getting that Registeel buff for attack as well as special attack, and they're going to be doing some scoring going on, some dunking of points, and destroying that goalpost coming out from Team MSI at the bottom lane. In the meantime, since Roy actually has some free time for himself here at the top lane, he's going to be doing a little bit of scoring for himself. 25 over there with assistance coming on from the Regieleki at the top lane, but he's going to be deleted from the game as the whole village from Zarfit Gaming has arrived.
Oh, completely eviscerated. Unable to do a thing about this. Blastoise fall, NT trying to do his best, trying to sustain the well, look at the amount of heals, man. Who says Lapras got nerfed, man? He's still going strong! And then because of that song, and because of Lapras' song as well, if a Pokemon were to fall under a certain percentage of their health, they instantly gets removed from the round. It's an instant KO.
Yeah,
What
and he managed to execute that twice previously before, and then with the Bubble Beam, and it does it once again. Oh, here we do see Lapras with the Lapras Aspect trying to make his way to the bottom lane to safety after being chased down by the members from Team MSI.
But here's the thing, right, Flavor? The game is not too much out of hand just yet. They still do good mean link lockdown too.
Yep, still holding them in position right here, but it seems that Lapras is going to be returning back into the base and returning back into this whole takeoff here. He does have good mobility even without the Lapras' fast. His basic movement speed is actually really good as well. Here we go. Here comes the time, but still not enough here to actually do much. And of course, trying to go for save. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon, but not enough follow-up coming on from team members from Team Zero Gaming. But they will be able to take down the Umbreon right there, and they are still not done yet. Trying to get a chase there on the Mew as well as Hansi. That Solar Beam is not going to be enough to actually go in for the takedown for anyone anymore from Team MSI.
Oh, you see, that's the problem, right? Like, you lose your frontliner, you lose your sole defender, right? And then that's pretty much it. You just can't do anything about it. You have just no choice but to fall back. The only wall you have completely just crumble upon you. You have no choice but just fall back and run away. But the other side, looks like we might see a quick attention to Ares, trying to keep himself scarce, trying to keep himself hidden as much as possible because he has a goal. He has a play. What's the target?
Yeah, I don't know if they actually have information on this, but they are trying to go in for the Reggie-Lecky attempt here on the top lane by Team MSI. For the bottom lane, a little bit scoring coming in by the Inteleon as well as the Blastoise, and I don't think they're able to actually get in position right here just in time. Blastoise returning back into the lane. They lost the Lapras, and still more chances for them to actually go for more scoring here if the Reggie-Lecky manages to enter into the goalpost here. Try to create an opening as well, pushes out everyone here. The damage is there, but is it enough? It seems like Garchomp is going to be the one gets taken down here in the hands of Mew. Inteleon stick down on Garchomp. Ooh, with the double pick as well. So I guess the Reggie-Lecky into the goalpost is not going to be working for them, and they're going to be drawing back as Team Zerpagami is able to defend this goalpost at the top lane.
It's so difficult once because just not enough really damage to really see the thing through, especially since they're fighting on their base, so they do get additional buffs to when they're fighting that one. Not really having the upper hand in that situation. But although yes, Team Purple is still in the lead here, but it's not very massive point differential here.
Yeah.
I think right now because they still have a decent amount of points, and Rayquaza is going to be spawning in 1 minute. If they secure this, then they should be able to really overwhelm the points and turn this game around. And their levels is, I wouldn't say not too far behind. Even their main damage dealers are pretty much same levels here.
Yeah. Now for Team Zarfei Gaming, they don't have to be so hasty right now because they have the upper hand in terms of points. All they have to do is, they have two things they need to do. Number one is they have to prevent and screen out the team members from MSI from getting that Rayquaza in. And number two is to ensure that there's no naughty trainers from Team MSI try to actually go in for the scores during the 2-minute period on the last one. And of course, they are going to be trying to get this Regirock here. That's going to be a defense and special defense. It boosts advantage for Team MSI for a very short period of time. That's the next time for them to actually enter into this Rayquaza attempt.
It's definitely, although it seems minor, but they just need to get whatever they can. Any form of advance, any form of buffs. Roy sees, he understands he's still got a couple of seconds. He's just going to quickly take this red buff for himself here. That cooldown and damage buff is going to be pivotal for him.
Yeah.
Starting up. Everyone's just trying to find an opportunity. I don't think they know where Ares is. He's pretty close to the back line. Any time to jump in.
Yep, he's just waiting for the jump right here. So if Team MSI gets a little bit hasty, but always remember, if you look at Team MSI here, they still have the Umbreon with the Unite. They also have the Garchomp as well. They can still do wonders. And always remember, they still have the Blissey over there as well.
Oh, look at Ares!
With the Bliss assistance.
Ares was able to get all the way so far back.
Yep, he's literally behind them, and they don't have this information. Hydro Typhoon like only hitting off on one because one of them actually has a hindrance. Assistance over here being utilized as well. Here comes the jump. Is it going to be enough that she's going to take down? And it will be. Garchomp gets it down here in the hands of Blastoise. Mimikyu takes down on the Unleash Hooper as well.
I can't believe it!
Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it here. Zarfa Gaming is able to actually hold on as much as well. Aries manages to actually make an escape as well for himself. I don't think it's going to boil down to the Rayquaza at all. I think they just need to get a little bit sneaky and try to actually go in for a little bit scoring. But they have, for Team MSI, they don't have a choice. They have to force this Rayquaza to force Zarfa Gaming to actually into a full-on team fight right now.
The thing is, they just need to try to buy as much time as possible. Rapid Spin comes in to try to nullify them as much as possible. Here comes a reset. Aries possibly pop back and into the fight again. Full HP. He totally doesn't mind going back in. Big damage from the Mew, respecting the fact there, but NT keeps zoning them out because they don't really need the Rayquaza. They just want to keep them at bay, making sure they don't actually try to dunk any more points. They can literally win by the timer, by the clock here, Flavor.
Yep, that's true because they have quite a gap, which is 175 points in between them. So it would require them to actually score a minimum of at least basically 2 of the monsters to score over the other side. And with 3 seconds left on the clock, I do believe that the game has come to an end here for game number 1 of the lower bracket semifinals, deciding towards Team Zarfa Gaming for this game number 1.
Oh man, like although it seems this game seems a little bit more slow, a little bit more back and forth because I think both sides have conditional requirements, right? Like they need to buy the time for Inteleon to come online. Same goes for Roy with the Garchomp as well. Although yes, we did see several skirmishes between the Zoroark, especially once he hit that timing, he just wants to try to go for pickoffs. And I think they could because they have the control, they have the blaster, they have the Lapras to allow them, and the mobility from the Hoopa to allow them to get some of those pickups, some of those control in those team fights. Yeah, something that Mimikyu couldn't really do compared to them as a defender here. Although there was that one fight, Flavor, I do have to comment Baba here, who was playing the Umbreon. I think that one fight at that Rayquaza, he really just isolated Aries. He just kept him in check, dropped down the mean look. It's like, hey man, I know you pop your super and everything, but you just can't do anything.
Yep, he couldn't
You're
do
just
much.
stuck in that bubble.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because he was actually in a really, really good position. So whatever, all that Aries has prepared for that particular team fight all went down the drain just because of Baba there in that particular team fight. But Aries manages to return back into the whole competition, just stomping over everyone the moment that he was actually unleashed into basically going into beast mode on everyone. And look at everyone here, like Aries with good damage, good amount of damage being dealt here during the fight. And even in the early stages of the game, when basically Aries on the Zoroark together with the Mimikyu rotating to the top lane, Mimikyu quite unfortunate because he's quite softy as well. Very easy takedown for him. So that's going to be a huge lead for Zoroark to just snowball in this game.
I think there needs to be a change of pace for the Garchomp, right? It's like as much as I love Garchomp as a Pokemon as a whole here, I just don't think he was able to output as much as I hoped for here. Even if you look at the stats as well, 40,000 for an all-rounder here, it's really not that significant. We even see like defenders could top that number as well. So although yes, it's fair to say that majority of the time he has been farming, which is understandable, right? But I feel like he should be. I think there are more viable picks that can really come into the pool. Like if you want to look for an all-rounder, there's like Yorshifus as well that can really top that board. But like I said, I think it's just the confidence in those picks, right? In that hero, right? Rather, I think sometimes it's like, I guess you could say it's more better to pick a Pokemon that you're more confident and more comfortable compared to playing a Pokemon which you're not too sure of, even though if it's meta or not.
But I don't think it's really a meta kind of thing for Garchomp. I think they are comfortable. If you remember back about their statistics, Garchomp is actually their top pick for throughout the whole competition here for Team MSI. So I believe when we talk about confidence, I think they're very confident, they're very comfortable with the Pokemon. It's just that it didn't work out so well for them. If you want to talk about the kind of support that he is getting from his teammates in team fights, he has to rely heavily on the Blissey to actually assist with his skills together with the Unite move as well. But that thing doesn't come often because, if we compare to all that, compared to what Team Zarfa Gaming has to offer, he gets burned down to bits really, really fast, which translates to why he doesn't have much attack damage actually by the end of the game itself. It's quite unfortunate for him. Probably it's not really Garchomp being a problem, but probably if they want to really play Garchomp as a comfort pick, they need to pick something else to actually provide him to ensure that he sustains in team fights as long as he can.
Yeah, then like, I guess in a way you could say that he has a lot of requirements or conditions here to really
It's
make
true.
things
That's right.
But of course, the round is really well thought out. I think maybe I'm not saying that Garchomp is the biggest issue here. I think maybe it's just the fact that they just don't really have a lot of options, right? Like Umbreon, you're gonna be having the Umbreon to definitely gonna be frontlining for you to being in that wall, right? But his spells and utility is gonna be a little bit more focused on controlling that Zoroark. You don't really have any other AOE or team fight controls to really aid your team or to set up those scenarios here. Like even that one fight which they managed to catch at the bottom of Rayquaza, they caught the Zoroark with the Mino, which I think that was really great.
And then what?
Yeah, there's no follow-up because Roy is trying to catch the back line, which he couldn't, which is almost impossible without any force of suppression. And the rest of the team is getting suppressed by the Blastoise. So it's like, hey, it's like I think they just need to have more options here. Then at least they have at least more ways to tackle out the round. Even though if it's slow, even though it's pretty equal, even though it's just a slight difference in Aeon points, I think they can still pull it through if they have more cards to play. But of course, this is your info card, Aries from Zephyr Gaming, who was playing Zoroark in the last round here, but most of his picks so far has been Urshifu.
Yep, that's true. And of course, this is going to be quite interesting. Aries has been performing really well throughout the competition here today. We've seen a number of his plays for some of the games as well, and we do see if he's able to actually bring victory to his team here through game number 2 or game number 3 if there is one. Actually, here in this best of 3 series over here, Urshifu, Zoroark. Now he's basically the main core here for the team itself, leading towards victory. Of course, with the support from his teammates from time to time as well. Definitely looking forward to see how well he actually plays in the next remaining games, or even in the next remaining matches if Team Zephyr Gaming actually moves forward to the finals. And of course, this is going to be Team MSI. We have JH. Frequently used Pokemon uses up the Mew as well as Alolan Ninetales. Something to highlight also is that Mew actually dealt the most amount of damage in the previous game itself because of positioning. Of course, you can actually dish out massive amount of damage with a combo of Light Screen together with the Solar Beam in the game. And of course, you have your coaching, you have assistance, you have all these numbers of abilities and skills for you to actually help support your team as well as deal shot damage to your enemies. Very flexible.
Yep, definitely very flexible here. And the thing is, he's not really lacking far behind, like from in terms of Mew utilization. I think he's actually somewhat up there as well. Fully understand how to really play it around the hero. It's just that most of those scenarios, most of those fights didn't allow him to fully output that he didn't really have that kind of comfortability because he's always on the run, right? That kind of thing. It's just like there's no walls, there's not enough control to keep the speedsters at bay or the defenders. They literally just run past, just like, yep, no, don't care about the tankers, go straight for the Mew, find that Mew, and he has no time. He just pops up the light screen, just slowly walk back. It's just like, guys, help me! I can't do much here.
Like, I'm doing all the work here with the light screen right in front of him, and then like, everybody's just going behind him. It's like, okay, guys, okay. I need somebody to help me. I'm helping you guys already. Now, I need a little bit of help for myself. I guess, you know what, those things happen, in Pokemon, and that's the beauty of it, the flexibility of how you can play around with the draft, how you can play around with abilities and skills to your advantage. And of course, by the looks of it, I guess we are ready to jump into game number 2's draft right now, and we're going to be going straight into the banning phase. It's going to be a Zacian ban together with Umbreon.
Oh no, if they go for the Umbreon, I feel another Zoroark is coming in, and then this time there's not much way to stop the Zoroark, unless the Slowbro is still openable, because right now Slowbro is in the pool. Yes, but who gets it first? That's the real question here. And let's be honest, if Zephyr's Gaming gets both Zoroark and Slowbro, I think that any all-rounder that's going to be selected for the side here if Team MSI was able to lock in the Zoroark and even the Slowbro, I don't think Zephyr's Gaming has really much option for them to go
first.
for.
Okay.
Oh
yeah,
no!
So we're just talking about this. So so basically, Team MSI decides to secure the Mew for themselves. They're very comfortable with this, and it does, by the looks of it, they are trying to get the Slowbro for themselves. A very good pick, I would say.
Yes.
Still curious to see, are they going to combo out? No, they're getting the Blastoise instead together with Slowbro. Two very tanky defensive here. They are beefy Pokemons here in the game.
Yeah, I can work this. Going with the idea of not really revealing their supports or their main damage dealers, just showing their defenders, because the priority is, I guess you could say, is they just want that wall. They want a little bit more control. But of course, 2 prime picks. Actually, I guess you could say like right now, Team MSI is literally occupying majority of the priority picks here. Mew, Lapras, and the Hooper here. But the Inteleon coming in. Where is the Comfy? I really want to see a Comfy. Eldegoss, yes. It's not the first Eldegoss we've seen. Zephyr Gaming actually went for the Eldegoss before. But I do want to see a Comfy. I think Comfy paired with a Speedster is literally one of the best combination I've seen so far.
I don't think we see a single Comfy throughout.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't foresee. I don't think it's really meta. I think last time we used to see the Comfy Zacian kind of thing, and since Zacian also is kind of like a 50-50 kind of thing now, so we don't foresee any Comfies being played out. But this time it's gonna be an Absol and a Machamp on the side of Team MSI. Interesting. I think this is the first Absol, right?
Yes, it is. It is the first Absol here, but. Okay, I'm not being biased or anything, but I'm just gonna be full honest here, right? I feel Absol is in a very weird place right now in Pokemon Unite, right? Whether it's in pubs or in rank, right, or in competition, he's in a very weird place where if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then it's just like meh, that kind of scenario here.
I mean, Absol, I think it's quite fine, you know. He's slicing and dicing through the competition here. I mean, it's all about physical damage. That's what he's all about.
Roy coming in with one of the few, I guess you could say first generation Pokemon coming for our Pokemon Unite here.
Yeah, I think this combo. I mean, the thing about Absol is that you wouldn't want. Think about it this way: you lower the enemy's defense from boosted attack, and that's already 15%, and then you pair that up together with the Machamp. So these 2 guys, if you go up against one of the team members from Team Zephyr Gaming, it's going to be quite painful. So basically Machamp is the only one who's benefiting from this if we would talk about abilities, because the rest, they are more leaning towards special attacks minus the normal auto attacks or even boosted attacks.
We'll have to see how well played out this Absol is going to be, because I think he's going to be the one that really sets the pace for the game here. Because coming from the side of Zephyrix, Team Zephyrix here, or the orange team here, they need to buy the necessary amount of time for both the Inteleon and the Urshifu. I mean, Urshifu is definitely going to be able to get that evolution up in definitely level 5. But Absol, we need to see whether Absol is able to set the pace, set the tempo for the squad to get that snowball up as well. Yeah, because they have decent early game here.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little bit of time. If you see the draft from Zephyr Gaming, they do require, well, basically they have 2-stage evolutions here, quite a few from their end, compared to what Team MSI, they only have the Machop here. Requires it to actually go through Machoke as well as Machamp. So it's going to take a little bit of while for Team Zephyr Gaming to actually get online from the end. So this could force Team MSI to force team fights happening early on in the game, just capitalize on this whole situation. Meanwhile, here in the top lane, although Machop is actually currently in a bad situation, low on HP, able to recover that with assistance from his teammate and generate back into the lane.
I'm fine with this. Just keep Team MSI, I'm really fine with this. Just keep putting on the pressure to try to secure majority of these wild Pokemon. But then again, oh man, Water Gun is always by far one of the best to secure.
Water Gun, MVP ability.
And they managed to get the Indeedee as well, so that allows them to get that Slowbro out. Oh, there's so much CC, man. Like Slow Beam, there's even Telekinesis. There's a way to try to get his hand on it. Ares, he's able to get the Urshifu out. Let's see if he's able to get that control. He does manage to get the Swabloon here. And Roy completely massacred alongside with the Absol as well. And they have no answer to this at all. The Hoopa tries his best, but he just can't.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any abilities that can actually hit multiple heroes at the same time right now. So basically, right now, he couldn't defend. He can actually just shoot out for one of the Pokemons, and that's it. Meanwhile, if you were compare that against War Total, where he actually has a surf ability, he can shoot up to a few of the mons, so it's going to be fine for him. Meanwhile, here, just punching through is definitely going to be the Urshifu is going to be punishing this Hope over here, but he's going to be making sweet escape together with the Eldegoss. Meanwhile, here, the bottom lane, we see the Slowbro together. It is a mate here at the bottom, tried to go for a push, but not being able to due to the defense coming on from Team MSI. Still not seeing much action happening from this Absol as he got taken down earlier on in the hands of Urshifu. Very fragile. I think, it's like literal tofu.
He really needs to start getting the ball rolling here, because Ares has been doing a really phenomenal job around the central area with this rotation so far. And I think it's fine, right? Because I think they just figure out, like, you know what, they already got the levels, they already got the level 7s, they already got the full evolution here. Just focus on getting that level up and instantly, whoa, big KO move. That's a big one.
And that's a big one, yeah, and it's definitely on a War Turtle because you stop him from actually getting evolution into a Blastoise.
Yep.
Slowing down the pace right here, of course, trying to go as much screen as possible, but giving a little bit of opportunity for Machoke to actually go in for a little bit scoring for himself. But unfortunately, he is able to actually make an escape over here and get himself at level 7.
Oh, careful. I was going to be careful. Roy as well, trying to see if he can finally get a little bit more levels here. But the bonus side, they are prepared to try to get that neutral one. I believe it's going to be Reggie Ice? No, Reggie Steel. Sorry. Reggie Steel is going to be the one to spawn here. They want to try to secure this for themselves, trying to find an opportunity. Hooper is getting ready to go with the gravitational portal as well. But the full 5-man squad is at the bottom, and they're going to respect that. Not able to snipe it at all, but they want to see if they can try to get a couple of fights. They're confident in this team fight. Solo Bean comes in to try to keep them at bay here. And a couple of rats as Lapras plays as the wall. Now they fully dives into the full mix of raiders. Probably the Unite moves. Nothing going to be able to contact at all. Won't be able to get the final KO. And this means it's time for them to back off and respect that. Absol gets the silence off and removes one of the main cores, which is going to be the Urshifu.
Yep, that's going to be a big win there for Team MSI. They lost the Lapras for the Urshifu, so it's going to be a huge win and they're going to be taking it. And of course, you have to remember when they went up against the engagement at the bottom lane, it was actually while having the attack and special attack buff from the Registeel for Team Zarfik Gaming. So they're able to fend that off, of course, with the assistance from buff from the goal, for their own goalposts as well, with shields, with the healing. Yeah, so I think despite them actually losing out in terms of score, but it's just a small gap here, 49 to 91, leaning more towards Team Zarfik Gaming, and they are definitely ready to clear out this Altaria wildlife here together with the Regieleki, which is on standby right now.
Yep. Although Absol wasn't really doing much early on as what we anticipated or hoped for, he still at least is currently keeping up with the level game. He's currently level 11, by the way. He may not have set the pace, but he definitely has the levels though. But let's see whether that decision is going to be pulling out to full fruition here, because he needs to start doing some big damage, and I know he can.
Yeah, and Absol has to be a little bit careful in terms of entry, because he doesn't have, if you look at the draft coming out from Team MSI, they don't really have the supports which ensures that Absol is able to actually have good sustainability in team fights. They don't have things like, they don't have a Wigglytuff, they don't even have a Clefable, they don't even have a Blissey for them. So basically it's a different kind of playstyle, so he has to be careful when he engage and disengage from team fights at all. Right here, all in the top lane, it does seem that it's going to be the Registeel here in the hands of Team Zarfik Gaming, while the team fight still ongoing here at the top lane. Wow, beautiful solo being here, but not be able to take down anyone. The damage still flows in between them, but it's going to be the Urshifu taking down on the Machamp over there. Oh, the host of that, Bubble Beam holding in position. Aries still tries to make an escape, and yes, he does. Damage output not enough here in the hands of the Lapras. Unfortunately, the Solar Beam, but the Mew is still on cooldown, not being able to actually do a long range attack over an Aries over there. And it's going to be a Regieleki in the hands of Team MSI here for the orange side.
But you see, do you see the crazy thing about this flavor is the fact that not all the members was actually contesting for the Regieleki. They were actually all trying to get more objectives, more fun with the bottom lane, and then Italian was able to do just that.
Yep. It's going to be a beautiful one over here. Still chasing through, trying to go in for Lapras. Quite sturdy. I think I would say he's very sturdy, but he's quite a sturdy Pokemon here, I would say. But it seems that it's going to be a full 5-man charge here coming on from Team Zarfik Gaming. A little bit too much to handle there from Team MSI. They're going to be losing out their Hooper as well as the Lapras at the top lane, and no commitments from the remaining members from Team MSI. And after completing that takedown on that goalpost, they're going to be rotating through in the middle and disperse back into respective lanes and jungles.
Oh, these apps are gonna be careful. Just one catch. One catch is all it needs. Just one slow beam from the slow bro, and that guy is gone. Not necessarily the most durable, and like I love how you actually pointed out that there's really no support heroes in support Pokemon in this game at all for the side for the bubble team. Yeah, so they can't really do anything about it.
I don't know how this Absol is going to play here. Like, it's either you're literally a glass cannon here for your team. You don't really have any specific support mons. Like, okay, you have the Hoopa, but not really. You can actually support all this. You get the buffs from all these unites from your teammates, but really, you just need sustainability. You need prevections from hindrances to stop your inner spray. Look at that.
Where do you come from?
He's a rapid spin his way back to the, just holding on to that goalpost there at the bottom there. Whew. But it's a close one. Marching towards the 2-minute mark
Oh, yeah,
here.
definitely.
2 minutes and 45 seconds, and then 40 more seconds left before Rayquaza actually appears, with only a 37-point gap in between them, leaning more towards Team Zarfik Gaming. What is going to be the play here? Zarfik Gaming can't afford to actually lose out this Rayquaza attempt, but they are going to be jumping into the Rayquaza with an advantage of taking down this Regirock at the bottom lane, taking increment, special defense as well as defense for themselves.
The points is definitely relatively close here, but I don't think they really want to take the fight against Zephyr Gaming like head on as a team fight here, because there's just too much control. I think there's just too much control with both the slow beam and even the
I'm trying to imagine best case scenario for MSI right here. Yeah,
Right,
okay. So it's Lapras, Lapras jumping in with the Lapras Express. Definitely, you have to time this right, because the moment you allow that Blastoise, because there's no one actually right now who can actually stop this Blastoise.
Ooh. They managed to take back the point. Now they're in the back of the lead just by points.
Yep, exactly. I think that was a small mistake over there, but they couldn't do much because they have to care for this Rayquaza pit over here. So a lot of tension has been given here. Now, because MSI team is actually currently in the lead right here, they just have to screen them out right now. Isolation here coming from Blastoise, straight from not being able to jump. Oh, you saw this motion, but not being able to latch on too much happening over here. Rapid spin all over, and he's able to jump inside. Lapras is going to be the one gets taken down instead from Team MSI. It's a 5v4 situation, leading more towards Team Zarfik Gaming, and they're going straight into the Rayquaza attempt right here. Will they be able to actually take him down before Team MSI jumps in, trying to go for the take? They will be taking that Hooper as well on the top left side.
Who secures
it? Who's gonna get that last hit in? All of them are jumping in inside, and Blastoise is the one getting it as well. This is going to be the comeback. This is going to be the flip coming in from Team Zarfik Gaming.
Okay, they gotta quickly dunk it. 40 seconds definitely enough amount of time here, but I don't think there's nothing gonna be able to start it from the bottom side. 100 points in, another 200 points in, more being dumped into the main base. They can't do anything about it, and there's 600 points as they turn it around for the Rayquaza pick-off here. Zephyr Gaming within 28 seconds, Flavor. I believe we need to prepare the farewells here.
Oh no, this is quite unfortunate over there. Despite Team MSI was able to actually get more points over Zarfik Gaming by having that Absol going off for the score during that Rayquaza attempt itself. But now with the Rayquaza, Zarfik Gaming has stretched out the points. The gap is a little bit too big for them to actually get back on this.
In exactly 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, Zephyr Gaming will still live the fight for another round as they continue forward into the lower brackets. But of course, kudos to Team MSI. They give it their all, they give it their fun. We love the energy, we love the boldness as well, and the mindset that they bring towards this game. But you know, that's just how it is. That's the nature of the competition, Flavor.
Yeah, there has to be winners, there has to be not winners. It happens, ladies and gentlemen. But much respect. Big round of applause for Team MSI. I'll get you tissue. Somebody give me a tissue for you, Loli. Big round of applause to Team MSI for making it to the top 4 here for the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023. Definitely a team to look out for in future competitions. And I do foresee, of course, quite unfortunate, their pending is still pending.
And yeah, I'm recovering, man. I'm sorry.
Still tears running down the cheeks.
I don't take goodbyes very well, man. But of course, is I think so far in this game in particular, I think it's just really back and forth because both sides are somewhat trying to emphasize and build up towards ensuring their attackers are really getting to their final stage of evolution. They're at their peak, I guess you could say in this case here. Roy, on the other hand, while he did manage to get the Machamp out, I feel like he wasn't able to get the necessary output he was looking for. Absol also in particular, he attempted. We saw Absol try to attempt to set the pace, set the tempo earlier on. But after that one loss, instantly they just decided like, all right, we lost an advantage. Let's just go straight to the farm. And when that happened, that allowed Aries to really have more confidence in his initiation. Because if you notice Aries so far, he, not to say hesitation, I think it was no indecisive. I think he was just trying to figure out like, do I want to commit this fight or not? You know, it's because the lane so far has been pretty equal. All it takes is just an additional weight or a one small push, and then it becomes chaotic already. So I think after that one fight, Aries is just like, all right, I'm going to be the one to set more pace. I'm going to constantly go bounce back and forth between the lanes, between the central area here. Not much overextension so far, but I think that's fine.
Not much. Yeah, I think it's quite okay coming out from both sides. But like I
It's
said,
slow
I think they could improve a little bit more. I think for Team MSI, they could improve a little bit more in terms of the drafting. The whole time I was just wondering how they're gonna play out this Absol, because yes, you have all this damage coming in from you. I do have to agree. Yes, I remember during the early stages of the draft, you also had concerns of having this Absol because it's kind of shaky coming into the game for this one, and it's quite proven because he's quite fragile. I mean, you can dish out damage, you can engage and disengage on your own, but if you get catched on, let's say if a slow bro actually jumps in with the telekinesis, you have the slow beam as well, you're not able to do anything, and you're quite soft as well. So it's quite easy for any of your teammates here. They should have sufficient amount of damage to just go in with a follow up together with the slow bro and take you down. So because of that, I think because he doesn't have any form of support from his team in terms of sustainability and just staying on longer during team fights, he was not able to actually do much as well in terms of damage. You would usually see Absol being able to do way more if you had like a proper support in the draft.
Yeah. And also, like even just looking for the graphs, I guess you could say this is a very clear explanation to what I was to support what I mentioned just now. Like it was a very slow game. Like both sides was being a lot more, I wouldn't say very passive. I think they were just being very defensive, proactive, that kind of mindset, right? They're like, we want to get our attackers to where they want to be. So not too much initiation, nor too much aggressiveness either, right? Only fight when necessary. But then of course we see Ares slowly setting the pace that allowed them to secure majority of these objectives, right? Although they did need to let go some regular keys, but that's fine because to them it really wasn't too much about the points. They just want to get as much any way possible to get those levels out.
Yeah, I do agree on that. Now, of course, this would actually further sharpen out the senses, the decision-making skills for all these trainers who's playing here today for the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023. But before we jump into more information in regards to what we're going to be dealt with later on after this, let's have a look at the highlights for that game number 2 in between these two teams, Zerfit Gaming against Team MSI. Now, Team Zerfit Gaming, they have a good read that there's certain things that Team MSI is lacking on their draft over here, so we're just capitalizing on it over and over again. There are a few things that is going to be troublesome for MSI to handle. For example, if they have a response for the Blastoise, they still have to deal together with Slowbro, which is very important in terms of catching potential. Hydro Typhoon, one of the main things you have to be wary of during the Rayquaza attempt as well. And just a little bit too much to handle for MSI side.
It definitely didn't have a lot of options for them to play off with as well. But I think this is also, like, comfort picks is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with comfort picks, but I also think, like, when it comes to this kind of scenario from a team-based game like Pokemon Unite, I think it's more important to diversify your Pokemon pool, right? Like, give more options to play around with. At least that way, like, I mean, of course, don't increase like purposely, right? Like, increase it while being proficient with it, that kind of thing. But the bigger pool always gives your team a lot more options to play around with. Like if your opponent were to ban or counter your favorite picks, then at least you have something to fall back on, right? It's not like you're limited to like, what am I gonna do now in that kind of scenario.
Yeah, and of course we're going to highlight our player of the match here, which is none other than Ares in this match. He played exceptionally well right here, so you can see how fierce and how intense this Zoroark has been playing here in the game. And so, of course, you definitely don't want to see Ares with the Zoroark here. I think previously when he actually joined us in the previous championship for Pokemon Unite for last year, it was also a force to be reckoned with using the Zoroark. So, yeah, this is like basically just good memories, just reminding of us how good he is in using the Pokemon.
I think it was really great. He was definitely a lot more comfortable with the mobility that Zoroark had compared when he was the Urshifu, but he also did the job done, really making the pace, setting up the tempo for his team as intended as well, since he was playing around the central area. Good timing with the rotations too. But with that being said, kudos to Team MSI, and of course welcoming Zerfit Gaming, for they still have one more mountain to climb. And that's going to be the lower bracket of finals to decide who's going to go toe-to-toe with Team MYS in the grand finals here.
Yeah, that is true. Zarfik Gaming, they've come a long way from the upper bracket. They won the first round, got taken down by Team Road on the top previously. So yet another match with one of the teams they went up against in the upper bracket. Previously, Road to the Top won 2-1 in the best of 3 series in the upper bracket semifinals. This is yet another revenge match. Now, this is a revenge match like no other. Only one of them will be going to the grand finals by winning this lower bracket finals best of 3 series, and also securing their slot as the top 2 teams here at the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023 and securing themselves in the next round together with Team MYS. So Zarfik Gaming is definitely looking to make this into a win and getting back at Team Road to the Top after defeating them in the upper bracket. And of course, before we jump into more Pokemon Unite action after this in lower bracket finals, I would like to welcome our all amazing my man Moonboy back into the caster's desk.
What's up, everyone? So yeah, that was a really good game just now, right? We get to see Mimikyu for the very first time in this on this stream as well. But coming up next, a revenge match. Once again, the rematch coming in. Zarfik Gaming, Road to the Top. We casted this just now, Flava. What are you going to expect coming in, with this rematch?
I don't know, man. I think these two teams have proven from time to time again that they are, I dare say they're actually some of the best teams that Malaysia and Singapore has to offer here. And it's very much well-deserving that they're here as a top 3. Zarfik Gaming, if you compare to basically to TP, right? So so basically it's a little bit different because Zarfik Gaming, we've seen them play before in previous championships. They have been here before, and they definitely want to become top 2 because previously they were not able to actually translate into that. As they lost in the previous round. I do believe this is actually their best performance so far yet in the competition. So kudos to them, but this is not enough. They need to make it into a win right here against Team RT. Can they do it? We will see.
Yep, so this is a win and in, right? And the loser is going to be going back home. Zarfik Gaming versus Road to the Top. Road to the Top won Zarfik Gaming 2-1 in the previous rounds. And it's going to be a rematch right here. Is it going to be a stomp once again with Road to the Top having their momentum and just flowing straight right through our Zarfik Gaming? Or could Zarfik Gaming turn this around and saying, I learned from my previous lesson and I'm here to take you down?
Yep, that's true. Now, this team had their fair share of battles here throughout the playoffs. Now, Road to the Top, they went up against MYS in the upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, they lost 2-0 against MYS. So Team MYS will get the first ticket into the next segment of the competition, whereas they still have another lifeline here at the lower bracket. Zarfik Gaming had to crawl their way through the lower bracket and making their way back into this match against Team Road to the Top.
Yep, so let's just take a look at the team statistics right here. And first off, I believe it's going to be Zarfik Gaming with Blastoise having a 78% pick rate. As we also know, Road to the Top also have a really nasty Blastoise on the side as well. Is this the Pokemon in contention, or is it going to be that Inteleon that is going to be making the difference as well?
Yep, that's true. I think in between these picks right now, we see a lot of Blastoise being utilized. We've seen Blastoise having so much nerfs, but people still do hold on to their life to Blastoise Unite ability. Hydro Typhoon is so useful. Literally, pressing the Unite move equals to go time for all your team members. All your team members in the match itself, especially during the Rayquaza attempt, because you use the eject button together with the Hydro Typhoon, putting yourself in a really good position, trying to get as much enemy mons in that AoE area, and then giving a good opportunity for your teammates to actually do a really good follow-up together with that. Looking forward to, I believe that since we've witnessed so much games from start to this point of the competition, honestly, I think that we're going to be looking at more or less the same Pokemons that's being picked up throughout the day. We keep seeing the Lapras, we keep seeing the Blastoise, we keep seeing the Mew, which is something that I want to highlight here is that compared to previous competitions for Pokemon Unite, we don't see much Mew being played out because not many people actually do play this Pokemon or do play this Pokemon well enough for it to be picked for the team. Usually we'll see teams like Team MYS who would always have the respect ban on Mew due to having Nightmare Foxy, but this time we do see more and more teams being more comfortable using Mew in their draft in the competition. So that's why we do see here Mew 57% pick rate for Team RT and Lapras at 86%. In contrast, we see Blastoise being picked up 43%, but still very, very high for them.
Yeah, but we can't discount the fact that the all-rounder in the hands of LY is non-forgivable, right? We've seen him on the Urshifu, we've seen him on the Blaziken. Those 1-2 punch Pokemon is packed with a punch, like no punchline intended, right? But this two Pokemon in the hands of LY is really devastating. And could Zephyr Gaming learn from the previous lesson and stop LY from his punch?
Yeah, that's true. And knowing that he's not shy from picking the Urshifu in the game is, so bring it on. If you want to bring Mons with having shields and all that, we can actually penetrate through all that. No biggie for them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for, this is going to be the draft for game number 1 of the lower bracket finals in between Team Road to Top, RT, as well as Team Zerafik Gaming. I believe that Team Road to Top is going to be on the purple side. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's going to be on the orange side, whereas Team Zerafik Gaming is going to be on the purple side. I see Truberg still having the M9 team there over there, so I got a little bit off guard, yeah.
Yeah, so, this is going to be a win and let me stress this. The losers goes home and the winners head straight to regional playoff as well. So with this particular ban phase moving forward, we got the Slowbro and Mew being banned and NT being the first pick having that Lapras in his arsenal. So, on RT side, immediately going in with the Hoopa and Genkai on that Blastoise, and Aries have to snatch for their Urshifu immediately. So, we are expecting a lot of rotation coming in from Road to Top.
Yep, that's true. And of course, some of the few players we need to pay attention to, some of the MVPs, top players in the previous match. We've seen Genkai. Now, Genkai, he's quite flexible, I would say. There were times when they actually drafted out Lapras as well as Blastoise in the same draft for their own team, but then he was comfortable using both Lapras as well as Blastoise in the game, the one that we casted together. But this time, he's going to be utilizing this Blastoise. Got to be careful. He knows how to use this Pokemon very, very well. And now, they're really grabbing themselves the Inteleon and Umbreon in his game. And when we look at Umbreon, his main target is definitely going to be Aries over here. It's going to be the Urshifu, locking him down with the mean look, preventing, isolating him from everybody, all his other teammates.
Yup, and a really interesting pick coming in is going to be that Pikachu from Zephyr Gaming side.
First time?
We have not seen Pikachu throughout today as well. Truberg with that Snorlax, is they going to be imitating a little bit something from MYS's playbook, and with this Pikachu, they're going in for like probably burst special attack, right? Without Mew, Electro Ball is still available in Pikachu's pick, and that could still do a little bit of a punch towards the defenders from RT side.
Yep, I agree on that. And of course, Pikachu, you want to secure that last hit on the Rayquaza. Yep, Electro Ball is going to do the work right there, as long as you can actually get the timing right. Now, I do enjoy seeing the Snorlax over here, because previously we saw the engagement between Snorlax as well as the Blastoise. There was a time when we saw Snorlax with the heavy slam. It's insane. It has a much smaller AoE compared to what Hydro Typhoon has to offer, but it does knock up multiple enemy Pokemons, and saying that if it actually latches on to them as well, so gotta be very, very careful. Now, they have quite a tanky draft coming on from the side of Team Zerafik Gaming, I would say, compared to what Team RT has to offer. With the likes of Snorlax, they have the Lapras, and paired it up together with the Eldegoss. So they have a good balance. They have a good amount of frontliners, defensive frontliners, as well as some range and melee attackers. And it's going to be the Urshifu and Pikachu combo here with the damage. Compared to what Team RT, they only have the Blastoise over here, but the rest, they're kind of okay.
Yep, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as this is the win and in coming in from Zephyr Gaming against RT, and we're off to Tear Sky Ruins once again. And looking at the composition right here, Zephyr Gaming having a little bit faster lineup, I would say. Like, they have the early game really secured as well. Lots of basic and stage 1 Pokemon compared to RT. They're having all the stage 2 Pokemon, right? The Inteleon, the Blastoise, the Blaziken. Can they build up to the point that, they really can capitalize.
Yeah, that's going to benefit them in the long run, but it's going to take a little bit of time for all of them, the Squirtle, the Sobble, together with the Torchic to actually get into their second evolutions here in the game. Meanwhile, we do see some engagements happening here at the top side, and of course, we're going to see Eevee at the bottom lane getting taken down here in the hands of Road to the Top. It charges through. Look at that dash coming on from the Squirtle. Trying to scale all these wild mons at early stages of the game. Getting that advantage in this level compared to the opponents. Oh, Aries jumping through, dashes forward. Not enough damage outplay here to actually take down on the Squirtle as he's able to actually make a charge back once again. But Aries gets pushed back and hands together by the water gun.
Yep, Aries have to be really careful of the Astonish coming in from the Hoopa, right? That could stun him and possibly stop his whole combo going forward as well. Aries diving straight right in. Elwa has no choice but to retreat, and this is not the fight that they want to take. All they have to do is just take a couple of, those birds and then just retreat immediately.
Yeah, it's not yet the right time. He's gotta be patient on this. Now Genkai here, together with Waddle and Calamity on the Hoopa, trying to push forward. It's a 2v1 situation here, while on the back end here we do see Shankyu together, the Elagos trying to march forward, providing a little bit of assistance. Now they're quite durable and quite tanky as well for these two, so it's going to take a while for the other side to actually go in for any form of push. Probably more action might just happen and transpire here at the bottom lane instead, as they get the kill here on the Pikachu, which is a literal, basically he's considered one of the glass cannon Pokemons here in the game. Very high attack damage, but doesn't have much to offer when it comes to defense.
Yeah, for sure. Like being trapped in a mean look right there is not exactly where the Pikachu wants to be. But and I believe at the bottom side is where all the action is definitely going to be at. All the attackers are down there in the bottom side as well. And it's going to be an all-out fight, especially when moving forward to the 7-minute mark really soon.
Oh, being very fierce over here. Dashes forward, was not able to actually catch on anyone yet at the current moment. Still looking for some victims of his own here, Aries, but playing a little bit. I think Team RT is just playing it safe, and I think there's a lot at stake here for both these teams, knowing that this is going to be their ticket to the next stage of the competition. It's either well, I wouldn't say they go home. They're already home. they're already home. If you think about it, they're already home. It's either they're currently at their gaming houses or they're actually playing at the comfort of their homes. But basically, one of them is going to get a ticket to the next stage of the competition and regionals themselves, and also additional prize money from this competition. Of course, the appearance for Reggie still here at the bottom lane, and the one who's going to be taking it is going to be in the hands of the Blaziken, giving an attack and special attack advantage for Team Road to the Top here in this engagement. But unfortunately, they're going to be the ones who's going to be disengaging from this.
Yep, there's a really scary hyperspace hole coming in from RT, right? Just teleporting most of the players back to base, but leaving only the Blaziken there to take the Registeel. Just lucky enough they managed to get it, but the rest of the team came back, but unable to get as much KO onto Zephyr Gaming as possible. Really disciplined play from Zephyr, just retreating, knowing that that's not a fight they want to take.
Oh, look at that. Trying to go in for the steal from the Alta family here in the middle. Aries, very low in HP. Gotta be a little bit careful. He is going to be making his way back to the base safely after teleporting. But unfortunately, Snorlax is going to get taken down here between four of the Mons from Team Road to the Top, together with the Pikachu. Despite him having the advantage, being behind the goalpost, they decide to run him down from behind.
Yeah, the problem right now is definitely gonna be that Blaziken. He's already at level 10. He's doing so much damage and just wrecking so much havoc against Zephyr Gaming's lineup. Like, what can they do? They have to stop the Blaziken and then move on to the backline. Inteleon already at level 10 as well. Those sniping action is gonna be stopping Zephyr Gaming from any point of contention.
Yeah, that's something you have to be mindful of during the team fight. Oh, look at that! Really nice heavy slam jump coming on from, but no follow-up coming on from teammates from Team Zephyr Gaming over here. There's still more to offer from this Snorlax, so you have to be careful. It's Blastoise on one end, and now we're at the 5-minute 25-second mark over here. They did mention let Blastoise, but that's not going to be their target. Quite too durable over here. Tries to go in for, oh, it's going to be a Hydro Typhoon being utilized, hitting off on multiple units coming on from Team Zephyr Gaming, and it's going to be go time for them, taking down 4 Pokemons, making it a 5v1 situation, leaving Eldegoss the only Pokemon surviving in that encounter.
Wow, that was just straight out brawl right there coming in from RT. Like, they're just moving together as a team, synchronizing all the Unite moves together and just pushing everyone up. And big Hydro Typhoon right there to just take them out.
Yep, that's true. Now they have the advantage of having a 6th ally in their draft. It's going to be the Regieleki pushing through the top lane here together with the Blastars, while that is keeping Team Zerfig Gaming occupied at the top lane. They are going to take this opportunity to also take the Regirock at the bottom lane, giving them the defense as well as special defense boost for a very short period of time here in this game. And we are looking at 209 points for Team Road to the Top and 49 for Team Zerfig Gaming.
Yeah, Zerfig Gaming is just looking really strong right now. You know, they have the potential to teleport back and forth. And with those firepower coming in from the Blaziken and Inteleon, and, you know, they look unstoppable at this point in time. And right now, Zerfig Gaming have to start to get their levels up and fight properly.
Pikachu pass out for the Unite there. Really nice move. And that is actually the turnaround that looking for right here for Team Zerfig Gaming. Managed to take down the Umbreon as well as the Hooper here at the bottom lane without any form of assistance from the remaining 3 teammates from Team Road to the Top. They were not expecting a 5-man movement coming on from Zerfig Gaming over there. And that could be the turnaround that they're looking for here in the game. But still, point lead by Team Road to the Top by roughly around 52 points right now. Not big enough for them to actually be too comfortable in this game. Still a few more 1 minute plus remaining in this game before Rayquaza actually appears.
Yeah, so I think as of right now, Zerfig Gaming have to start getting the levels up, right? Only Urshifu is at 12. Try to get to 13 as fast as possible so that you can even the chances of your fight against Road to the Top. Top Reggie coming in 18 seconds. Who is gonna get it?
See, this is going to be a very crucial point in the game. 1 more minute left. If anybody wants to use any Unite mode, this will be the only time. If not, you want to reserve that for the Rayquaza attack, which is going to be happening very, very soon. It's all meanwhile at the top lane. Umbreon gets taken down and he gets engaged by 5 of the team members from Team Zerfig Gaming. Also giving the opening to actually take down this Regieleki at the top as well, which is going to be pushing forward. Now they have a choice. It's either they want to ride together with the Regieleki and going for a push and take down that tier 2 goalpost at the top lane, or they will try to actually just leave it out for them to actually go push, leaving 2 mons from Team Road to the Top. And that is going to be the move that you're going to be taking here. I believe they're not able to respond in time despite Snorlax being there at the bottom lane. It seems that Reggie still is going to fall in the hands of Road to the Top.
Yep, Zerfig Gaming have to take this chance of the Regieleki to quickly get all their levels up, right? Just get all the wild Pokemon they can gather and then gather right down in that Rayquaza pit. In about 5 more seconds, everything is going to be breaking loose right now. And it's all down to that one final fight in the Rayquaza's pit. It can still be anybody's game.
It's quite unfortunate. We didn't see much action coming in from Pikachu aside from the engagement at the bottom lane earlier on when he actually used the Unite move. So being an attacker, he's kind of squishy, so he needs space for him to actually dish out damage and more in team fights, and I don't think Team Road to the Top is going to allow any of that to happen. Oh, and this is going to be a huge one. It seems that 12 seconds on the clock here for Zerfig Gaming's Snorlax, and it's going to be 5v4 situation while that is still ongoing, but there's no rush for Team RT because they just need to screen off Team Zerfig Gaming from going this Rayquaza attempt here to the central area. Of course, Snorlax is going to be returning back into the battlefield after jumping off to that part. What is going to be the play here right now? They do see Lapras try to screen out the Blastars to ensure Blastar doesn't do anything funny or cute here during scene 5. There goes a heavy slam hitting off on 1, and it's going to be yet another here hitting off on the 2 heroes. Animal follow from behind. From there, he's going to be sleeping in front of everyone. And of course, it's trying to pull a little bit more right here. Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 3, but there's no follow-up from behind. And Team Zerfig Gaming is still going to be having this upper hand as they take down the Blaziken. That's going to be one of the cores coming on from Team Road to the Top. Still chasing more, and they're going to get Umbreon as well. Despite Calamity having here on Unleash, is going to be taken down as well in hands of Zerfig Gaming, Moonboy.
Wow, I mean, that was a perfectly timed hyperspace hold to bring the fight out and then bring them back into full health. But, you know, Zerfig Gaming managed to capitalize that on that as well, taking out LY. No more firepower coming in from there. And Shen Q managed to score a little bit more, but is unable to even up the score. 247 to 265, 263 to 265.
Oh,
they
no.
need 2 more points.
Don't hold too much. This is the advantage of holding too much points right now, because you would have a shorter animation if you have less points per round. It's very crucial. They just need 2 more points. Could they find an opening right here? They have too much to hold right now, and all this defense coming in from the side.
2 points.
Oh, okay. I can't tell, Moonboy. I can't tell who's winning this one. Oh no. Oh, is this?
I think it's RT's road to the top points, right? Because they reached the 265
it's an
first.
equalizer,
And
yeah.
there you have. Yeah, the equalizer is not enough, and there we have, ladies and gentlemen, a even scoreline. But with road to the top, reaching 265 first, taking home game number 1.
Oh, one more point away. This is gonna scar Zerfik Gaming for decades. Oh, so for the first time ever, I believe that here at the commentary desk, for the first time ever, we're looking at an equal amount of points come from both ends. But the first team that actually reaches the amount of point first actually becomes victorious. So because Team RT is the first to reach 265, and whereas we do see the final 2 points being scored by Zerfik Gaming, it is not going to be enough to actually make them the winner for this competition. So congratulations to Team Road to the Top for winning this game number 1. Moonboy, what are the odds of us observing this happening here in the championship?
Yeah, it's just really close right there. And, at that point in time, Rayquaza is probably out of the picture for both teams. And, Zerfik Gaming is just focusing on scoring, right? Just take as much fight as possible and just score as much as possible. They were behind the whole time. And they did have a really good fight, at that final stretch. But I don't think they were able to capitalize just because, the amount, the speed that they were rotating from road to the top is just too fast for them to deal with the Hoopa.
Yeah, it was quite also unfortunate for Zerfik Gaming because they were actually the ones who actually won the team fight. I would say they have the upper hand by winning that final team fight against Team Road to the Top just a while ago. But unfortunately, they were not in position to actually do any form of scoring because they didn't even get the Rayquaza. Even if they're in position, I think they didn't have enough time to actually do any form of scoring. They could just jump on them and then just get themselves a free knock up on them and just go in for defense. So, so despite winning the team fight, Zerfik Gaming still lost this game number 1. So wow,
that's just unlucky, right?
This is a lot to take in. If I were in their situation, this is going to be a very, very painful loss. I don't mind a huge gap loss. I don't mind it. But when you're so close to winning and it's just 1 point away, like imagine telling this to your grandkids, like, yeah, I lost the match against
due to draw.
in a draw. I lost in a draw, kids.
Yeah, I mean, like, Zerfik Gaming, they did have a really weaker early game. Yes, they are supposed to be the team with the stronger early game, I would say. But, their early game is not exactly phenomenal, and they allowed Road to the Top to actually capitalize and snowball from then. And yes, Zerfik Gaming managed to win that final fight. But, the way that they capitalized, I don't think it would be it's not fast enough, let's just put it this way.
Yeah, that's true. But of course, don't worry, that is only game number 1, Moonboy. We're still able to observe more Pokemon Unite action in between these two amazing teams, between teams Road to the Top together with Zerfik Gaming later on at game number 2. We will see if Zerfik Gaming is able to translate game number 2 into a win for them and force a game number 3 upon these two amazing teams to further just lengthen out their journey through the lower bracket here, making their way to the grand finals. We will see. But of course, these are some of the top highlights that is being displayed in that game number 1 over there. Those last few moments. Look at that, Eldegoss. Oh, how I wish I had like 1 more point. Like, where am I gonna find like?
It's the final point, man.
Yeah, there's also this issue. There's also this issue where in Pokemon Unite, you do not have the ability to throw away the points that you're holding. It's like, hey, like at one point it's like, hey, more is better because you can score more. But the thing is, the animation is required for you to dunk 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, 40 points, and 50 points varies between one another. So at that point, everybody was begging. So I'm sorry, guys, I got 50 with me. I got 52, guys.
Who have the least? Hurry up, score,
guys,
score.
I got 2.
I got one. I scored.
I got 1.
It's not enough.
Oh no! Like having 50 points is such a huge liability in such a situation because when you're dunking in real fast to the goalpost, I think this is one of those situations which will go down in history. As like I said, Pokemon Unite does not have the option for you to just can I just drop 50? Like, can I start with? Can I start with 0? If you have the ability to drop 50, you'll just find one wild Pokemon out there and say, okay, who has the smallest amount? You have a tree with you. I think the worst
but-
situation is if everyone had a 50 with them. And they were like, okay, guys.
Yeah, that would be the worst, right? Like,
Worst.
there's no point of scoring at the point in time. You really need a Rayquaza, and Zephyr Gaming don't really have time to take down the Rayquaza at that point. But, you know, after taking this loss, I think the biggest obstacle in front of Zephyr Gaming right now is the mental block, right? They were so close to winning. They lost to a tie score just now. You know, it's all down to it's probably in their head right now. Like, oh no, like, you know, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna win that? Even though, you know, we tried hard, it's still a tie and we still lost. And there's definitely a lot going on in the mental state of these 5 players from Zephyr Gaming. Like, how are they gonna, you know, tide it through and hopefully win game number 2?
Yeah, but I think them being professional players, I think this is not their first. This is not their first rodeo right here at the Pokemon Unite Championship. So they've had plenty of experience back in the past as well. They've had their own struggles beyond this draw loss for them, and I believe they are able to regroup together with their team leader and actually come back stronger for this game number 2 and the other remaining games if they're very lucky. Now, talking about their performance, looking at game number 1, they do have a fighting chance to win over Team Road to the Top. It's not like it was like an obvious win to Team RT. They were all struggling on their end. They were sweating bucks over there, like with such a small gap. Everybody can see that there's opportunities for both teams to win against each other. So it could be a win for Team Road to the Top. It could be a win for Zephyr Gaming. I can't tell based on what we've observed just now.
Yeah, for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, off we go. Game number 2, draft phase right here. And Inteleon and Slowbro seems to be the Pokemon of choice. We have seen this before. And let me guess, first pick, Mew.
First pick, Mew. We'll see if they actually want to run this. For the big, some of the top picks as well. This Lapras is still available in the pack as well. Yeah, of course. Yeah, as usual, it's going to be the Mew there again as well. And this will be an opportunity for Team Zephyr. They knew this was going to happen, so it was an instant. It is literally a no-brainer. They're definitely going to go in for the Lapras as well as the Blastoise immediately. Now you have to deal with a Blastoise and a Lapras.
Yep, I mean, the initiators have been removed off RT's hand, right? Like, how are they gonna be answering to this, right? They got the Urshifu, they got the Umbreon to answer as well. Shen hovering over the Hoopa to you know, taunt a little bit more. I got initiation, I got rotation, and I got firepower in terms of this Zoroark as well. How are you gonna stop me? And this is the biggest question that this 2 pick is left for RT to answer. And it might be the Garchomp.
Yeah, it might be the Garchomp. Yeah, so they're playing it. They're playing the Garchomp here. Okay, all right. It didn't work out the first time we saw it. Remember, we only saw the stats, and then they played it out for the game number 1. But it didn't work out too well for them. But they're going to be running it this time. I think the Garchomp. I think my apologies. I think Garchomp was actually by Team MSI. Sorry. So actually, this is the first time we actually see Team RT actually using the Garchomp, right?
Yep, I mean, the thing about Garchomp is that the team, you have to build the team around Garchomp, right? Like, you know, it can be really menacing, but at the same time, it can be the weakest Pokemon in your team. And you know, it scales so slow in the early game, and if, you know, all Zephyr Gaming have to do is just control the Gible and just not allow it to become a Garchomp. And, you know, if the Garchomp is too weak and too behind, that's where you take advantage. But however, if the Garchomp, you know, have all the space that he had, he runs free, and, you know, that might be the end for Zephyr Gaming.
Yeah, but this is going to be different altogether. I like the point when you mentioned that you have to revolve around the Garchomp a little bit. I wouldn't say around, but you need a little bit of assistance to do that. I think that's why they actually got the Blissey over there to just ensure that what happens. Now the Blissey can play around together with the Urshifu as well as the Garchomp here in this game. It's a very situational kind of thing. We'll see how it plays out. So even if Urshifu is down, it can still play around together with the Garchomp here, with hopes that this could actually translate into yet another win for Team RT. I am also excited because in this game, because at the early stages of this competition, we also saw the Hoopa using the hyperspace hole inside of the mean look. So that was something that surprised even the viewers, including the commentators as well. So I guess you can actually do that. Hey, you want to mean look one of my teammates? Don't worry, I can just use a hyperspace hole just to save him as well, returning back to base.
Yep, so that's where the knowledge of the interaction within the game is so important, especially at this highest level. What is your way out of certain situation? And, you know, this kind of interaction could come clutch to, you know, such decision that you are going to be making.
Yeah, it's a counter to a counter Like you have your own counters, I have my own going on over here. I was shocked. I didn't know that was even possible. So you can actually return back home. So putting Min Luke to shame, just leaving it there and not be able to hold anyone in there. And it doesn't capture a new mon inside, you know? So it just stays on because it's just capturing that same one that was actually trapped, but then got saved by Dimensional. But anyways, we're coming back to the game right here. Now, this is going to be game number 2. Team Road to the Top, Moonboy, is looking for one more game win. If they win this game number 2, they become the winner for this series and getting their ticket, joining together with Team MYS to the regional playoffs. But for Team Zarfik Gaming, they're looking for this game win to force a game number 3. Meanwhile, Chansey getting ragdoll here between 3 mons coming on from their opponents.
Yep, Aries coming in just in time to take out that Chansey out of commission. Genkai hiding behind that tall grass, just not allowing Aries to see it. Aries knows his position as well, but LY is there to stop him. Aries going in for the hunt, unable to get any picks of that, but managed to get the Altaria to get that War Turtle level up.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time right here, of course. 2-man movement here, Watoto together with the Hoopa here at the top lane. Can't even see much right here, but of course, we're still in early stages of the game. There's going to be more actions happening very soon as all these ones get online, as they get their levels all in as well, and also unlocking their rightful skills and abilities. It's going to be the time. Genkai, looking forward to see more action happening from this guy over here. It's a little bit different because this time he's not using a Blastoise, he's not using a Lapras, he is actually ends up with the Kippo.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like on the right side, you know, Zephyr Gaming looking really strong when it comes to the scaling as well. They got the Hoopa, managed to bring out Aries and NC back for the healing and go for the push once again. Like with this particular lineup that Zephyr Gaming have, like they are so offensive, and you know, if they could keep this aggression up and you know, they could snowball their way against Road to the Top.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we look at the Dragon from Team Road to the Top, they don't have those massive AoE abilities that what Zerfic Gaming has to offer. Now, of course, if we look at the biggest, we have the Blastoise playing in for Team Zerfic Gaming. On top of all that, also you also have the Lapras coming in with the Lapras Express. You want to play around. They also have the mobility. They have the Spitzer Zoroark. Now, Alolan Ninetales can also capitalize on mobility with having the Hoopa Dimensional Hole being utilized as well. So there's so many things going on here for Team Zerfic Gaming compared to what Road to the Top has to offer.
Yeah, so like, you know, but right here, you know, they also have to keep in track, you know, how much the Garchomp is actually leveling up at this point in time, right? It's already at level 7. It's on track to, you know, getting a Garchomp really soon as well. And right now in the Regice pit right there as well, Aries going in ham, trying to find a few picks off this fight for himself. And everything's a mess right now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be quite a battle in between them right here. Of course, Regice is coming down low on HP as well, coming from both sides. And who is going to be getting this one? And that's going to be the main question. It's going to be giving them the health regeneration buff, which is definitely going to be very, very helpful for Blissey definitely in the game, because he has the ability to actually do a little bit of healing for themselves. We'll see on this. Fortunately, we have to wait and see how it goes. Scoring happening right down and center coming up from these guys right now. Chubak still waiting for a little bit more to actually become a Blastoise here in this game, and that's going to be one of the biggest power spike coming in for Team Zerfic Gaming, pairing it up together with the Unleashed, pairing it up together with the Lapras Express, for Zoroark with the Unite together with the Alolan Ninetales.
Yep, so right now, you know, Zephyr Gaming is just, they're all online right now, and the Garchomp is online as well. Both teams ready to go and rumble, and they're just, you know, whoever got the best initiation will be having that edge against the opponent. And, you know, immediately having the Mew taking out the Regileggy as well. Right there, Chubak might be in a little bit of trouble, and Road to the Top is just pushing in so aggressively, breaking in the first tier 1 goal zone, and the Regileggy is marching straight right to tier 2.
Yeah, and of course, here gets the push coming from the top lane right here. Try to engage it through. Look at that. All being splattered out right here, coming out from the side of Team Road to the Top, but still not be able to actually push through because of the buff coming on from the goalpost as well. And they will be able to actually take down on the Urshifu as well as the Umbra as well. And that is going to be not going to be a good time here. They are able to defend against the six-man movement coming on from Team Road to the Top, which is together with Regileggy at the top lane.
Yep, great defense coming in from Zephyr Gaming. Yes, they lost the fight at tier 1, but they managed to, push towards the top back before they enter tier number 2. But here's the thing, when it comes to level department, road to the top is still so much stronger compared to Zephyr Gaming. Hoopa only still at level 8, unable to find that 9 to get their Rings Unbound activated to have an additional edge in fights against their opponent. 4 minutes left on the clock as well. Reggie Rock at the bottom side. Zephyr Gaming have to try to get this Reggie Rock for themselves.
Yeah, this Reggie Rock is going to be very, very crucial as well. That is going to be the second last Reggie before we actually go into the Rayquaza attempt right here.
Yeah, Rings Unbound coming in from the Hoopa, managed to get the Reggie Rock and they're just going in for the push, getting all the KOs, 2 KOs coming in, and the Umbreon might be next on the list as well. Garchomp hitting his Unite move, able to get Aries out of commission, but immediately going straight right down to that Hoopa, and I believe Zephyr Gaming might be able to get this push and breaking down tier number 1 and retreating after this fight.
Look at that, dumps after dumps coming in from Zephyr Gaming there at the bottom lane. They're definitely going to be taking that win from that encounter, looking for more, but still not enough to overtake the amount of points that Road to the Top has right now. They are at 193 points compared to 130 on Zephyr Gaming side. And of course, Regieleki here at the top lane, they are going to be grabbing this, and the first touch is going to be in the hands of Team Road to the Top. Will there be a commitment coming up from Zephyr Gaming? Yes, there will be, but holding Zoroark in place. Not really in a good position to be. Umbreon managed to take the jump up there, and that's going to be one of the huge strong points coming up from Zephyr Gaming, being eliminated from the competition over here, and they're definitely looking for more. Managed to take on that. They managed to take down the Urshifu from Team Road to the Top, but they are still continuing with their pursuit here over the team members from Team Zephyr Gaming. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it will be. They managed to get themselves hands on that Lapras as well. With assistance coming from the Regieleki here at the top lane.
Big mean loop coming in from the Umbreon to the Zoroark right there on the top side, just stunning them in and not allowing him to do anything against the rest of the team. Hyperspace Soul came in a little bit late once, and that's it for Aries, and it's immediately going back to respawn, and they managed to get the Regieleki and put so much pressure against Zephyr Gaming. Yes, their level are pretty even right here now, and Zephyr Gaming have to try to pick it up a little bit more in team fight situation. They are not exactly doing very well against Road to the Top.
Wow, that was very unfortunate for Aries. I mean, like, he was rendered unable to do anything as he looks into his screen and seeing how his Pokemon just disintegrates into ashes after being held down by one single Umbreon. That is how amazing the one ability is. Unfortunately, Hoopa was not able to actually go in for a save over there on him. And it became, despite it being a 5v4 situation, yes, they were able to actually take down the Urshifu. If they were not able to do any of that, I believe that more Pokemons could have been taken down on the Zephyr Gaming side. And now this is going to be go time right here. We have come to the last stretch of this game. Number 2 is going to be the Rayquaza appearing here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, we're down to the final stretch right now, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams going down on a Mexican standoff. Who is going to be initiating onto the Rayquaza first?
Lapras.
Right here, Zephyr Gaming is behind.
Lapras.
And T going in for a sneaky 48.
Not enough.
They're still not on top yet. It's not enough. And, right here, Zephyr Gaming either have to score or they have to get the Rayquaza as they're giving up a little bit more position as Road to the Top making so much space for themselves. Thank you, being stuck right there with the mean look all back himself as well. Calamity might be in. Aries on the bottom side with 38. Managed to score it down 75, 76, 193, 254. 1 more minute on the clock as well. It's so tight this game, Flava.
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough right here. But using up as well. Here comes Typhoon, you've been used up as well, not being able to actually going for any more purchase, but they're going to be writing down all the mons here coming up from Team Zephyr Gaming. That's able to say they lost 4 together with the Alolan Ninetales is going to be the last mon surviving, and he's going to be trying to defend that lower ball, but I don't think that's going to be helpful because Road to the Top, they're going to be the ones getting this Rayquaza over here as there's no commitment coming in, but it seems that Alolan Ninetales trying to make something to happen, but not be able to do so as it's going to be Mew getting that last hit in, and together taking down the Alolan Ninetales, the last remaining member from Team Zephyr Gaming, as 2 of the team members from Zephyr Gaming has returned back to the match, but that's not going to stop Team Road to the Top to score as they have the advantage of having this free scoring session, taking down that Rayquaza.
Yeah, having the Rayquaza buff on their body as well. Their disc scoring is just going to be not too much of a problem for them. Yes, they were behind in terms of point, but they won that fight. Alolan Ninetales unable to get that snipe in time, and allowing Road to the Top to get the Rayquaza and just get those scores in. And at this point in time, there's no turning back. There we have, ladies and gentlemen, Road to Top taking home the win against Zafric Gaming 2-0, sending Zafric Gaming home.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what a wild ride here happening at the lower bracket finals. Team Road to the Top securing their second game win and making the score 2-0 against Team Zafric Gaming here at the lower bracket finals. Now, Moonboy, do you know what that means?
That means they are going to regionals, baby!
Yeah, congratulations to Team Road to the Top as they secured the second and the final remaining ticket to go to the regionals for winning the lower bracket finals, and they'll be joining together with Team MYS. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, the competition is not over yet as we still have the grand finals match happening very, very soon. But of course, we also want to say thank you so much to Team Zafric Gaming for displaying great display of Pokemon Unite skills and abilities throughout the competition. I've seen too much of them in recent tournaments. I feel bad for them because they have put so much effort, so much time and effort into this competition and still not being able to actually make it to the next stage of the competition. I do wish all the best to them in future competitions. I do want to see more coming on from them.
Yeah, for sure. Zafric Gaming did play a really good game of Pokemon Unite here. And, having so much interesting strategy. Aries on the Zoroark was just phenomenal for the whole of the day as well. But just unfortunately, maybe things are not in their favor. And unfortunately, losing this round against Road to the Top. And this guy, they are on the road to the top once again. And they will be meeting MYS in the grand finals later on for their rematch. Could MYS take you home, or could RT, bring it to a reset or grand finals reset later on as well? I don't know.
Yep, we don't know yet. But of course, a little bit explanation about the grand finals reset is that Team MYS, since they hail from the upper bracket finals, as they won the upper bracket finals, they give an advantage where they're only required to win the best of 3 series in the grand finals once to become the winner of the competition, whereas since Team Road to the Top hails from the lower bracket finals, they are required to win a best of 3 series in the grand finals, as well as forcing a grand finals reset and win that one to become the winner and champion here for the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open 2023. Of course, we do remember previously Team MYS have won a dominant 2-0 win in the best of 3 series in the upper bracket finals against them, and we'll see if whether or not Team Road to the Top is able to actually reverse that result or even making a win for themselves here in the grand finals and forcing a grand finals reset. But anyways, before we jump into all that, we go further diving into all that, we're going to be having a look at some of the highlights here for game number 2 in between Team Road to the Top against Team Zafric Gaming here. Coming off from draft, I think both teams came out really, really strong right here. It's just that there were some moments where I think if you see here the Umbreon, his main objective is just to hold on to one person only. That's definitely going to be the Zoroark here coming from Team Zafric Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, catching the mean look onto the Zoroark and then allowing everyone else to capitalize on that particular catch, right? That is exactly what Road to the Top did, and they did execute it really well with the Umbreon. And I think it's Calamity on the Umbreon. You can see time after time again, catching the right target, allowing the rest of the team to zone them down and just take them out. And I believe that was their way to deal with whatever Zafric Gaming is trying to do it, because they know that the Zoroark is the biggest threat and they have to take it out, and they just what better way to just mean look it.
Yeah, I do remember this would have been a different situation altogether, because in the last year's previous championship, there was never an Umbreon here ever in Pokemon Unite. So basically, when Zoro was actually being drafted out, he was just going up and about. So your only response would usually be Pokemon's like Slowbro, so actually be a response But now you have more and more Pokemons coming into Pokemon Unite. You have more options how to deal with this annoying speedsters, with these attackers, and more. So this is the response coming in. So Umbreon definitely shows why he's actually a very top pick here in the competition. And of course, this is going to be the player of the match. Is going to be none other than Lily over here, which is one of his top picks, is going to be the Urshifu in the game. And definitely because the opposing core attacker, I would say, is being shut down by the Umbreon, it gives him the opportunity to shine even more as an attacker coming on from their side of the team.
Yep, I mean LY with the Urshifu with the Blaziken is always so aggressive, hunting down the best pick that he could find. Really good targeting option right there, decision from him as well. And you know, this guy is just packed with a punch, lots of firepower coming in as well. So if you really want to, you know, win this team, you have to watch out for this man, because this man will be fighting in your face every single time, and the rest of the team is just always backing him up to just take the right pick out.
Yep, and of course we did have a small discussion on this. If you have shields, no problems. He can actually penetrate through those shields as well to dish out damage to your actual HP, so it's a really good response as well. And now, of course, in the hands of Lily, is going to be devastating. And we're not sure whether or not is it worthy to actually go in and ban Urshifu in any of the banning phase when going up against Team MYS from their end, or probably they're just going to go with standard bans on other Pokemon that deserves more attention compared to that one. Because of course, you can't run away. Even if they ban out the Urshifu, there are also other options to choose for. Probably in their hands, he can actually utilize the Zoroark as well. We've seen instances where even Pikachu being picked out, and there's just so much to choose from, and that's the beauty of Pokemon Unite over and over time. We do foresee that these kind of metas will change over time just because of these new additions of Pokemons coming in.
Yeah, for sure, the roster is getting bigger and bigger, but ladies and gentlemen, so does the hype of the game, of this tournament moving forward as well. We will be coming back later on in a best of 5 grand finals, road to the top versus Team MYS. Who is gonna be coming up on top, having the lion's share of $20,000? But before that, we will be going on a short break. My name is Miss Moonboy, and I'm joined by Flava, and I'll see you guys later on.
To all fellow Pokemon enthusiasts, welcome to the D Grand Finals of the Pokemon Unite Malaysia Singapore Open Qualifiers 2023. I'm Len, also known as Yodeli, and joining me once again is Professor Moonboy here, who's going to be my partner in crime as we go through this Pokemon Unite final journey here. Seriously, Moonboy, we have a fantastic series so far throughout this entire day. If any of you amazing viewers who has been joining us and supporting your favorite team from the very beginning, thank you all so much for your time. But even if you guys just join in midway or towards the end, that's also totally fine too. So seriously, thank you all so much for the time to support your favorite team. But of course, back to the matter at hand, Moonboy. This is it. The one, I mean, we already somewhat dictated who's our top two to represent in that regional playoffs. But we need to somewhat, I guess you could say, categorize who's the better one, who's the champion one.
For sure. I mean, you know, right here, seeding is on the line, money is on the line as well. We have Team MYS versus Road to the Top. We saw them in that winners bracket finals, and we are having that rematch once again in this grand finals. Could MYS triumph over RT once again, or is RT did they learn a little bit something and come up with something more innovative to do with MYS this time around?
Yeah, this is going to be a really difficult one. I mean, technically, it could be one of those like underdog stories, right? Because Team MOS, who has been currently on an onslaught here with their knowledge, with their skills, and with the results they have been showing us so far, 2-0, haven't dropped a single match, haven't dropped a single series, almost the perfect run. Road to the top. It was literally because of Team MOS they were sent to the lower bracket. Now they're back again, hopefully stronger than ever, to try to take that top spot. But of course, just want to clarify to everybody, we already have confirmed who's our top two to go to regional playoffs. This Team MYS and Team Road to the Top. This grand final last match, this best of 5, is just to dictate who's the better one and who's going to be walking away with that first prize, with the first cash prize. But of course, let's quickly go through the team info card, Moonboy.
Yep, for sure. Like immediately off the top, 83% pick rate of Lapras coming in for TMYS. We saw it previously in the winners finals. This Pokemon is the one to fight for, and both teams really want this Lapras in their control. But however, on the other hand, you know, 67 on that Hoopa, 67 on the Zoroark as well. This two Pokemon has been running havoc the whole day. It's either you ban the Hoopa, or like, you know, you have priority pick for the Hoopa and make sure that you have that Hoopa to secure those really fast rotation. And you know, not forgetting Umbreon, you know, with those mean look, could stop those diving Pokemon as fast as possible, right? So that your whole team could just dive in on him and just take him out. And we have seen Umbreon taken out Zoroark, have been taken out, Blaziken, and also Urshifu as well. These three Pokemon are really scary when it comes to Road to the Top.
Yep, and the Road to the Top, of course, this is going to be their accumulated stats so far. Average damage dealt, you guys can see they're bringing massive numbers from all three categories. Yeah? And the most frequently used Pokemon, if you guys have missed out for the first two series or maybe through a midway, these are so far one of the few go-to Pokemons for Team Road to the Top here. Well, of course, them being Lapras, who has been on the roll even before the patch, even before the pre-patch, he was also still one of the favorite picks to go. Mew as well, who recently got even more stronger. Was always strong, by the way. Was always strong. It's just that I guess by the graphics, by the statistics, right, before the patch, I think they just figured out, like, why is Mew not being picked? Maybe he's not that strong. Let's just buff it. No, Mew wasn't really a hot pick for most players because of the difficulty of the Pokemon himself. Umbreon has always been one of the few good gatekeepers for all those species, like you mentioned as well. Urshifu is also one of the few go-tos. If not Zoroark, then it would have been the Urshifu here. Blastoise has always been one of the few favorites, especially for team fights, and of course early game poking with the Water Gun to secure that EXP from the wild Pokemon. And Blaziken, especially after this patch, we've seen a little slight, I wouldn't say quite the rise, but he started being quite optimal or viable for an option here. Now here's the thing, right? They have went through one series together, one best of 3, have a good feel of what's to come. Now the fact is, what will be changed? And will that change be impeccable enough to overtake this?
Yep, those all down to this, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the first band phase for the grand finals. Grand finals will be a best of 5. That means first team to 3 points is going to be taking home the grand finals, and it's all down to this, right? Start off with this draft pick right here with RT immediately banning Hoopa, while MYS don't want to see a slow bro in action in this game.
Oh, no, the thing is this, with the Hoopa being banned, I feel there's a possibility that we might see the return of the Zoroark and the Zacian as well on the side of Team MOS. They did utilize this on their first game against Round to the Top as well, but no. Gotta ensure they take away one of their strongest and utilize Mew for themselves here. But what's gonna be the follow-up here? The 2 defenders opening, or are they gonna try to secure some of that all-rounders?
Yeah, we have saw Calamity on that Umbreon, which is, you can be really mean with those mean look coming in as well. JL locking into the Inteleon. Well, you know, Night Mew Foxy, we know that this guy is really good on the Mew himself as well. So, you know, if and right here, RT really have to try to stop this Mew, right? If not, this Mew is just going to be running havoc against their opponent, and Ice locking into that Lapras with Yemu getting that Zacian.
Oh no, this is concerning because, like, I guess you could say in a way, it's a little bit more. It can be somewhat more it's more easier to read when it comes to Team MYS, because especially when they lock in the Mew, it feels like it's always going to lead up to that early game composition, right? Going for like just the base evolution or one evolution follow up. Early evolution is try to get control of that early game and start snowballing out of control. I love the idea that LY, instead of utilizing the Yoshifu for himself, he takes the Zoroark away because he knows how much of a threat it is in the hands of Team MYS. Bringing in the Blissey to give them a little bit of sustain in the lane, which is going to be really great with the soft boil. But just in case, they also have the policy, they also have the follow-ups. Brings in the Clefairbell alongside the Yoshifu to go toe-to-toe with the rest of the squad here. Mimikyu is gonna be the last pick here, and I believe this is this Round to the Top first time bringing in the Mimikyu, or was it the second time? I can't really put my finger on this.
The last time was MSI, if I'm not wrong, and this is the first time RT actually bringing in this Mimikyu.
For themselves, right?
Yeah, for themselves, yes. This is the latest Pokemon in the mix right now. We have seen Mimikyu in action. Yes, it could, you know, do a lot of damage. He can sustain a little bit better with himself. But, you know, when it comes to team play like that, how are they going to be playing around this Mimikyu, or how this Mimikyu could, you know, do much better against, you know, what MIS could do? Because the MIS composition looks really offensive, right? Really aggressive with this particular lineup.
Yeah, and if you notice on the items as well coming in from around the table, 2 of their Pokemon, both the Umbreon and the Blissey, is going to be bringing in the body barrier. So there's going to be a lot of shields, a lot of defenses once the Unite move starts popping off here. And I think just to counter it, I noticed the Lapras actually changed one of their items to the special attack specs as well, because already noticing the 2 body barriers, I think they just decided, you know, we need to bring more damage. We gotta bring the numbers now, boys. gotta be a big fight on our hands on that Unite moves here. But let's see whether they really want to try to drag out that game, because they do have the Inteleon here. So let's see how well Road to the Top is able to drag things out to reach to that prime.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, they have to go for the late game just because of that one singular Inteleon. And if the Inteleon actually pop off, it can be pretty deadly for MYS. And MYS, you know, having they like this strong aggressive start. They like those basic Pokemon lineup coming in as well. They are going to bring in those offense against their opponent.
Ooh. Ice able to secure some of the majority of the wild Pokemon as well on their even on their opponent's side, gonna be able to get the nice early dunk and EXP boost. Genkai begins to harass Yang. Although was not able to get the Hoopa, but he still can be a nuisance with the Clefairy. No difference.
Yep, that's a really good light screen coming in, just avoid and not allowing that Clefairy to come into play as well. Bochi is just really aggressive with that Mimikyu, and you know, Yemu really have to try to get to level 5 as soon as possible. And first down is Chansey, and you know, as I was saying, Yemu have to get to level 5 to get the Sacred Sword out to capitalize a little bit more against their opponent.
Oh, I get what he was trying to go for, right? Just try to steal away the wild Pokemon, but also try to make things a little bit daring, because the LY was already there and already evolved to the Zoroark here. But just couldn't take into account the amount of damage that was being outputted by the Zacian as well. I think after not seeing it for 2 rounds, now they're reminded once again how powerful the Zacian can be. Calamity is
Yep.
still one wild Pokemon away from leveling up as well to get that Umbreon. I think once that comes out, this should make this easier. But of course, the classic team MYS constantly on the aggressive in the central area alone on the opponent's side, denying them as much farm as possible.
Yep, it's just, going straight right into the central area, taking out those buffs, taking those EXP away from road to the top, right? And right here, you're looking at a level 7 Urshifu. Bochi almost get a little bit of advantage against the Zacian, but immediately retreating off ice, holding down bottom side all by himself until the Mew arrive as well. But why? HT is just not letting LY rest, just dashing straight right in level 8, not allowing their Zorap to have any form of space.
Just out of range. The Calamity, let's be honest, I think this is a little bit of a catastrophe as he's surrounded from all sides here. Although HT was not able to get the last hit here, but Ice is totally fine with that. Moonlight pops and committed because they do want to commit for the dunk here. But here comes the die coming to fire. Why big damage on top of Yang, but it's totally fine. Respects that, backs off, not going to be overzealous about this here. But the other top side, Yemu. Farming leveling up very comfortably here. Not being contested too much though. And
Yeah,
that's
but
a massive one, along with a beautiful rotation coming from HT.
Yeah, HD going up and down, back and forth really fast and really often as well. Chansey's only at level 3. It's not even at the Blissey stage yet. He really have to start getting those EXP up. Of course, it's gonna be too late. We're down to our first Reggie, and the Chansey has yet to be evolved.
The worst part about it, he doesn't even have the Unite move to fully assist with the body barrier as well. but he is securing there. They are going to try to prioritize the Regice, and I think they just decide, you know what? We don't have the levels, we don't have the moves, we don't have the Unite moves as well. We have to let go of the Regice and focus our priorities on other objectives here. They managed to get a couple of dunks in 11 points, but at least managed to get the Regieleki.
Yep, I mean, the Regieleki is a consolation prize right there as well, getting a little bit more EXP from their objective. Yemu just alone, one Zacian on top, can't exactly do too much against his opponent, but the rest of the team, though, is just looking up really, really strong. LY, though, trying to get as much farm as possible in the central area, but, they have to try to stop this Zorap before it's going to be punishing for them.
Big damage, and he still gets the last hit in on the Mimikyu. Yemu! Genkai has no choice but to fall back. Watches his friend fall, but of course won't leave his friend alone on the other side. Yemu sends him there to assist him, to keep him company. On the body lane, on the other hand, our dear friend Drizzle was able to finally level up all the way to the Inteleon. But I don't think he's not going to be able to do much here. Able to do a couple of pokes, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold that out for long. Now with HT on the way. Trying to decide where you want to go for the rotation, but he decided to go to the top side as our dear friend Zach here, Yemu, gets caught off from a beautiful rotation here, and it completely suppressed HT. In a 1v4 scenario, the man has boldness for sure. Sally, will that be paid off? Absolutely, as the damage was big. A beautiful KO here. They're trying to get it for a couple of dunks here. Body barriers also committed as well. But they're only able to dunk 5 points out of that.
Big 1v4 right there. How did HT even survive that one? Yang coming out just in time, just to stop everyone else, and just healing him back to back health, and then just going in for the offense once again. Mimikyu on the bottom side, scoring I think that's for 40 points for the team as well. Yep. So Mimikyu is just looking really strong for the team, but the Umbreon and the Blissey really have to back up as well.
That damage. Umbreon was supposed to be the defender, but let's be honest, Yemu has the Sovereign Blade, and HT is the Martial Master of the central lane. All trying to find plays, all Jal could do is just during this time where his allies are falling apart, he can only try to get some points on the other lanes. But more control, more devastation. Calamity trying to buy some time, but Yemu is coming in strong, coming in hard. He's the king of the blades here. He's gonna cut them down to size. 2, make it 3 more. He's looking for the 3rd. But gonna respect that. It goes back into the farm. But look at the level difference, Moon Boy. It's the nightmare of Elm Streets here for all these guys.
Yeah. MYS is just dominating right now. Yemu is just unstoppable with those Sacred Sword reset, right? I mean, he's just having double Sacred Sword again and again and again, and just dealing so much damage to his opponent. There's nothing much that RT could do. All they have to do is start farming, get your level up, and try to get a few steals of objective. If those fights are not favorable for you, RT, don't engage.
Oh, but where's the farm? They are the farm. You forgot that here as well. more battle experience. They are looking for it as well. And Yang, he's the support, and he's being shown with great fear. Moonlight comes in. Zhao trying to wait for me, but Yemo, they go for the eject button. But guess what? He has one too. He continue on the hunt. Got the speed. He goes invisible, but not for too long. Yemo smells prey, and he will get it. Top side, more carnage happening all across the board here. Calamity, you forgot. These players are the Elite Four. They are the danger, and they are the one who will knock the doors. And they are currently knocking at the door as they will possibly be trying to break the second base.
Yep, immediately breaking tier 2 top as well and retreating off this one. Look at the level, YOLO. 12, 13, 13, 13, 12 coming in from MYS. And on the other side, RT, they can't exactly catch up yet. Everyone is just fully skilled when it comes to MYS. 30 more seconds till the Rayquaza. Could RT do something about this?
I have never seen such a consistent leveling between members here before. It's like, oh my lord. Completely blinded by the light, Solar Blade comes in and washed away the evidence. Because Yemo tells Genkai, hey man, go for the dunk. I will allow it. Your kings allow it as you offer your life to me.
Yep, and we have 10 more seconds till the Rayquaza spawn. Bochi a little bit too deep into the central area of MYS. And I believe this is not the time for him to get KO'd because the final stretch is happening right now. And it's 5v4 right here at the Rayquaza pit.
Oh, there's still 10 seconds. There's still 10 seconds. But then again, coming from the side for the purple side, Team MYS doesn't necessarily have to secure the Rayquaza. They can just buy the time because they just have enough points. They just have to delay or go for the pickoffs. See who is willing to take the gamble. And the fact remains, this is the grand finals, and they know for sure Roll to the Top will take the gamble. And they're just waiting for them to force the fight, and they're happy to oblige.
Yep, it's all 10 men is ready right now. 10 Unite move are available for them to use. Calamity on the backside, but Zacian is a little bit more behind as well. As RT initiated onto the Rayquaza, I believe this is time for MYS to shine.
Yemo comes in hard from the back line, completely cajoled. He tried to run for his life, but instantly gets one off the size. KO comes in all across the board. 5 will fall, and Rayquaza is secure. They will catch them all, and they will secure the first round in the grand finals. What a dominating start as they drop all the 100 points.
There's nothing that RT could do at that point in time. MYS got them surrounded at that point in time. RT have to initiate onto the Rayquaza due to time, but they can't keep up to that fight. The amount of damage coming in from the Zacian and the Mew is just too much to handle, and everything is just history at that point in time. 781, 108, MYS having a 680 point lead. What can RT do? I don't see an opening for them.
Oh, this is tough. There's too much points. They have to succumb to this first round, which is fine. If the first round is a best of 5, we still have 4 more games to go for them to really try to bring back the scoreline here. But like I said, they do need to figure things out.
Right, they really have to try to figure things out. They're, Team RT, their early game is just a little bit weaker. They can't exactly keep up to the leveling and the disruption that MYF has. Like, they're just flooding over to their central area as soon as 7 minutes and before 7 minutes, and just denying all those EXP from Team RT.
It's so difficult as well because one for sure, then especially coming from Team RT, they are going with this lineup for the long game, right? Especially since they went for the Intellion. They just needed to drag out the game and hope that LY could really try to set the pace.
Yep.
The problem is that especially once Team MYS locks in the Mew as their first pick already, they already knew exactly what they're gonna go for already. They already knew, like, all right, we're gonna go with the early game. Let's see what's their first 2 pick. When they secure the Umbreon, they just decide, you know what, fine, go for the Umbreon. That's totally fine. We will get the Lapras. We'll follow that Lapras, and then we'll lock in another all-rounder to fight alongside with you guys here. Because at least that way, when the game comes, right, when the time comes for them to fight alongside with the Intellion, the Zacian will just also be just as farmed. Yeah? Even though he doesn't have doesn't really have like a first or second evolution, he's really the base one.
Yep.
He just needs that leveling, and he has no contention at all. Barely, actually. I
Yeah.
think there was like only like 4 rotations to the top side, like just to engage on him alone, and then that's pretty much it. Other than that, it's just everyone just started grouping up and just couldn't find the pace. HT and Yang just was such a menace. I think this two is really the core of the of Team NYS victory so far. Just being such a menace with it.
Yeah, for sure. Right? Like Yang, always on those clutch moonlight coming in, just healing the rest of the team. HT just diving in and out. And then Yemu just finish it up with those Sacred Swords. 2 Sacred Swords. You take out 1 Inteleon, you take out 1 Zorak out of commission as well. So, you know, it's just so strong, and there's nothing that, you know, Team RT could do. And, you know, take a look at the damage right there. 76k from Foxy and Yemu itself. And, you know, that actually shows that the attackers are actually doing their job.
Everyone was really doing it well, but I think the game was already somewhat set in the early part when the amount of pressure that was being made. I think that already somewhat dictated how the game was really going to be like as well. So in the next round, I think it's like maybe could get a little bit more, especially if you're going towards, especially if you're planning to go with a composition that scales towards the late game. I think it's ideal if you have at least like 1 team fight ability Pokemon here, so like a Blastoise or something here.
Yeah.
Because at least that way, if let's say your line gets cut off, which by the way, Jal has been flanked and been chased by the Zacian for so long, right? The Umbreon can only do so much, right? He has to lock down. He also has to do his job on the other side. He's only 1 wall. He's not like multiple walls here. So having, especially if you're going scaling towards a late game competition, having 1 additional wall like a Blastoise or something will give a little bit more security here.
For sure. Yeah, like there's no proper initiator, I would say, like in this lineup.
I think it was very greedy to have like 3 attackers here, right? When you already have, when you're trying to drag out the game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, let's just take a look at the recap right here. Like, Yemu with those Sacred Sword immediately taking out 1 Mimikyu, resets, get another one off that Blissey as well. Like, that's the power of Zacian, right? Like, as long as he can scale and there's no control over him, like, he just run wild by himself.
It was a beautiful run so far. And I think there was time when there was an opportunity, right? Because let's be honest, right? Yemu in particular, who was farming alone in that lane, whether is he going to be playing the role as an attacker or the defender, right?
Yep.
He has this calm. Whenever he plays this game, right, as a professional, he always has this really calm demeanor, not really fazed by like even the smallest of things. Unlike like some of our pop players, right, whether they have this hesitation or indecisiveness, right?
Yep.
There's a fine line between nerve and excitement. And literally, Yemo just contains this too, not allowing it to distract him at all throughout this entire round. So I think really well done in making sure his role is being fulfilled here.
Yeah, for sure. And there you have, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the info card of HT right there. And I believe he was piloting the Urshifu just now. And he was really mean to his opponent, right? There's no opening or there's no space given to the opponent at any point in time. He's constantly moving around from the central to the top, to the central to the bottom, everywhere on the map of Tear Sky Ruin, just to deny their enemy and not allowing them to have any form of break at any point in time.
Exactly. There's nowhere for them to go, especially like, you know, the bottom lane is like one of the more ideal lane, especially for your Pokemon to get the EXP, because the Indidis are spawned there. So when you're confident your team is already pressuring those Indidis or stealing it away from the Sobble, all you gotta do is just pressure the central lane, and there's really nothing much you can do. And Mimikyu going toe to toe with a Urshifu, I'm not too much of a big fan about it, but when you throw Yang, who's a Clefairy, on top of that, there's no way Mimikyu can really contest it. He had to surrender the central area to him without a fight.
Yep, that is true as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for game number 2 right here, and as I think I repeat myself once again, this is a best of 5, right? There's still 4 more chances for RT to actually come back off this one. Like, you know, could they figure out something to turn the tables around against MYS? They have already failed in game number 1. They have 2 more tries to do it before it's too late.
I mean, there are ways to play around this. It's either you start opting to go secure their picks. At least that way you don't have to worry about them like overwhelming the entire meta picks here. Or you can either really try to play around them. Because I think so far, like they have played against, I believe this will be their 4th game playing against Team MYS as well. So, but of course, anyway, back to the drafting. Yeah, Team MYS able to secure one of their 2 favorite defenders here, the Umbreon and the Lapras, and that alone already puts pressure on what kind of all-rounders or speedsters they can really select here, away from the round table.
Yeah, but however, from round to the top side, road to the top there as well, they got that Mew secured. That means Night Mew Foxy would not get the Mew in his hands. LY taking out the Zorak away from HT, but HT says it's totally okay. I can go back to the Urshifu because I am still good at it. Calamity having that Blastoise secured, that means they have really good initiator for this round as well. It's all down to Genkai and Bochi. What kind of Pokemon will they pick to go on the offense? Because looking at the lineup right there from MYS, it seems like their lineup is more or less secure. And Tyranitar.
Oh yeah, I think they just decided to go all in with this. They're like, there's nothing we can do about it, because like, I mean, the thought that came to my mind before they selected, I thought like maybe they could try to go for the Trevenant alongside with the Inteleon. Since they already have a Blastoise, right? They needs to. It's also somewhat scaling. You might say take another scaling and one person to try to contain like mobility or agile Pokemon like the Urshifu and the Zacian, right? But since they opt to go for the Tyranitar and the Delphox, I mean, in a way, they just decide we're just gonna go all in with this. Like we're just gonna try to scale, we're trying to out damage them, and this is gonna allow Inteleon to have a really free roam with this.
Yep, I mean, they have to be really careful, right? Especially when it comes to Tyranitar, they have the Tyranitar Rampage as well. And that is basically a execute move, right? Once your HP reach a certain threshold, you just get KO'd immediately. So MYF just have to be a little bit careful because they don't have a healer in their team as well. But they're all about the offense, right? So the only answer to deal with the Tyranitar is take him out before he takes you out. Like, the easiest way is to be more offensive than your opponent.
And they do also need to take it to the. They do need to be worried. That's why I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly. See, their items they went for is 3 eject button, because they know for sure that there's no way they're gonna be able to reset during those skirmishes. Not with the Umbreon Umbreon mean look present here.
Yep.
So no choice. Eject button. There's no heals. There's no way for them to reset. No Hooper either. It's gonna be like, all right, guys, just make it or break it.
Yeah, for
either
sure.
we pick them off or they pick us off.
Yeah, that is for sure as well. So ladies and gentlemen, off we go. This is game number 2 right here for the grand finals. It is MYS against Road to the Top. Road to the Top is on the purple side, while MYS is on the orange side. We saw MYS have a triumphant win in game number 1. Could they maintain this win?
I think it should be possible. I don't think we will see as much aggression coming from Team MOS this time, since they actually opt to go for the Inteleon.
Yep.
So, or maybe they might just do it because of the fact that they noticed that there's no healer. There's no healer or support coming from the side of Rototom. I think they just might decide like, hey, let's have more skirmishes. We'll always come on the top because we can just do it.
It's a fight you want, it's a fight you get, right? And that's exactly what MYS is thinking. And on the top side, looking a little bit weaker, with the Zacian going up against the Pupita, Lavita, sorry, and that could, and probably his way to do it is to control the Lavita as much as possible and not allowing it to level up as fast as possible as well.
Oh. Here comes the rotation, and even LY revealing the existence of the Zoroark as well. He's ready to go for a couple of class, but gets reminded that HT is not too far behind. Both have the same exact idea, and Yemu once again with a double KO, with a beautiful start, and of course, a couple of points, a couple of Aeon energy secured, and more farm and more EXP.
This man literally dashed right into or even through the solar beam just to get to the Mew, and I believe he managed to get a pick off the Lavita there as well. So that is a really courageous move coming in from the Zacian. Just I'm just gonna take the damage. I'm dashing straight right in. I want to secure that KO.
He knows there's no way they're gonna be able to support him for that scenario. He's definitely gonna be a knocked out Pokemon for sure. Very calm and collected. I don't think the Larvitar is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Zacian in the lane. So I think that's why you don't see HT going back to that lane anymore. We're going to be giving a little bit more pressure around the central and the bottom lane here. Pupitar is funny. Finally, Larvitar is able to evolve to the Pupitar, but I don't think still pretty confident he's not going to be able to do much about it.
Yeah, for sure. Ice trying to, deny Calamity from that scoring there as well. But take a look at the minimap on the left side. We see a Mew a little bit out of position right there in the central area, trying to be a little bit sneaky to deny those EXP from the Urshifu.
But of course, Foxy, one hit away, gonna grapple all the way in, closing the gap to get the final pick off. LY, gotta respect that. Not gonna be overzealous to get the final pick off. We'll be able to dash away because they got the intel. HT is on the way, the threat is here. And Bochi in the thick of things as well. Caught off and locked down, but the mean look. No way for him to run. The poor legendary Pokemon will finally meet his fate.
Yeah, and there we have it. MYS continuing their early game aggression. And take a look at the level once again, 68886. Well, on the left side, this is a little bit all over the place as well. And MYS starting onto the Reggie Ice, and I believe this is not going to be contested coming in from RT.
No, they can't. They don't have the levels. They don't have the Tyranitar out either yet as well. So just had to fall back, just had to buy out the time. Yes, the early stage was not favorable for them, but there's still some space. There was not too much control pressure being utilized by Team MYS just yet. Not too much where it's not recoverable. And of course another beautiful pick of KO. And Yemu says, wait, did I hear you guys are getting comfortable? I'm coming in to remind what happens if you forget. Jal, no choice, sacrificing his life for his team members. He's like, you gotta run, man. You gotta run, brother. But again, Kai really want to try to secure the Regieleki. We're not going to be able to get out of that situation at all. Gets really down low, but who gets it though? Of course, it's Team MYS.
Yep, MYS getting the Regieleki for themselves, going straight right into the tier 1 also. And that's the problem with this Zacian, is not controlled at all at this point in time. It's already at level 10, holding 40 Eos coins as well. So there's so much that this Zacian could do against your team. And at this point, RT really have to try to, get that Tyranitar up and try to make a little bit more impact against this opponent, because right here, RT is not making any impactful plays.
That's right. Like, the minute they see it's still a War Turtle, they see it's still a Pupitar, they just don't care. They're just like, you know what, guys, let's farm their central area. Let's keep training up, keep leveling up our Pokemon here, and just ensure that they're not able to get any form of EXP here.
Yeah, as long as I'm seeing a yellow dot on my minimap, it's gone, right? It's mine. And that's what MIS is trying to do, trying to play around this wild Pokemon so to deny RT from all these wild Pokemon.
Moonboy, you're mistaken. It's not just the yellow dot. They see any Pokemon.
Any dot,
any Pokemon is an EXP.
You're exactly right as well. I mean, MY is just so dominant. They already got positioning onto the bottom ledge as well. Tyranitar with the Tyrannical Rage. Could they work something out down?
They're going to be trying for sure, but instantly the Tyranitar didn't last for too long. His Tyrant Rule instantly removed here. And our dear friend Mew completely isolated from the rest of his team as everyone gets picked off one by one. It seems like Team MOS has an answer for all the questions, for all the angles here. And instantly fallen back and succumb.
Wow, I mean, MYS is not just good mechanically, they are good macroly as well, right? They're moving around the map literally like chess pieces at that perfect timing. They're always in good positioning. They're always surrounding their opponent. They're always taking good fights that is favorable for them. And all these are just so well calculated by the team, which they already got such a huge level lead right now as well. What can RT do? They're just 2 to 3 levels behind their opponent. And you know, at this point, fighting is not an option.
Well, they're gonna try to pull out some magic out of the hat here, especially Delphox. Gonna try to scorch and burn some of these players as much as well. Yang following into the thick of things, and Yemo also not following too alongside about it. Genkai completely left alone, the rest of his team members just fearing the idea of ice. They have to abandon their teammate Tyranitar here to succumb to his fate, but like LY gets jumped in and spotted as well. They found him. He's gonna run for his life.
Wow, I mean, MY is just checking every single corner, every single tall grass in reach, so that they won't be flanked at any point in time, and they're so well timed, and you know, everything is so well checked all by themselves. Ice having a 1v2 situation all by himself at the bottom side as well, but he's still controlling them really well, not allowing them to do too much at the bottom side. Ice might be a little bit of trouble right there as well.
I can't believe he's still alive out of all the damage that's been thrown at him. He's still totally fine. completely leaving them stone cold, literally, with the ice beam. Still on the hunt though. Pushing back with the hydro pump, but not for too long. Has to surf away towards safety, including the dash. He see ice being aggressive. He knows for sure that his team members is not too far behind.
Yeah, they know that Foxy is nearby. They can't fight that particular fight that they can, and you know, in about 5 seconds time, bottom Reggie is gonna be alive once again. But instead, MYS focusing on the Reggie top, trying to just apply so much more pressure, having that Reggie Lecky marching straight right down just before the final stretch.
How could you, HT? You're bullying one of my favorite Kanto water Pokemon. And leave Squirtle alone. Leave him alone. He's just a turtle. Big damage, locked down. Yeah, can they pick it up? They can. 1 for 5. But Ice does the damage a lot more better. Instant KO. Yemu comes in. You say blood for blood. They won. They won revenge. They want to avenge their fallen allies as they will attempt to cut them all down.
You take one of my guys, I take down 4 of yours. That's exactly what MRS did. Scoring straight right for the Rayquaza, but managed to get a steal.
I can't believe it. What a dive from the man. LY, he's not out of the fight just yet. He's saying, hey man, if I'm going down, I'm going out swinging. And he made it hurt.
Yeah,
but
MYS...
Sally, they don't have the...
Yeah, they got the raid, they didn't get the points, they can't manage to score, but even though with the buff, they can't do much. MYS is going on the defense right now. RT, what are they gonna do? They're 200 points away from victory. Can they score them in?
They gotta stop Genkai. He's trying to attempt to go for the dunk here. He's trying to deny them as us as possible, but they just can't. The timing, they succeed. 100 points. They just need another 100. Another 100, and they can try to turn things around. Genkai sustained. The Tyranitar pulls through, and Yemu has no choice but to fall back for the King's fight. Genkai, what a man, but of course, courtesy of Blastoise with the serve, giving him the opportunity to go for the dunk, and they did it. Oh no, they run out of the buff right now.
Yeah, they need another 100 points. No more Rayquaza buff in RT's pocket as well. Right here, you know, all MYS have to do is just defend, try not to allow them to touch the base at any point in time. There's still a way for RT to come back off this one. They have to play it smart. How to deal with this? Which fight should we take? Or which side should we score?
Oh, 20 seconds, not 50 points. Oh, it's just... I believe it's just right at the margin as well. If they manage to dunk that 71 points, they should be able to take back the round. Going to be trying to attempt towards the top side. Genkai trying to be the diversion here, trying to set us for the team here. They managed to get a dunk of 68 points, but will it be enough? 2 seconds in. Who got the points though?
Was it enough? I mean, the bottom tier 1 has been destroyed as well, but it's so close for this round. It seems like TS actually have a turning point, but unable to do it, just lacking 10 points to close it off. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 2 goes straight to MYS.
Oh, it could not be any closer here. My lord. It was just that, just 10 points left. Unfortunately, I'm thinking so. Genkai, I think Genkai had the majority of the points as well with the 50. He had the 50 points, but he had to commit to try to create the space. Maybe if Calamity was nearby, that serve probably could have given Genkai the small window of an opportunity. A small window of an opportunity to get that points in. Then maybe they could have naturally turned the game around.
Wow. I mean, Genkai with the Tyranitar, that Tyranitar Rampage actually executed 2 Pokemon on the top side at the very last moment, which allowed them to score another 100 point from the, I believe it's going to be that from Gel, right? Yeah, yep. So, you know, that actually allowed them to have that breathing space as well. But MYS, you know, after missing that Rayquaza, they have no choice but to go on to full defense, but just luckily, by a strain of a hair, right? Like, by the mere 10 points, they managed to secure this victory for themselves.
But there is something, at least there's something that's happening right now. There is something going on. It's no longer that one-sided landslide anymore. Now they have something rolling. They have something going. They have something rolling. Calamity with the Blastoise has been really impeccable for them so far. Now it's just a matter is trying to get more numbers on the board. Let's get more control. Let's get more Pokemon that will somewhat assist us in those team fights as well.
Yeah, I mean, this composition looks like something is cooking, right? right? Something you can smell the flavor of what they're trying to do, but it's just not enough to close off the game against MYS. They are 2-0 down, and next game is gonna be game point, match point, championship point for MYS. So it is a really steep mountain that RT have to climb to have that reverse sweep that they are looking for at this point in time.
Yep. Oh man, I mean, there's also the factor of with the lack of support from both sides, because you also notice as well, coming from Team MYS, they started respecting members of around to the top here as well, because hey, now they got the blasters right, now Genkai has the Tyranitar, Jarl started getting some really insane numbers with the Delphox here, and we don't really have that sustain that we usually have when we have a Blissey, when we have a Clefairy here, or Clefairy here. So now I think that's why the game the point differential wasn't that high. Wasn't that high because that was just how close it was. Now going to the third game, I think both teams will have a lot of things to think about. Like, do we still want to proceed with this no support, all out damage kind of composition, or do we want to focus on scaling or early game? So far, we've seen a lot of success coming from Team MYS regarding the early game composition.
Yep.
Team Round to the Top hasn't really found that thunder for that early game. But the scaling so far, I think they have something cooking here. With the Blastoise alongside with the Tyranitar pick here. They have something cooking.
Yeah, they probably need a little an anchor for the early game, right? I mean, they are always losing so hard in the early game as well, when it comes to scaling or when it comes to scoring also. And they have to try to stop Yemu on this Zacian, and this Zacian, Yemu is just insane on this Zacian, just double Sacred Sword, just taking everything out at that point in time. And just maybe playing together as a club together might not be the best option.
Yeah. Trying to find a time, but there were many fights when I'm not too sure whether is it because of lack of communication or the communication is being fumbled here, because you notice some of the players, especially road to the top here, some players ends up being isolated while the rest are either going their own separate direction or doing their own thing here. Not too sure about this, but I think once the comms gets a little bit more cleaner, a little bit more confident here, I think they can prioritize to do a lot more execution skills here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, take a look at this replay once again, right? Genkai taking out the execute with the Tyrannical Rage, and that is. It seems like maybe Tyranitar might be the answer against MYS. They just have to capitalize it a little bit more.
But of course, anyway, here's your info card for Jarl, who did the most amount of damage for both sides. By the way, for both sides, he did the most amount of damage, 70,000 in total here with the Delphox here.
Yep, I mean, we saw him previously on the Inteleon is okay, right? And then into the Delphox, and his Delphox has always been on point the whole day, right? Like, comboing the fireworks with the Hydro Typhoon, that was a really good play coming in from Zhao, which I've seen throughout the whole day. But this guy is probably one of the best attacker in the region so far.
I mean, yeah, of course. And Inteleon is definitely one of the few go-tos. His early phase with the water gun is by far one of the best best skills, best movesets to secure most of the things. Also decent amount of poking damage, especially for pre-level 4s. Still hurts, for some reason. This is a water gun, right? But of course, moving on, we do have Night Mew Foxy here coming from the side of Team MYS. So far, one of their dedicated attackers here. He had utilized Inteleon, also Decidueye here as well. But I think him trying out the Decidueye was just really trying to get a good feel. Like, did it really fit our comp or not on the competitive level here? Like, testing things out. When you're testing things out in pubs on your screens, it feels a little bit more different compared to playing in the actual tournament itself. So I think you realize it was great. It was great, but probably didn't really fit with their practicality, right? Because it all comes down to whether it fits with the team's practical gameplay or style here.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, Foxy, we've seen him on the Mew. He's pretty insane on the Mew itself as well. We've seen and Inteleon and Decidueye. It seems like his kit is all down to far hitting, long range damage kind of thing, marksman style, and trying to go for the final hit for as many objective or even opponent Pokemon as much as possible.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this This is going to be our next round of our drafting here. Will there be any change? Nope, not at all. Still the same exact band. The only difference this time is Team MYS has the opportunity to be first pick once again.
Yep, with Yang having the first pick onto the draft as well. But, before that, I believe, as you said, the bans is going to be the Slowbro and the Hoopa once again. These two Pokemon, it really seems like, these two teams don't really want to deal with them. And Yang with the first pick. Is it going to be the Mew? I think it's going to be the Mew.
Oh, yep, you got it right. You got it right on the money here. If it ain't broken, you don't fix it.
Yeah.
Coming in with the Mew. Now round to the top. We really need to visualize this. Are they still gonna go with that early game composition, or are they gonna change things up a bit? Because that last round was a clear example of seeing Team MOS changing things up, really going for that scaling towards that late game. But just in case, no harm done for them to secure the Lapras for themselves, but also deny the Zoroark in the hands of HT. They have more, like, Zoroark to them has more fear over the Yoshifo or the Umbreon here. So they feel the Zacian, they still can deal with it. No way.
Umbreon.
Double speedster. Really? No, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we were saying, like, that opponent is going to be picking a Zoroark, right? And Umbreon is going to be a no-brainer coming in, trying to get the mean look locked on to that Zoroark, and Yemu onto the Zacian once again. And, Genkai on that Garchomp, and Zhao on the Intalia.
Yes, comfy. Go for the comfy. No. Why? Like the thing is this, right? I feel comfy with comfy paired with a speedster or an all-rounder is by far like one of the few best supports in my opinion. But like I said, these kind of things are usually dependent on the players, but on their perspective, whether it's a style which is their preferred one, or something they want to try to utilize on themselves. I know for sure that any side, the EU and the West, they definitely love the idea of the comfy pick, because it's such a unequal support when you pair it with the Yoshifo or the Zoroark or the Zacian, right? You just linked and you just give him heals and barrier whenever he requires it, right?
Yep. It's a really good healer for a diver, I would say. But however, that also means that you're one Pokemon short at that point in time, right?
Correct.
It's a 4v5 fight every situation and every scenario. So, how are you? And I believe this is going to be a Southeast Asia thing where they actually love the Blissey and the Clefable as healers, replacement, compared to a Comfy, because it actually could do an impact. It could do an impact on the board state of how it can, maybe an Egg Bomb or something could displace their opponent compared to a Comfy. It's just there, healing and then shooting random darts at your opponent. But something interesting in this lineup as well is going to be Bochi on that Sableye. It's the first Sableye we've seen today so far, and could this Sableye be the answer to crack MYS, or could MYS take the championship point away from RT?
Hopefully this is going to be the one as well, especially since he has the ability to actually go invisible as well for a few seconds as well. Hopefully this gives them the edge in terms of harass inside those central areas as well. Because I think we are guaranteed for sure that Yang and the Yoshifo is gonna be targeting that central area. And looks like Bochi is also going to be doing the exact same thing. He's going to be trying to see, can he try to steal away the Excalibur? He did! He stole away the Excalibur!
Typical Sableye thing, just being sneaky, throwing there, trying to take away the buff as well. LY, because of that red buff not being there, is going to be dropping him. He's going to be slowing down his level 5 potential, but, unable to get that second blue buff away from the from MYS side.
No, this is fine because he's currently just slowing things down for Team MYS. So I guess you could say in a way the top lane wouldn't have to worry too much about an engagement coming from Yoshifo anytime soon. They can apply a little bit more pressure. They get the level up first as well. Now the rest of the team is currently at the back of the wall.
Yeah, but the thing about this Sableye is that it's so disruptive. It just spoils the flow for MYS, and the thing about MYS is that they have the experience, playing against the Sableye meta back then as well. So could they actually still deal with that, especially in a meta environment like this?
Oh, they can try for sure. Calamity trying to buy the next amount of time, but guess what? If 2 is not enough, you get 3. If 3 is not enough, you get 4 Pokemon to overwhelm the damage here. And I love the priority, right? They didn't really have to worry too much about the Zacian towards the top lane. Because the bottom lane is where the EXP is currently at with all those Indeedis. They want to secure it as much as possible. And of course, we see Bochi doing what he wants to do with the Saberlight to be the nuisance.
Yep, and LY,
And LY, of course, going to be taking a chapter from Team MYS books and be aggressive in their jungle.
Yeah, it seems like right here, MYS, leveling is not as fast as the previous 2 games as well. It seems like RT might be cooking up something, and this might be the composition to take MYS down for the very first time.
This is really great. Being a nuisance all around the central areas and even in their spots as well allows them to get some few points in. Not a lot, but at least it's something. But it will force them to not farm too much. Since right now, TMYS just decided, you know what, we're wasting time splitting our resources. Let's just group up as a team and try to see if we can go for any pickers on the other side. Eventually, they will find somebody.
Yep. So, I mean, this is a pretty even game right now. Most of the resources from Team RT is on the top side, while on the bottom side, it's just a lone Mew all by himself as well. But right here, dashing shit right in. And Kelly managed to get Yemu out of that as well. But Bochi running out of there alive. LY is stuck right there and able to get out of there alive. And, that is a really good fight coming in from RT.
But not too far behind. HT lurks within the bush, reveal himself and his intention as well. Ice trying to find an opportunity to drop in the mean look here. Will drop it. Not going to be able to get the kill, but will at least get a couple of points in as well. Bottom lane already still has finally been spawned here. It's an opportunity for them to rotate towards the bottom side. They want to go for it, but Genkai a little bit out of place and of course out of mind.
Yeah, finally, MYS starting to get a little bit of momentum moving forward as well. Get that Saber Eye out of commission and just control the Gibble or the Gabite at this point in time. Just try not to let it hit level 9 before you hit 9. So this way, that Garchomp will not be too much of a harassment.
Definitely for sure. Now with the assistance of the Regineki, now even more pressure is going to be happening through this top side. Jar, no choice but to succumb. It has to retreat and fall back. No way for them to really defend this for too much here.
Yep,
but at least, I guess you could say it with a little bit of reassurance. There's no way they'd have enough Aeon energy to really break that first base, so it's totally fine.
Well, there is. I mean, the Mew has 37 right there. They're just trying to get a little bit more to get that overdunk across. Yeah, but the Zoro up, LY trying to be a little bit sneaky, dunking 30 off the top as well, but immediately fighting the Mew. But I don't think this is the fight that Mew should take and just get out of there. And you should not be fighting this fight.
Shit, Ninja. Keeping alive. Mean Look also going to be able to lock down different Jarl in place. 8 bomb causing not by the buy. And even giving enough time for the cooldown to reset for the Mean Look to lock him again. No way for him to run. Registeel also being secure for the side of Team MYS. And we'll also find Bochi.
Yeah, good push. Good push coming in. Yang trying to not allow Calamity to get out there alive. 8 bomb bouncing him back out and just taking that KO. And the bottom side is free. Another 14 points in for MYS. They're starting to get their engines running. They're starting to get their momentum going. And RT, they have to figure out something fast.
They're definitely on the way there. Point differential, of course, not too far behind. Yemo revealed his Genkai. Get a little overzealous. Gonna allow Yemo to get a nice pick off on that one. A beautiful KO, a necessary one as well.
Yeah.
This will hurt a little bit, but not too much. Just a little bit.
I mean, that's a great slash coming in, right? Like just knowing the fight, knowing that the Garchomp is not on par as you, to just try to take him out as fast as possible.
But then again, Yoshifu and the Mew both being level 11, that's something to fear for sure. Yemo trying to catch up with the level, trying to pick up as many wild Pokemon as possible. And maybe in the process, we'll also find the Garchomp. Pops into Unite move to see he can do as much damage as possible. But big damage coming from the Inteleon with the liquidation. Very powerful skill.
Yeah, big retreat coming in from MYS in RT. Merely going in, getting the Regieleki, marching straight right on the top side. But they are really low right now. Is this the time to fight Garchomp? Immediately going straight right down to the Solar Beam from Mew, from Foxy. And all they have to do is just deal with this Regieleki as the rest of RT rotate straight right down to try to score all their points down, deposit them down in the bottom side. But HT just saying, no, you can't do that.
Oh, definitely can't completely deny. Completely snipe from the back line. And of course, another beautiful KO, possibly even a second or the third. And of course, Calamity has no choice. He knows he can't outrun them. Not with his flippers. There's no water or ocean for him to swim away. Just gives up his life. But of course, Yemo will be able to find a beautiful constellation prize on the back line.
Yeah, knowing that there's a camouflage, you can't hide away from my tiger eyes right there or my lion eyes right there. But Bochi just running around being a nuisance, you know.
Oh, spotted.
It's spotted.
Spotted, gotta respect that. But LY trying to see if he can try to create the opening he was looking for, but big damage coming for the Zacian alongside with the solar beam. Completely blew them all away.
Wow.
Taste the power of the suns here.
Great chain of skills right there coming in from MYS to take the rest of the team out and then taking the Registeel for themselves. They have the additional attack buff coming in as well. But Genkai on that Garchomp just overstaying a little bit in the central area, trying to take all a little bit greedy, but HT catch him. And I don't think it... Oh, and immediately going back to base.
This is great. Try to dunk it even as much points as possible because the point differential is not too far behind, just a difference of 10. Bochi is trying to divert the amount of attention as much as possible, trying to keep the eyes on him, but the rest of the team build up the EXP here. But of course, HT is not one to lose track of his target. We'll find Bochi eventually, and an egg bomb also will do its work. Still on the hunt, Bochi's doing a fantastic job. Look at how many people he's been dragging him all the way, but eventually he will fall. And now the rest of the team is currently getting ready to the group out. Rayquaza is going to be spawning in exactly 15 seconds here. The biggest team fight to decide the game. Ladies and gentlemen, and Moonboy, remember, this is the last game of the series here. If Team MYS wins this, they are the grand champions as well.
Yeah, having that Reggie Lecky, having the additional 6-man, marching shit right down to the top side. Rayquaza is down. We're down to our final stretch right here. Could this be our last final stretch?
Oh, Foxy. Okay. Calamity.
Diving
Leading the
straight right,
charge finds Yang, and that's the backup. That's what they were looking for. But Calamity is not really that healthy in the first place. Yemo gets in the back line, trying to find the opportunity, but instantly the Unite power is coming in. Rayquaza, half HP, getting ever so lower. But HT jumps in like the mastermind he is. But of course, the Garchomp secures the Rayquaza. They got the points, they got the buff. They're going for the dunk. Calamity with 26 points. Gets denied, but gets dunked in 52. They're in the lead. The play has been made, and they want to get a couple of more in. Another 50. Make that 100. 324. Moonboy, I can't believe it. They brought the game back.
That's the juice that they are cooking right there, right? They found it and they capitalized on it. Take that Ray fight and take MYS out just before the fight. But the fight is still not over. 120 points deficit. MYS can still fight this one. Bochi 50 all by himself. Is that going to be 100? Yes, there is. Widening the score for the RT. MYS, what are you going to do? You got 45 more seconds. The hope is still alive.
Whoa. Gonna try to pick things off. LY got 44 points on this bounce, but instantly gets removed from the playing field here. More teams coming in. More Unite boost has to be committed as well to deny them as much as possible. But guess what? Jal on the other side will dunk another 100. And Team MYS will have to watch this fall as finally their clean streak has been broken. Team Road to the Top. They're not out of this game just yet.
Yep, and there we have, road to the top. They are not out just yet, and they are not backing down without a fight. And there we have, for the first time, MYS drop a series in this open qualifiers.
Oh my lord. What a round, seriously, what a round. That game was absolutely insane to me, like seriously. The game changer was really just Bochi again. I feel like they had so much impact in that round. Calamity, of course, being the news as the front line, being that wall, constantly keeping them at bay. But Bochi again, Kai. Impeccable timing here. Just constantly delaying.
It's just Bochi, right? Like, I believe the single piece of puzzle that ruined whatever MIS is trying to do is that one Sableye. It's just doing so much denial, it's just doing so much harassment around on the back line and not allowing MIS to have that early game start that they needed. And, and once Genkai is online with that Garchomp, everything is just history at that point in time.
It was like, I guess you could say TMOS so far had been a perfect cogs of machine, right? All the cogs are in place, all functioning accordingly. Then Bochi just comes in and just throw a wrench and then everything just came apart. Really, really phenomenal stuff here.
Yeah.
But of course, I guess you could say because like at the same time the composition that they went for as well like just couldn't find any way to get through it as two here. They just couldn't find a way to get points. You know, couldn't try to force fight, because every time when we noticed they try to force a fight, like instantly the rest of the members of the team road to top was just like, you know what, we're fine. You want to force a fight, we won't answer that challenge. We won't fall for the trap. We won't fall for the bait here. Because all we have to do is just slowly poke you down, get to that level, get to that height. And of course, Bochi being a user and diverting attention on the other side, really well done.
Yeah, there's so much diversion from this one Saber Eye itself, right? It's just confusion. One more guy chase after me, confusion. One more guy chase after me, and then I just teleport out of there with hassle-free, right? Like it's just displacing MYS around the board so much that they can't exactly do what they want to do, and that one Pokemon literally ruined the whole game plan for MYS. Like, what are they gonna do against this Saber Eye in game number 4, right? If not this, there's a possible chance of a reverse sweep right here for Road to the Top.
Yeah. The crazy thing about it as well is like during that fight at Rayquaza, like Road to Top actually had already lost two Pokemons already. It was a double KO already there. All it, like literally, the book has already been written. The script has already been set in stone already. Yep. But Genkai coming in with one leap in, instantly stole that point, and the whole game just changed already entirely.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, this is the second Rayquaza that MYS lost in this grand finals.
Look at the scale difference. No, even though it's the second request they lost, but it was not the one that lead to their defeat here.
Yeah.
So sure. This is the one where the Inteleon and even Genkai was able to get their respective dunks on those goals here. Massive amount of points, because let's be honest, the game was already somewhat set in stone in terms of points as well. Although yes, like I said, point differential wasn't that massive, wasn't that significant, but that one Rayquaza was all they needed.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, that Rayquaza literally changed the game around. There's not much damage that MYS could do to break or even deny those Rayquaza's shield at the very last moment. And, you know, MYS did have a really good start, right? But it's just not good enough just because of that one, pesky Saber Eye just doing its thing.
They lost the initiative already, because in this early game competition, if you're not really snowballing, it's like you don't have much control of the map. It's just very hard for you to really take things back, because it wasn't like Road to Top was like, you know, they were not like hugging the base like usual. They were still farming. They still had the space. They were taking some of these fights, although most of them they have been losing out, but mostly these fights are not really team fight because it's just usually like one Pokemon gets picked up and that's just pretty much it. Yeah. They're not finding the entire core of the team here.
I mean, right down to the final stretch, right? I mean, they get one KO from MYS, but, you know, it's just a Saber Eye. When it comes to team fights like that, Saber Eye is not going to be doing too much. And, you know, take a look at this Garchomp. Like, once it's fully scaled at level 15, it's unstoppable at that point in time. This Dragon needs to stop.
Definitely, for sure. Well, of course, here's another info card, and we're going to be talking about Yang this time. Who's been playing? He's been playing both the support role and the defender role here, depending on what the team requires and what the team wants to really try to utilize for themselves. So far, Hoopa has been commonly banned, so we haven't seen much Hoopa from him. But the Umbreon that he has been utilizing has been absolutely phenomenal. I think I think in that round in particular, just wasn't enough damage to really combat back out though.
I mean, back in the days, I mean, I've seen Yang from, like, you know, one of the first few tournaments when it comes to Pokemon Unite. And Yang is really mean on that Hoopa. And, you know, but the thing is that I don't think Road to the Top would allow Yang to play that Hoopa in this particular lineup. And, you know, that Umbreon that he displayed literally took it to the next level and show us that, you know, he's not just a Hoopa one trick per se.
I mean, that's for sure. And of course, now coming in for Bochi.
Boche.
The little bugger. The little bugger with the Saber Eye really slowed things down. He not only did he stole the Exogore red buff away from the Koopu here, but he also kept putting on the pressure. He really took a chapter. Out of Team NYS book here. Like, he just figured out, like, hey, you know, you harassing me in my central area has been not only a nuisance but quite effective. Let me try to do the exact same thing. Monkey see, monkey do, and it seems to bring it actually give them quite dividend here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, here's the thing as we move on to game number 4, could MYS, are they scarred from their one Saber Eye, or are they going to be sticking to their first game plan and like, try to snowball their wins once again? But RT, they found a way, they found a crack in MYS, and would they pick back that Saber Eye to mess with MYS once again?
Trying to decide which is the priority. Like even the Lapras came on, and I was just thinking, like, is the Lapras really the issue, or do we want to lock in the Lapras for themselves here? So sticking with the Slowbro, still sticking with the Slowbro because they really like to play around with the all-rounders. Yeah, so this time Urshifu is insta locked in as well for their first pick. This actually is a little bit different of a flow of things, definitely a different flow of things. But that just means that the option of the double defenders, Lapras, and even the Umbreon might be selected. But no, gonna prioritize the Mew. Not gonna give them the opportunity to take the Mew back.
Yep. Is this a way to say that I'm gonna give you the Mew so that I can mess with you more? And my God, I mean, MYS is just pulling a playbook out of RT right now. You had that Tyranitar, you had that Saber Eye. Let me show you how to do this, right? Let me show you how to do this, how to play the Tyranitar and the Saber Eye right.
Oh no! Now, literally everything like whatever book of notes we had just completely thrown out the window. The Dodrio is fine. The Dodrio is fine. It's like one of the few best speeds to play around with. But Crossel, I wanted to bring up Crossel, the topic of Crossel, if I had the opportunity, but finally I got that chance, right?
Okay. Tell me about Crossel.
With the recent changes, right? Especially Crossel started coming out in the rise here. I think he's actually pretty great right now for this patch, especially with the Axis. Is the fact that you're able to displace, right? Okay. You notice a lot of the meta right now, like species like Zoroark and all these combos who requires combos to get those damage out. Crossel with a displacement ability and also with his Unite moves as well allows him to just displace them and just completely lock them down here. So it's pretty great. But like I said, this is just in theory.
Right.
Has it really been fully utilized yet? I haven't seen it yet so far. I think this is the first time I'm seeing the Crossel right after the patch and inside the tournament itself. So this is going to be pretty great. And I believe this is our first Leaf Field coming in from the side for Road to the Top.
Yep.
Another go-to speedster.
We can see what MYS is trying to do, right? They're going in for disruption. They're going in for back plays, right? They're going in for backdoors. They're going in for speed. They're going in for last hitting objective with that Crossel as well. Dodrio, invading into your opponent's space, quick rotation up and down. Tyranitar and Urshifu, big hitters coming in as well. There's no range Pokemon in MYS lineup, but they want to get into your face and saying like, fight me, right? I'm gonna fight you, fight me, right? But however, on RT side of the field, it's just a really balanced lineup over there as well.
Duello is always so cute, man. Like Crossel base evolution is always so cute, man. Little hermit crab just like constantly crawling around with the cute eyes, man.
Duello.
I'm still curious like how in the world he gets a giant rock on his back. Yeah? Like that's. I mean, like I know how hermit crab works, right? Like how they move homes here. But of course, anyway, let's elaborate there. Yay! Steals the blue away. He said, "Hey, man, you took my red. I take your blue this time."
Yeah, you want to be annoying? And let me show you how is it done, right? Like Yemu, once again stealing another wild Pokemon away from RT side. Like if you want to play with fire, this is what MYS is gonna deal with you. Like I'm just gonna throw wildfire in your face.
Ooh, yeah. Can he get the pickup? Oh, he does.
Oh, he picked it and gets the KO from it as well. And that's what MYS tries to do.
I think the fruit didn't really get to him in time, although he picked it up, but he hadn't really reached him. That's why he couldn't get the heal, and he just fell. His KO. Unfortunate for that one.
Yeah, really unfortunate. But LY is ready up with that Leafeon, ready to go with that I believe it's Solar Blade that he is playing. And if that Solar Blade actually lands, it can be pretty scary. And the amount of damage, it's really painful. Take a look at those hits coming in, and they have no choice but to back off that one just because the Larvitar is not ready to fight.
Yeah, you have to respect it, especially Mew. You got the range damage. Literally all the range damage towards that bottom lane. When you're just a Dwebble, and then Larvitar as well, there's no way you as a melee basic form can really contest with them at all.
Yep.
Top lane, on the other hand, are going to get a little bit more priority here. But finally, we got the Crustle. Ice comes in. Is he going to go for the X's or not? I wonder.
Yeah, but I believe, he's going in for the score. I think this is kind of like a score composition, like I would say, right? Crustle having that that held item that allow them to go getter, allow him to score a little bit faster as well. You got Dodrio separating scores in 3 points. You got Saber Eye able to score sneakily as well. So that's what MYS is trying to do. They want to end this fast.
Oh man, that's a lot of damage to his Calamity, but thankfully he's just a defender. He should be able to out-tank and walk away out for safety here. Bochi, still doing what he does best. Always finding a window of an opportunity to get some points in and be a nuisance on the other side of the map.
Yep. Yemu already closing up the top side as well. On the bottom side, Yang holding it all by himself.
Yang, he's in a 1v3. What a mad lad.
One Saber Eye against the wall, and he's just dealing it all by himself. While the rest of the team focuses on the top side, trying to just, demolish the top side together as a team.
I don't know. It feels like they're just respecting each other. Like not really like disrupting them in the other lane. But of course, Ice can withstand the amount of damage coming in from Gengar to the goodbye. Comes in with the Dragon Claw, gonna be able to get the knockdown, and instantly, thankfully, HT comes in with for the assistance. We'll be able to get the pick off. But he delayed long enough, allow for the team to secure the Regice.
Yeah, and there down goes the Regice to RT. But on the other hand, MYS is ignoring everything that RT is trying to do, right? I'm just going to score as much point as possible. I'm going to get the Reggie Lecky. He's going to be marching straight right down to the top side. Are you going to try and fight me? Because if you do, I'm just going to maybe go down to the bottom side and try to heal more, and try to score more.
Woo! What a snipe. Getting rid of one of the few defenders here. But they know the Regulate is coming, and they were able to break 2 bases. Wow.
Yeah.
The Dodrio has been doing really big work at that top lane.
Yeah, and I have already broke 2 of your base, right? What are you gonna do, RT? Like, you have the control on the bottom side, but you can't score down in the bottom side as well. And MYS is just controlling the pace of scoring right here as well. Tyrannical Rampage coming in from Genkai and just diving straight right in. It seems like Ice might be a little bit of a trouble. X is pushing him back away as well. Genkai coming in to aid them, but just diving straight right in once again. Genkai, well, I believe that MYS have no choice but to back off right there. They don't have the firepower to deal with this Garchomp.
Which is fine. That's absolutely fine. That's a little bit almost connected on Yang as well, but he was able to dash out to safety. Foxy is just so close to get to the Tyranitar Calamity. Slowly swimming to him, and of course LY was able to finish him off with the Solar Blade, douse it with water and burn it all away with the might of the sun here. And of course, Dodrio comes in with a beautiful knockout. Rest of the team coming in for the reinforcement here, but at the same time, while they're trying to get chaos at the top side, Bochi is once again getting a few more points in. Calamity, absolutely solid here. So tanky, that fish.
Calamity was just in a bad position right there as well. But all MYS need to do is just wait for the Tyranitar to get to level 9, right? And and there we have it. Tyranitar is online right now, and things is gonna be different. And however, road to the top, the only way that they could win is just get that Garchomp as fat as possible and have that Leafeon support him as much as possible.
Oh no, Yang got hit by the egg bomb and knocked back in, allowing it to actually really put in the numbers. Crustle hiding in the bush. Yeah, he knows that the rest of the team is slowly coming in.
Yeah,
Rock throws are happening coming from the side of the Regirock. I don't think they're going to be able to try to contest with this, but Unite Moves also coming in as well. Lee, Solar Blade was able to secure the Regirock at least on the other side, but the top will get the Regieleki, and they are intending to put more points in. Look at Yemu! He single-handedly broke that top lane. I mean, sure, his team became a re-assist him later on, but the man has been doing big work.
Yeah, that's the thing about, Dodrio, right? It doesn't really care about anything else. All he cares is just trying to score as much as possible, running around, getting all the wild Pokemon away from you, and then scoring again and again and again. And, but RT, down in the bottom side, the Regirock scenario, right? They saw the Crustle coming in, and they knew what's going to happen, and they immediately just tried to rush on Regirock as fast as possible and just take out HT and Crustle away from the equation there and then.
Yeah. Slowly dragging out the time. Point ratio not too big. Requires it to be definitely spawning in a couple of 1 minute and 40 seconds here. I'm gonna say, man, I'm not a big. Don't get me wrong. I know Tyranitar's uniform is one of those sumo judge players, right?
Yep.
But that outfit is just not fit for his figure, man. It looks like, feels like he's wearing a dress, that kind of thing.
I mean, he looks strong, right? Lavras Express coming in, trying to chase out Yemu as well, just creating so much space for the rest of the team as they
Gets the
score
dunk.
for RT. 313 to 201, and they're just going in for the team fight right there, just diving straight right in and just not allowing MYS to come in.
They can't do anything about it, but of course the goal right now, I guess you can say the goal for Team MYS is just trying to get the points in. Yoshifu definitely taking the longer route here to see if we can get sneaking some points at the back line, get some farm in the process here. 34 seconds for another Reggie to respawn here. We get more EXPs currently level 13. Level difference between most of the majority of the members are not too much here, but LY out in the open, gonna respect that, gonna fall back. But does run into eyes into the X-Scissors though. Locks him down in place for 3 seconds, and Yemu is gonna be able to get the kill on Jaw. Both core damage data completely removed from the playing field here. And HT is gonna be looking for more KOs. 3, 4! Although the respawn coming from LY. But will it be enough? The request is coming in at 20 seconds. I think it's just enough time.
Yep. Oh, they get this Reggie Lecky and just go straight to the Rayquaza. Reggie Lecky's really marching straight right to the top side. They need to deal with the Reggie Lecky and the Rayquaza at the same time.
No, they need to make a choice here. They have to make the choice. Let the Reggie Lecky through or fight for the Rayquaza.
Yeah, if the Reggie Lecky goes through, you know, Yemu is just going to be scoring so much with the Dodrio as well. Rayquaza goes live.
So
and
much damage! See who's going to be able to get the steal. Climatic comes in, getting ready to pop into the Unite move, but no, Dodrio was able to secure the Rayquaza this time. And now they got the security. They need to try to pick up as many people as possible. Get a couple of KOs, and Yemu will find one on Bochi here. Can he find the next one? John with the light screen. Nice out of the reset and get some distance between the two here. Gets the serve. HT doesn't want to dunk the points. He wants to find John. He doesn't want to give him the time to fall back here. And he's running for his life. Gonna get a couple of points in at least. Not much, but it will do. 200 more points. Ice against Genkai. He's trying to get the points in. And he does! 18 points only. Unfortunately, he did lose to Rayquaza. But that's fine.
Yeah, no Rayquaza buff coming in for MYS now. There's still 1 minute on the clock with 200 points to spare. Could RT cash this up? Yemu have 50 points all by himself. If we have Dodrio, we can split up to, you know, 1/3 and 1/3 and 1/3, and that could still turn games around, especially, you know, when you have Dodrio on the line. But Yang, 40 points all by himself. Sneakily down to the bottom side, trying to find a little bit more information. Spotted the Lapras. I don't think that's a point of contention.
I don't think they can. They're more focused on trying to divert away the Dodrio and Yang. Look at them. Look at them both just playing around the center in the bushes. They're like, no. We want points. We want to put the points. We're very objective today. Very objective. Look at the
34.
Popping the Unite move just to get some speed again in there. 680 points, 20 seconds. Falls back to base here to try to get a little bit more dunks in. Not gonna find that opportunity. Keeps getting harassed and pushed back. 18 seconds left on the clock though. I don't think they have enough points. But the Solar Blade comes in. Won't be able to get a single KO, but the damage comes in. Unite moves committed. Completely fall. Ladies and gentlemen, the finishing line has currently been seen. Team NYS is your grand champion of the Open qualifier for Pokemon Unite Asia Open.
Wow, I mean, it seems like MYS at this point in time, they are not wasting any more time, right? I just want to close this off here and now. I'm just going to play my dunk composition and just score as much points as possible. Yes, KOs allow you to, you know, get a little bit more edge in the game, but point wins game, and MYS knows what is the objective, and they went with the composition that could close this off. 7-3-4, 3-5-2, match point, game point, championship point for MYS, and they are our grand champion.
I'm not gonna lie, right? It felt very weird. I felt very awkward actually watching this round, because so far we've been seeing Team MYS has been utilizing like this early or scaling composition, just try to overwhelm and snowball, right? Getting that early control and everything. But this round was a little bit different. They say like, you know what, we're fine with scaling, but we're not gonna do our usual scaling where we're not even gonna go for too many pickups either. We just wanna dump as much points as possible. Look at everybody here. I mean, of course, except for Foxy. Foxy really took the brunt of a lot of things, because like he missed a lot every time the Pupitar was really having a hard time against like the LY and Chal. And don't even get me started on Bochi as well. Just constantly on the other side of the map, finds the Pupitar, pokes him out, chases him, bullies him out the lane, and then just goes and dunks his own point, no matter how minuscule that amount of Aeon's energy he has. HT, of course, he wasn't really dunking points. He was just like, you know, he was literally one of the highest EXP. And don't even get me started with Yemo. That man single-handedly did the most damage on that top lane. Him by himself.
Wow. I mean, this Dodrio just gave me PTSD of like, when Dodrio first came out and it was so dominant just because of what it is, and MYS literally ripped an old playbook out of their old playbook, right? And this actually still works in today's meta. It's just showing us, it's not all about brawls, it's all about points, and point wins games, not KOs.
Yep. I'm really surprised here. I'm really surprised to see the Crossel actually going for the Shell Smash instead of the Rock Tomb here. But I think it's maybe because of the fact that there's just so much dashing ability or escape or mobility or escape for the Rock to really connect. So Shell Smash is always great. The additional mobility and the damage as well. It's pretty fine. But either way, what a series that we have for ourselves here. Like, I guess you could say we really see all sides of Team MYS at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen them playing offensively. We've seen them lost. We've seen them, playing this dumb comp right here as well. But we can't discount the.
It's not dumb. It's not dumb, Moon Boy. If it brings out the result, it's just a stroke of genius.
If it works, right?
Right.
But we can't discount the fact that Road to Top actually had a really good display the whole day right here. This, Road to the Top actually went through a gruesome Swiss round yesterday, and then coming into today, into the top 8, run all the way up to the grand finals, securing their spot into the regional playoff as well. I mean, this is going to be, we have to give them big props right here, because it's not easy to play at such level after, so many games throughout the last 2 days.
So look at Yemu, every point of almost every like 2 or 3 minutes he's scoring points. He's just at top lane. He's just like building up that EXP, battling out wild Pokemon, racking Aeon energy just to dump it in. My lord, 267 alone, man. That's really interesting, right?
Yeah.
I think this is a really interesting thing, man, because like when the game especially when they don't have that early control, the game starts to fall into the hands of Yemo. I think he did a phenomenal job in his role. But understanding it's fine. My team couldn't set the pace. We couldn't get the tempo, the advantage, but that's fine. I just need to do what I do best. Just get that levels, get those points. I think what I didn't expect is the fact that how dedicated, how committed he was to that top lane. I just didn't expect that at all. I thought he just get that first base, farm alongside with his team members, and then just try to get an advantage. But no, he was just heart soul in that lane. Just like, I'm not gonna leave this lane.
Yeah, I mean that's just the job, right? That's just his job at that point in time, and ultimately, this is just really clean and really perfect Pokemon Unite coming in from MYS. I'm just so excited, and what are they gonna do, and how are they gonna perform in the regional open, because we know that MYS is one of the best team in the region, but knowing that with other teams or other regions in the mix as well, like how are they gonna perform against teams from like Philippines, from like Indonesia, so on and so forth.
It's definitely going to be quite the challenge, because if you think of it this way, right? Sure, I guess you could say in a way that Team MYS is currently the tallest mountain here for our region, right? Malaysia and Singapore. But once you reach to that peak, you start to notice that there is also other peaks, other taller mountains around you as well. But of course, our player of the match now, MVP, none other than Yemu himself.
Yeah, this man on that Zacian is just a menace to deal with, right? He's just dashing straight right in, Secret Sword, reset, Secret Sword, and just dealing every single one and just deleting everyone out of the fight there and then as well. And then on to game number 4, he switched it up. He went over to that Dodrio, and all is just history from then on.
Yeah. It was. I'm still baffled the fact that during that record of it, he just did 1,800 damage with just one swing. I'm like, whoa, that's tons of damage right there, man. Like, it's absolutely insane. But although I think HT really did his, HT and Yang really attempted to do their best. But I think this is what happens you play with the team enough, like even though it's not for very long, just enough for them to get the good feel, like okay, they're gonna be aggressive on this. How we're gonna do? What is the answer for this as well here? But of course, this is your updated bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Our top 8 went through a grueling process to be the chosen 2 to enter our regional playoffs. Tears was made, blood has been shed. But of course, we have our top 2 and of course our grand champion at the end of the day. And that's Team MYS and Road to the Top. Kudos and of course congratulations to both of these 2 teams.
Yep, I mean, these are one of the best teams that we have seen so far from Singapore and Malaysia. So it's all down to them. You know, all is all down to them. They are going to be representing us in the regional playoff, and you know, we're just gonna hope for the best and wish them all the best, and hopefully, you know, bring home the trophy for MYSG.
Yeah, I mean that is the ultimate goal here. You know, I believe we haven't like have a representative that raised the trophy just yet, right? I can't think. But it's okay. You know, this might be the run. Next year will be the run where we come home. These 2 teams will leave their names in the Hall of Fame at the end of the Elite Four here at the Pokemon League, and they will bring honor and glory. But even if they don't, they still bring glory and honor to us all as they represent us in that regional playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, MYS was second last year on the ACL league as well, right? And losing out to now called Orangutan. So that was they were really short of that as well. But they are trying to find back that championship that they lost last year. And there we have, ladies and gentlemen, qualified for the ACL Pokemon Unite ACL regional playoff. Is going to be Road to the Top at second place today. And you know, this 5-man Calamity, LYLY, JAL, Genkai, Bochi, these 5 men are the ones to watch in the regional playoff.
This is great. One of our top 2 contender here. Really can't wait to see how well they're going to be expelled. I think they have learned. I think like most of this team just had a really good feel on like what's to come, potentially what's to come. As we said before, Team MYS already set the bar here. Now it's them to really prep for themselves for that regional playoffs that eventually to the ACL.
Yep, and not forgetting also the champion for today as well. At Team MYS, right? They will be qualifying for the regional playoff also, and they will be walking home with the first prize. I believe that's going to be 6,000 USD.
Yep. Yes.
Yep. So you know, that's a lot of money coming in. A lot of dough for just one weekend as well. And big congratulations to MYS for being our champion for today.
Yeah, but of course, we cannot end this day without an interview with one of our top 2 teams here. This is Calamity from Road to the Top.
Yo.
Hey, Calamity. How are you, my friend?
Oh, hi. Yeah, feeling good, I guess.
I do. Congratulations for being one of our top 2 to go to the regional playoffs, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah, so Calamity, first question, right? You know, I believe it is a kind of like, you know, difficult grand finals for you against MYS. And what were your thoughts process? Like, you know, what was your team thought process of, let's just change our composition, let's just put that Saber Eye in to mess around with them?
I think like their tempo is too fast for us because we are we really did not practice with them at all, so we just decided to ban the Hoopa and go with things that we want to play.
Okay.
Right.
Because so the Hoopa actually is like the way they move other side of the map is easier with the teleportation. So yeah, that's what we came to, but it's too bad lah. We still can't cope with it.
No, I mean, but either way, it was still a great performance you have shown us so far as well. But Calamity, I do have a question, right? Like, in terms of especially since we just had this massive patch, like a few weeks ago, a few days ago, right? That kind of thing. Do you think there will be like a change in your composition or the meta in this case here?
It does affect us quite a lot because we were practicing like 2 months ago. Then suddenly the patch changed. So yeah, it did, but we try to cope it.
So I
So
guess you could
that's
say
all.
you came into this tournament with a handicap, and you still got top two.
No, no, no. No, we've been practicing like because the our jungle is a new player, so we try to give him more experience. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So I believe, let's just cool off a bit and have a little bit lighter tone. Knowing that you guys qualify for the regionals playoff. What do you guys, what are you guys gonna do next preparing for the regional playoff?
Oh, tough question. Not really sure what we're gonna do, but I guess we need to practice with more stronger teams. Yeah, maybe including MYS because previously we never practiced with them. Yeah.
And then I'm assuming, because like since you talk about like practicing with other teams, I'm assuming you guys have a lot of scrim session as well, or is it just something you recently just started with your team members?
No, we actually practice against different regions. Because we are MYSG, right? So most of the time, 100% of the time, we won't practice against MYSG because we are aiming for top 2 as well. So other teams would not want to practice with us. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so final question. So knowing that, you guys won $4,000 off today, how are you guys going to be celebrating, after this second place victory?
It depends. Some of my teammates say like they want to buy the new iPhone, but I don't think it's enough. And some of them want to buy a new skin for the Pokemon. Yeah, for me, I guess it's fine. Like we almost to the top 2. Yeah.
Honestly, Calamity, I love your Blastoise and your Lapras as well. Keep at it. I really hope to see you guys really soar through the skies during the regional playoffs as well. But with that being said, before we sign you off, Calamity, do you have any final words for your fans or your families out there?
I don't think we have fans, but I hope my younger stop feeding.
Don't worry, Calamity. You have more time to tell him after this off stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks so much for your time, bro. So I hope you enjoyed yourself today and get ready for the regional playoff. All the best, man.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Wow,
what a man.
Yeah, what a hell of a guy, man. Seriously, like honestly, I'm happy that he was very honest with us, like telling like what was like, whether he has screams or whether he has screams with other teams or whether he had practice before this, and like I'm really surprised at how when he mentioned, I'm really like curious to how hard this current patch had actually hit him, because I thought because to me honestly I didn't feel too much change was happening. I still think some of the core Pokemon was still viable here, but the fact that he said that it hit them quite a bit, I was actually pretty surprised, like particularly which Pokemon was their go-tos here, I guess you could say. Because
maybe they have like this secret composition that they are cooking up with, and then all the plans got lost just because of or maybe like hoping that Mewtwo might be in the mix as well. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
Man, me too. Like, it should never be the pool. Not until they get something fixed. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is your grand champion, and of course, your second regional representative to the regional playoffs. Here it is Team MYS, starting off, of course, with both Yang, Yemu, HT, Nightmew, Foxy, and Ice. This 5 will be the one to bring the pride and joy for our region in the regional playoffs.
Yeah, this team, we know that they are one of the best household names in Pokemon Unite and MYSG or even SEA as a whole. Like, this 5-man is not a force. It's not a force to be reckoned with, right? I mean, they are just too strong, and who is gonna stop them? And they're just gonna be bringing this momentum straight up to the regional qualifiers, and hopefully, we will see them lift the ACL trophy for the very first time.
and with the experience that they have on their backs as well, the experience in Worlds coming to ACL as well, I think that experience and knowledge is gonna be able to carry them forward through the ACL as well. But of course, like I said, there are always taller mountains. There's always taller mountains. It's just a matter of how they're going to be able to traverse them and climb over them here. So we'll just have to wait and see until the actual regional playoffs comes into the mix here. But I do hope to see them a little bit to just, how do I put this? I really have nothing to really say about that. I think they're actually quite perfect already.
I mean, this is a perfect team, right? Like, I mean, everyone have their own strength, and they just display it to the fullest display. And they are constantly searching for improvement, and they are not being complacent and just chilling. So they're always looking for improvement. They're always trying to find what's best for the team, and always finding the best team in the world to scrim against with. So these are the 5 men that that will be representing SGMY, and I'm just excited to see what they can offer.
Now here's the real question, right? We're definitely going to be having an interview with one of the grand champions here. Particularly, who do you think is going to be coming up here, or who do you wish to have a talk with here?
Well, I think Ice, right? Ice is a good addition, right? Coming in, like he's one of the latest newer member in the MYS, or should I say returning member into MYS, because last season he wasn't with the team, and I'm just curious, what made him come back to MYS, and what do he want to achieve with this new team of his?
Ice is definitely one of the few people that's really going to be great to interview after this. I'm like leaning a little bit more towards Yemo here, because if we can get Yemo, because I'm really curious, like what's going on in his head, right? Like while his team is either making plays or setting tempos, like what's the idea that's happening in his lane, like, because sometimes people gets pressure, right? Like your team is either winning or they're losing on the other lanes or having some trouble, or a rotation came in, they're completely outnumbered. Like usually people tend to get pressure, right? To the thought like, should I just abandon my lane and go help my teammates group up with them, or just stick to my guts here? What made him resolve to make such a decision? I really want to know what's really he's thinking here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to find out who is coming on to the call, because I believe the production side is still preparing.
Yep. So definitely trying to wait that time here. But then again, with Mimikyu, because like I said, we're still pretty early here, right, in this tournament, right? Especially right after the patch. Mimikyu, we've seen some plays coming in from the Mimikyu. I want to be honest. I am a fan of the release trailer of Mimikyu. But utilizing Mimikyu in a composition, I am actually not too sure actually, because or maybe at that time it was not utilized as well, because I think everyone is still trying to get the feel, like where does he belong and what role or what position is best for him, that kind of thing, since he has no other evolution. He's already the base evolution.
Yep.
And the damage output he dishes out is actually pretty decent, actually pretty great. But can it be a good replacement to like our other central area farmers? Like we have our Yoshifus, we have our Zoroark. Could he run alongside with this top picks, this top Pokemons here, that kind of thing? Like I can't be the judge of that. Let's be honest here, because I'm more of a defender kind of guy. So
I mean, I play a lot of all-rounder, so I feel that Mimikyu definitely belong in the central area, right? Yeah. And he has a kit of going in and out, like Shadow Sneak in, and then just trying to do his thing, and then try to get back out as fast as possible. Yes, his damage potential might not be as high as Zoroark, but it's a little bit tankier than Zoroark as well. Right. So he can play a little bit better in a solo queue environment, and he just do what he do and just try to dominate the whole of the Sky Ruin.
Yeah, of course. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are your 2 teams that will represent us in the regional players. I know we've been emphasizing on this, but they deserved it. They earned this praise. They earned this achievement here. And of course, taking first place, the grand champion, of course, the team MYS. Second place, of course, is Road to the Top with their respective members here. Remember the name, love the name, be proud of the name.
Yeah, I can't stress anymore. You know, these two teams are probably one of the best in MYSG right now, and you know, just hope everyone from the audience to send love to these 10 men right there, and they will be representing, they will be carrying the banner of MYSG into the regional playoff.
I mean, especially to Road to the Top, like give a bit more fans a love to Road to the Top. Seriously, like what is this? Calamity needs a little bit more confidence, man. I gotta send him more fans. I want to prove him wrong. You know, when he said he has no fans, I want to prove him wrong. Guys, quickly like go find them on social media. Just like follow their page, like them a lot. You know. Say congrats, give them a little bit of love, man. Give a tag. I want to prove them wrong, man. I'm pretty sure they have fans. There's no such thing, man. There's no way they have no supporters.
I'm sure after today, at least they got a few fans right there, right? Like, you know, their style of play is just really interesting. LY is really aggressive on those all-rounder himself as well. Genkai, right? Genkai have really good maneuvers when it comes to team play, right? Always on the flank, trying to do really sneaky plays against their opponent at the final stretch. Calamity with those really good catches with the Umbreon, and not forgetting, right, Bochi with the Saber Eye at the very last moment to break apart MYS. Like, this team of 5 men literally come together and they work so well together, and it's just unfortunate that, you know, MYS was the better team for today.
The thing is, even Calamity said LY is one of their newer additions towards their central area player as well. So I think so far he has been actually he's been doing quite well actually for first time commentating.
Very well, yeah.
Also customizing to the team, like although yes, it feels like a very Spartan kind of training, you know, where you throw your kid to the wolves and hopefully they come back as a better man. Like pretty much, I think that's pretty much what Calamity, what he meant by he just allowing L1 to give a good feel about this. But I think he actually was able to perform out. I wouldn't say he was feeding a lot. I think it's just mainly because of the fact that it's like he said, right? He didn't expect Team MYS to be such an aggressive team, constantly on their toes as well. I think they were more used to the more slower pace kind of thing, where, you know, both sides will pick like a really like a late game scaling composition of a Pokemon here. Not much, maybe some skirmishes, but nothing too crazy about it, unless, you know, they're contesting for objectives or certain wild Pokemon like the Regirock, the Regice, the Registeels, like Rayquaza, that kind of thing. So I can somewhat understand that. But of course, the wait is over. I got good news for you guys. Let's invite Ice himself from the side of our Grand Champions team to let's hear what he has to say. Ice, oh man,
Hello.
Nice and close, buddy. I love the close-up, man.
sorry. I don't know.
Hey, no,
I'm
no
just
need to be
using
sorry,
my
man.
phone.
No, bring the camera closer, man. Bring the camera closer. We love the close-up, man.
Nah.
The ladies love it, man. Like, don't shy from this. But of course, Ice, I like to give you my hand to say, like, congratulations for being our grand champion here and also one of our representatives for the regional playoffs. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Last year I didn't do really well in ACL, and I feel like this is a redemption arc for me. Or more like the start of this year, not last year. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, you previously you are not, like last season you were not with MYS, right? Like, what brought you back to the team?
So Yang told me he wanted to form a super team within Singapore and Malaysia. So I joined, and we are a super team.
Hey. I love the confidence. All right, buddy. I threw this question to Calamity just now, right? But I also want to get your input or your opinion about this, right? So with the recent patch that came in, right, and although there were some buffs and some nerfs, but will there be like any changes in the meta or any of your composition that you and your team members are currently utilizing?
I thought there's a new patch. What do you mean? Sorry.
I think there was a patch like a month or a few weeks ago, the one with the Mew buff and the Lapras nerf.
Oh, so basically it just means,
I believe.
It just means that Mew is OP now. Lapras isn't a must ban. Zacian is a must ban now. Overall, the patch is still the same, except that Mewtwo is so much more bearable now.
Right. So, you know, after winning the MYSG Open, you know, what are your team's preparation towards the regional playoff?
So we don't actually know the dates for the regional playoffs, but we probably will train every day like usual and make sure to get first in ACL.
Oh, so the objective is first lah.
Basically.
Wait, what do you mean, Moon Boy? If not first, then what? Then what?
So
The Hall of Fame,
so basically MIS without me, they got second last year. So I need to prove that I'm an upgrade. So I'm gonna get first this year.
All right, no, that's exactly.
That's a statement.
Yeah,
that's a
that's
statement.
exactly what we're looking for here, man. Like, really well done. Actually, I do have one last question, right? So, although this is a little bit off topic. Right? So, Ice, you have played.
Yeah?
You know about the Kanto starter Pokemons, right? Like the Charmander, the Squirtle, and the Bulbasaur, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if
Those
those
are my
three
favorite starters.
starters was in front of you, yeah, which one would you pick, man? There's only one right
I
answer.
think for
Man. There's only one right answer.
I think for Pokemon Unite, I'll
The
pick.
answer is Pikachu.
I'll pick Blastoise. But
No, not Pokemon Unite, man. Just three Kanto starters, like right in front of you.
I'll definitely pick Charizard. You can Mega Evolve to 2 different kind of Charizards, and you can fly with it. How
You're
crazy is that?
You're damn right, man. You're damn right. That's the right answer.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
All right, but okay.
All right.
Anyway, Ice, thank you so much for your time, and of course, I love your confidence. Okay, do you have anything else you want to say to your fans, your family members who is watching or supporting you right now?
I don't really think. I think my fans are not that many, but thanks for always supporting and watching my games. And I hope the MIS fans welcome me into their family, because I'm really grateful for MIS for giving me this opportunity to play with them.
Right, thank you so much, Ice, for your time. And of
you.
course, once again, congratulations for being our grand champions. Looking forward to see you and your team soar in the regional playoffs, my friend.
Of course.
All right, goodbye. All right, that's it.
I love the confidence that the men have, and we're like, yep, we're gonna win it, of course.
I mean, that's what
Yeah.
every player needs to have, right? That's what every team needs to have. You can't be a champion if you don't think you're the champion, right? That kind of
Correct.
thing.
It's a champion attitude that you must have,
It's
right?
always the mental game first, mind over matter, that kind of thing, Moon Boy. Oh man. Seriously, what a journey that we have here through on this beautiful Sunday weekend, and of course, not only that, also a very festive one as well, because Hari Deepawali is actually happening right now. So to all our Indian friends, Selamat Hari Deepawali. Of course, happy Deepawali to everyone as well, and of course to you, Moon Boy, my friend.
Yeah, happy Deepavali, everyone. So once again, guys, thanks so much for tuning in and joining with us today. Without you guys, without the audience, SGMY or MYSG could not be on the map right there as well. So once again, big thank you to the producer team that allowed this stream to happen right here as well. Big thank you to you guys for working so hard on a Sunday to provide this particular broadcast to the community of Pokemon Unite. Once again, my name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Yolo Lee. So we will be seeing you guys around, and hopefully for the regional playoff. Once again, Moonboy and Yolo Lee signing off.